Our main character is the only remaining heir to the most powerful and prestigious mage family in the Empire. A very talented guy but suffering from a very rare and dangerous disease. His desire for revenge against those who betrayed him and his hope to restore his family were hindered by this incurable disease. And misfortune continued to pile up in his life as he fell into the hands of the Demon King, a madman who craved his body. But it was also unfortunate for the demon, as our protagonist was a certified madman himself. Will he devour, or be devoured? You just need to watch the review on the Happy Stories channel to find out. In the continent where our protagonist lives, the Empire's power is divided among 4 forces. At the top is the elite family raised by the Golden Lion, representing martial arts and swordsmanship, the Grandmaster family. Second, the force formed by devout believers and priests who worship numerous gods on the continent, the Religious Alliance. Third, the organization that gathers information and protects the royal family from the shadows, the Inspection Bureau. And finally, the magical force that has led the world of magic for over 1,000 years, the Magic Tower. The family renowned for their magic that nurtured the Magic Tower and that world of magic is the Melvinger family, the protagonist's family. 30 years ago, the war with the demon race erupted. The Melvinger family led the victory in that war, however, most of its members perished. By the time our protagonist turned 8, his father, who had been affected by the aftermath of the war, and his mother, a magic teacher, passed away simultaneously. The only remaining members of the Melvinger family were the protagonist and his sister. When the prestigious family was left with only 2 children, the vassal families who had served them for decades did not hesitate to betray them. At that time, our protagonist vowed to become a great mage and restore his family. It was a perfect fairy tale script, but due to a condition that could be considered a rare disease, magic blockage, he couldn't use magic. Forget about restoring his family, he quickly became the laughingstock of the world throughout his childhood. Haha, is that really the grandson of the family head? A mage who can't even perform a spell. This is the fall of the Melvinger family. How much further will the infamous Melvinger family fall? Refusing to be drowned in the scorn of the world, he trained relentlessly to find a cure for his magic blockage. Yet, despite all the time and effort, he was completely stuck. Damn it, he didn't even know how many times he had fallen into the cycle of feeling powerless, frustrated, bored, desperate, only to then regain his resolve, crave a change in fate, and then fall into powerlessness, frustration, boredom, despair once again. Years passed, and finally, one day, a momentous event arrived, changing the cycle of failure and disappointment in his life, bringing him a bright ray of hope. It was when he met a dragon that ignited immense joy within him. I guess his prayers had reached heaven. The only chance he had to restore his family from the ashes was right before him. A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes, and his faith was renewed. But yet another unexpected event occurred. While our protagonist was rejoicing, a dark figure emerged from nowhere and plunged an 8-meter spear straight into the dragon's forehead, causing it to scream in agony. The young man watched in shock as his hope vanished before his eyes. It's dead. The dark figure who had just slain the dragon didn't seem human. He had a pair of horns and sharp, pointed ears. The voice that emanated from his mouth was ominous, echoing like a sound from the depths of hell. It is you, the one who will free me from this cursed seal. The one with the arrogant, grotesque grin, his mouth splitting to his ears, was the Demon King. His crimson eyes glowed with excitement. Kiki, my new vessel. In a blink, a black aura suddenly appeared before our protagonist. He wanted to run away from the Demon King somehow, but strangely, he couldn't move. It felt like his body was bound by something invisible, and the Demon King's chilling laughter echoed everywhere. Come here, become one with me. The Demon King suddenly stood before the young man and laughed gleefully. Then we shall rule this world together, little human. The young man wanted to scream something, but strangely, he couldn't even make a sound, not even a whimper of terror. The moment the Demon King's monologue ended, his body instantly shattered into streaks of black energy that shot directly towards the young man. The dark energy permeated every part of his body, his eyes, nose, mouth. It felt like the demon was squeezing into every hole, even his pores. The young man writhed in pain. So much energy was pouring into his small body, making him feel like he was being suffocated. After a period of futile resistance, the young man seemed to give up. As the Demon King's energy coursed through his body, it forced all the waste accumulated in him for 20 years to escape through his pores and every orifice. Although his body had no strength to fight, his mind was still strong. Damn it, if I knew that was the Demon King's test, I would never have gone searching for that dragon. In that instant, as darkness and the dark energy were about to consume the young man, his eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. but I am Elric Melvinger. I won't let you devour me like this. Now, the young man's body was clearly changing at an incredible speed, and he was emanating an unprecedented abundance of energy, feeling like he could crush any obstacle in his path. Let's rewind a few days to when Elric went to the Royal Magic Hospital in search of hope for his inability to use magic. The doctor simulated Elric's body compared to a normal mage and said dejectedly, "You have a terrible disease called magic blockage. Unlike normal mages, your body suffers from a rare condition where mana cannot circulate freely." After a few seconds of silence, allowing Elric to absorb this sad truth, the doctor continued in a low voice, "Although we've tried everything we can with your body, I'm afraid we have to admit defeat." Elric remained silent, not responding. The doctor felt deeply sorry and informed him, "Unfortunately, you will never be able to use magic." This wasn't the first time Elric had heard these words from doctors, but every time, it left him numb. Even when he returned to Uston Academy and contacted his sister, Elric was so absent-minded that his sister had to shout, "Elric, are you even listening? Hello?" Elric was startled and replied, "Sorry, what did you say?" His sister worriedly asked, "How is your body? What did the doctors say? Did they find a cure? If you need more money, I can dash." Elric forced a smile to reassure his sister, "Sister, calm down, I'm not a child anymore, you don't have to worry so much, I'll be cured soon." His sister still looked at him with an anxious expression. "Then you can't worry about your only remaining family member." Elric quickly found an excuse to end the conversation hastily. "Oh, my friend is calling, I'll call you later." After the long beep, Elric finally dared to show his confused expression and sigh. Elric gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I couldn't tell her the truth, I might not be able to go home anymore." That day, the sky was clear, but Elric's heart was stormy. After his checkup, he returned to the academy. The final exam results had been released, and the other students were chattering about their own scores. "What the hell, what's wrong with your score? Damn those damn professors, I've never been late to class, but I still got a D." They also whispered enviously when they saw Elric's results for the Blood Demon Theory exam, all A's. "No way, Melvinger is so different, I knew it, how can he get such high scores in all those subjects?" The dumb ones like to make fun of each other. "Look at your score again, I think it's the same as Melvinger's, all F's, shut your mouth, I'm gonna smack you now." Despite his high score, Elric looked at the scorecard posted on the board and couldn't smile. He closed his eyes tightly, smacked his lips and grumbled, "TSK, again, failed again." Although Elric's exam results had many pluses, the only thing that caught his attention were the last 3 rows of F-minuses, 3 subjects that had made him struggle for the past few years: magic spells, spirit, set up a magic barrier, practice magic attacks. Elric trudged out of the academy hall with heavy steps. This was his 4th failed exam. According to the academy's rules, 4 failures meant expulsion. The more Elric thought about it, the more restless and uncomfortable he felt. If he were to be expelled from the academy in such a humiliating way, he would never be able to bring honor to his family. Elric reminisced about the past years. He had always been a diligent student, studying hard in the library until late at night. He confidently asserted that he had given his all to his studies. To remain here, he had tried his best and learned everything he could. As a result, he had mastered all the knowledge the academy required and, of course, topped all the theoretical exams. As he walked down the academy hallway, Elric looked at other students and pondered. Above all, he didn't mean to be arrogant, but he believed he was special compared to others. Not only was his intellect exceptional, but his ability to detect and understand mana was also far greater than others. From mastering theory to understanding mana, for a mage, it was an extraordinary ability they always desired. Despite his confidence, Elric had to admit the truth. Even if he possessed the abilities everyone craved, there were things that even the most diligent effort couldn't change. Elric recalled the struggles he faced in the first-year magic practice class. The professor had patiently taught them, absorb the mana flowing around in the air and gather it all inside your hearts. That is what we call a magic circle. With this guidance, every student could create a magic circle. Except for Elric, he saw nothing but an empty void. Several semesters had passed, and Elric was still stuck in that class. He couldn't escape the teasing and mockery. Why is that senior still stuck in a first-year class? Ha ha ha, unbelievable that a mage can't even create a magic circle. The professor was very sympathetic and sorry for Elric's talent, so he repeatedly advised and persuaded him, "Why don't you give up magic and become a scholar? I will definitely put in a good word for you with the headmaster." However, driven by his desire to revive his family, Elric refused the professor's kindness. Now, he was almost desperate and thought to himself, "This damn magic blockage, because of it, I can't use magic. It means I can only be a magic scholar at best. I can't bring pride to my family with just a tiny professor position. In his frustration, Elric found himself walking towards the academy's garden. He looked up at the clear blue sky. Elric's gaze fell upon the majestic statue solemnly placed in the academy's garden. He softly called out, "Father, this statue commemorates and praises the hero of the demon war." It was a fierce battle for humanity, when all kinds of demons swarmed the world while it was engulfed in the darkness of a solar eclipse. In that moment when darkness enveloped the entire empire, a powerful mage, known as the Star Mage, emerged. With a snap of his fingers, that mage brought light back to humanity, wiping out the rampant demons and monsters. That mage was Ustin Melvinger, who brought glory and eternal fame to the Melvinger family. He was also Elric Melvinger's grandfather. Later, when peace returned to the world, Elric's grandfather founded the Empire's leading magic academy, the Ustin Academy. Now, standing before his grandfather's statue, Elric felt a pang of shame. If he were to be expelled from this place, it would mean that he himself had destroyed the pride of the Melvinger family. Just when he was feeling uncomfortable, Elric overheard the casual gossip of two female students who peeked at him from the academy hallway. They couldn't believe that such a person was the grandson of the first headmaster. Elric simply stood there silently listening to the two female students murmur to each other. It was truly the shame of the Melvinger family. Perhaps because he was used to those glances and sarcastic comments, Elric intentionally ignored them. However, the next thing the two female students said really angered him. Imagine how much worse a top mage family can get. Elric thought he could ignore them if they were talking about him, but he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when they spoke about his family. When the two female students left without realizing they had been whispering too loudly, Elric called out in a sharp voice, "Hey, you two." The female students were startled and turned to look at Elric, stammering, "Yes, yes." Elric asked them coldly, "You're first-year students in the elemental magic department, right?" Elric slowly walked towards the two female students and calmly asked, "Do you know a deputy professor named Sean? He's very friendly." In an instant, the female students' faces turned pale. The Ustin Academy was known for its strict rules and discipline. Naturally, deputy professors had a lot of authority. Elric suddenly stared at the chests of the two female students and said in a deep voice, "Well, let's see. What are your names?" he asked, unexpectedly smirking with a mischievous smile and staring at the two female students with a threatening look. Elric continued to approach the two female students with a sinister expression. "Let's see. I don't think you'll enjoy that damn Sean playing around with your necks, ha." The two female students were terrified, quickly leaving while covering their chests to prevent Elric from seeing their name tags. "Run, run, damn it, we're doomed." Elric merely sighed sarcastically and didn't bother to chase after them. After all, he was the one who was tired. Suddenly, Elric felt like the imposing statue in the academy's garden was looking at him, so he glanced up slightly. Elric looked up at the statue and suddenly felt disheartened. "Father, no, even if you were still here." He had just started to succumb to pessimism when Elric suddenly snapped out of it. He immediately reminded himself, "No, focus, this is not the time to be weak." Elric trembled with anger. This cursed body. Immediately, his eyes regained their determination and fiery spirit. "I have to break free from this." That afternoon, Elric went to the cafe on the academy grounds and was engrossed in reading some documents. "Oh, no, this can't be right." As he studied the stack of documents, he muttered to himself, "The academy's first report, damn it, there's no mention of the magic blockage." Suddenly, Elric felt an intuition that disaster was about to strike. He glanced around cautiously. A loud bang echoed, and with the powerful force of a young man's bulging muscles, Elric's face smashed into the table. The other students witnessed this horrifying scene and didn't dare to utter a sound. Not even a gasp of shock escaped their throats. Luckily, Elric hadn't fainted after that forceful headbutt. He lunged up and shouted with his flattened nose, "Damn it, who is it?" Elric was met with a familiar but annoyed voice. "Damn it, what did you just say? You dare to use my name again?" Elric immediately changed his attitude to a mocking one. "Oh, who is this? Is this the wonderful brother Sean Nemister?" Sean continued to angrily scold Elric. "You jerk, didn't I tell you not to use my name to intimidate those first-year students?" Elric feigned obedience and nodded. "Yes, I understand, it's a special occasion, so let me buy you a drink, but why don't you use a nose-fixing spell on me?" Sean grumbled in response. "This jerk, I'd rather die than do that." Despite his grumpy and irritable attitude, Sean couldn't hide his worry as he looked closely at Elric's broken nose. "Did I go too hard? Come closer, let me fix it. That's why I told you never to do that." After fixing Elric's nose, Sean still grumbled with annoyance. Damn it, this is so frustrating. After the Melvinger family's downfall, the Magic Tower was led by 6 families collectively known as Hexagram. Sean was a member of Hexagram, the 3rd son of the Nemister family. Sean pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. Elric curiously glanced at the documents in his hand. Thinking about how Sean would immediately embark on the path of becoming a professor, an elite member of the academy right after graduation, Elric suddenly smiled brightly like a child and thought to himself, although he chose a path opposite to his own, he was still the only one who stood by him. Sean only now noticed Elric's silly smile and grumbled, "What's that? Why are you staring at me?" Sean pushed the stack of documents he had just retrieved towards Elric, tapping on it as if telling him to read. Elric glanced at the file with a puzzled look. "What's this?" Glancing over the title of the document, Elric wondered, "Diamond Dragon, and there's an exploration plan." Elric pretended to be indifferent, sipping his iced tea and asking Sean, "Why are you giving this to me?" Sean explained, "Although this is an ancient species with many mysteries, recently they suddenly discovered one of its nests. I want you to join this expedition." Hearing that, Elric felt much more excited. He grabbed the stack of documents and shouted, "What, really?" Elric excitedly opened his eyes wide and carefully read each page of the document, thinking to himself, an ancient dragon species, they should be extinct, but they found a dragon lair, a place believed to be the source of magic. Seeing Elric react as expected, Sean was both pleased and a little smug, chuckling, "Look at the map, if you find some artifact, you think the academy will forget about expelling you, and it's all thanks to this guy." Elric excitedly read each page of the document carefully, thinking to himself, "Amazing, it's not just about expulsion, what if the dragon lair can solve my magic blockage?" He was excited until his face suddenly went blank. "It's useless, even if there's something like that, the headmaster will take it anyway, wait." Elric suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Sean was startled and grumbled, "What are you doing? Why are you slamming the table?" Elric didn't answer Sean, but stood there lost in thought. Why didn't I think of this? This is an opportunity given to me by God." Thinking about this, Elric involuntarily burst into laughter. "Ah, ha." His laughter grew louder and louder, like he was going crazy. If Sean wasn't there, someone would probably have reported him to a mental institution, suspecting him to be an escaped patient. Elric's crazy laughter even startled Sean. He yelled, trying to drown out Elric's laughter, What the hell, is this madman possessed?" Elric finally stopped laughing. He pointed to the circled spot on the map and confidently declared, "Sean, here." "There's no nest," Elric said with unwavering certainty, his face filled with smugness. Seeing Sean look bewildered as if he didn't hear clearly, Elric resolutely repeated, "The dragon lair, it won't be here." Sean froze for a moment, then whispered, "What?" His eyes darted around, carefully observing the students sitting around. He glanced left and right, looked forward and backward, carefully before letting out a sigh of relief. Good thing, no one heard that. Being careful, Sean leaned in and whispered to Elric, "Be careful with your mouth, you know how many professors are participating, you're challenging bigwigs all at once." Elric responded with an indifferent and careless attitude, "So what?" Sean frowned, silently implying, "I'll smash your head right now." Elric responded with a casual laugh and a mocking expression, "Calm down, buddy, you're the son of the Nemister family," with a chuckle. Giving in to his best friend's wishes, Elric whispered to him, "Well, at least, let's see how it sounds." Sean then raised his hand and channeled mana into the academy symbol printed on the map. The stream of mana channeled into the academy symbol immediately formed a sphere emitting a brilliant glow. The sphere moved to the center of the map, its halo of light spreading wider and drawing both of them into a virtual space. In the blink of an eye, Sean and Elric appeared amidst a starry sky. Below them was a simulated image of the circled spot on the map. Elric thoughtfully analyzed, the fissure formed due to the collision of 2 tectonic plates. And a large amount of mana poured out of the fissure. Elric continued to judge, with this much, it must have been accumulating for at least 100,000 years. No wonder you thought the dragon lair was here. Suddenly, he turned to Sean and asked, "But, what are the 3 principles of mana flow?" Sean glared at Elric, "Are you kidding me?" Elric then teasedly nudged Sean, "Of course you should know these basic things, right, assistant professor?" Despite his frowning face, Sean patiently answered Elric, "From high to low. From wide to narrow. And the final principle is from hot to cold." Then, Elric started to explain his deduction. With those principles, anyone would be certain that the dragon lair is in this location, but Because of the large amount of magma flowing through the fissure, mana doesn't accumulate here, therefore, dragons cannot live here. Sean looked in the direction Elric was pointing and exclaimed in disbelief, "No, that's impossible." Just as Elric said, beneath this continental shelf is a stream of magma boiling violently every second. Sean looked towards the distance, where the lava was gushing out, and exclaimed, "It's a Kron volcano." Elric nodded, "That's right, the magma from a Kron volcano flows under the continental shelf." Sean was still unconvinced and continued to argue, but we detected the mana wavelength of a dragon in this area, how can the dragon lair not be there? Elric calmly replied to Sean, "I didn't say there wasn't a lair." His sudden change of face, like flipping a pancake, left Sean full of question marks. He looked at Elric in confusion. "What?" Elric said with a sly smile, "There definitely is a lair." He then pointed to a spot on the map, not far from the red circle, here, in the Karagul cave. On the map, the distance between the fissure and the cave seems close, but in reality, the cave is located in a desolate and less noticed area. Often in such locations, there are many hidden mysteries and valuable treasures that not everyone can think of, and Elric is one of the few who can spot the special point there, he confidently said. "It's definitely there." Sean then went straight to the headmaster's office, his heart pounding with anxiety. How could he explain this to his superior? He was about to knock, but hesitated. Sean clicked his tongue and thought to himself, maybe I should pretend to be stupid. If I make the headmaster angry, I'll be fired. Sean couldn't stop weighing his options, but what if what Elric said was true? The thought of it reminded him of a night not long ago. That night, Sean was walking down the corridor of the magic practice area when he suddenly heard a commotion from the training room. Sean peered inside and was surprised. "Elric, what are you doing in the training room alone?" Elric replied in a voice laced with anger and bitterness, his mind seemingly clouded. "I have to use magic, sister, father, expulsion, become number one, bring honor to the family, by any means necessary." Elric's voice grew increasingly agitated. "Damn it, magic blockage." Recalling Elric's painful and bitter expression, Sean no longer hesitated. If it was true, that son of a bitch could cure magic blockage. Immediately, Sean slapped himself to encourage himself. If that's the case, I'm his friend, I have to help him. Sean, without further hesitation, strode into Headmaster Barracks's office and mustered his courage to raise the issue of the Dragon Lair map. In response, a gruff, harsh voice boomed, "Well, what are you saying? My research report is wrong." Barracks raised his eyebrows, staring at Sean with suspicion and a hint of threat. Sean stammered, his anxiety palpable. "No, not exactly. But I wanted to ask for your opinion because there might be." Barracks interrupted Sean abruptly, his voice firm and unwavering. "Sean, I don't understand why you're drawing such a conclusion, if you can't convince me. Even if you are the son of the Nemister family. I won't let this slide," Barracks sternly warned Sean. The aura emanating from him was utterly overwhelming, leaving Sean shocked. His mana was so strong, it was truly the power of a 7th-rank mage. At that moment, the door burst open, shattering the oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating Sean. It was Elric, nonchalantly barging into the headmaster's office without even bothering to knock. As soon as Sean saw Elric, he exclaimed in panic, Are you crazy? What are you doing here?" Ignoring Sean's question, Elric calmly bowed in the manner of a gentleman, but his smile was laced with a touch of mockery. "Greetings, Headmaster, forgive my intrusion." Barracks, of course, noticed Elric's flippant attitude. "Oh, look at him," he thought to himself. Barracks furrowed his brow and questioned Elric. "Elric Melvinger, was this conclusion drawn from your opinion?" Elric answered without a shred of fear, "Yes, indeed." Barracks cracked a sly smile and said, "I commend you for your insightful observation and clear understanding. It's hard to believe a student could come up with this, but there's no evidence, just speculation, perhaps." Elric gave a mocking laugh and looked up at Barracks with a challenging expression. "What? This is basic knowledge even a 3-year-old knows, and you need evidence." Elric's words darkened the headmaster's face, but he didn't hold back, staring at Barracks with a provocative gaze. As the tension escalated, Sean felt like he was about to cry. He cursed in his heart, "Is this guy crazy? Why are you provoking him? You're a demon. You came here to help me. You might as well be here to kill me." The headmaster suddenly burst into laughter. "Basic knowledge, ha ha." Barracks continued his mocking laughter and looked at Elric with disdain. "I'm speechless, all I can do is laugh, a little shrimp who can't even condense his mana." Elric stared intently at him. "Are you saying my speculation is wrong?" Barracks replied with a sarcastic tone. "Pfft, yeah, some people just get lucky." He bluntly disparaged Elric. "You trash, always running your mouth without knowing your place, just like you." Elric remained strangely calm in the face of Barrax's taunts. The headmaster narrowed his eyes at Elric and unexpectedly changed his tone. But as a professor, I can't ignore a student's opinion. He fixed his gaze on Elric's chest and suggested, right, you. Why don't you make a bet with me? Barrax smirked, his smile clearly revealing some insidious plot. Elric calmly asked, a bet, what kind of bet? Barrax answered in a deep voice, I'll prepare everything you need to form an expedition team, just tell the financial department what you require. He couldn't hide his excitement as he laid out the condition, in return, if you fail, the Melvinger family heirloom will be mine. Elric didn't hesitate for a moment before accepting the bet. Immediately afterwards, Elric and Sean were funded for the expedition. Even after they were seated in the carriage, Sean still couldn't understand Elric's actions. He shouted in anger, are you stupid? Despite Sean's trembling rage, Elric continued to read nonchalantly, my ears are bleeding, dude, tone it down a bit. Elric calmly swung his legs and reassured Sean, it's fine, they said they wouldn't bother us if I found the dragon's lair. Sean, his eyes blazing with anger, snatched the book from Elric's hand. Elric continued to look at his friend with innocent eyes. Hey, it's getting to the good part, don't snatch my book. Sean yelled angrily, what if you can't find it? Your family heirloom will be taken away, you idiot. Sean pointed at the necklace on Elric's chest and reminded him loudly, that pendant. It's only given to the head of the Melvinger family. However, Elric showed no signs of worry. He chuckled and said, he's always wanted to get his hands on that pendant, hasn't he? Sean was about to explode, you're still laughing. Don't you understand the situation? Elric let out a happy laugh and looked at Sean, thanks, at least, you're always by my side. Seeing Elric's face full of trust directed at him, Sean sighed in sorrow and lowered his voice to say, you know that my life will also be ruined if we don't find the right cave, right? So what's the plan? Only now did Elric agree to sit down and seriously talk to Sean. My friend, do you really think that Elric Melvinger would accept a bet just because he was provoked? Sean was stunned. What? Elric replied with a sinister smile, if he dares to covet the Melvinger family's heirloom, at least he has to bet, his life might just be enough. Sean broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Elric's sinister smile. He thought to himself, I almost forgot, this guy has two nicknames. One is the shame of the Melvinger family. And the other is, the most terrifying person in the Melvinger family. People say that the line between genius and madness is a thin thread. Facing the genuine madman in front of him, Sean sighed inwardly. The more he looked at Elric, the more Sean's head ached, and he muttered, damn it, he's at it again. Sean's mind involuntarily recalled the time when he was still a student. This was a memory he didn't even want to remember. It happened 7 years ago, in the magic training room of the academy. All the students, whether strong or weak, had created their own magic circles. Elric, who was 15 at the time, was the only one who couldn't create his own magic circle. As Elric sat dejectedly in a corner, a sarcastic voice pierced his ears, are you sure you're a Melvinger? A few older students stood in front of Elric, taunting him, the Melvingers are so famous, yet you can't even do this simple thing. Seeing Elric not reacting, the leader of the bullies, Rivern, sneered and continued to mock him, you must have been picked up from some back alley by the head of your family. They all laughed in amusement, ha ha ha, stop, it's so funny. Elric remained silent. When the three bullies turned away, Elric calmly stood up, he muttered to himself, TSK, am I not unlucky? Oh, of course I am, Elric thought as he grabbed a crystal ball. Without hesitation, he slammed the ball directly into the head of the bully Rivern, who had just insulted him. To the astonishment of the other bullies, Elric calmly thought to himself, but it's their bad luck for messing with me. Elric happily watched the bully lay unconscious with a broken head. In his hand, he still held the blood-stained crystal ball, like a firm declaration to deter anyone who dared to act so foolishly. Then, naturally, Elric was summoned to the Academy's disciplinary meeting. He calmly explained, that kid from the commander of the Empire family dared to slander me, the Duke's family head. So I punished him according to the law of the Empire. Is there a problem? Elric answered the disciplinary board's questioning without changing his expression. Elric's arrogant attitude was a thorn in the eyes of the disciplinary board and the family of the beaten boy. However, they couldn't do much because this was the first time he had hit someone, and it was for a valid reason according to Imperial law. In the end, Elric was only suspended for a few days because, according to the Academy's rules, all students are equal. However, after that day, no one dared to touch him again. Remembering the arrogant and crazily unpredictable nature of his friend, Sean could only sigh and rub his forehead to relieve the headache. By chance, his eyes fell on the cover of the book he had just snatched from Elric. Sean immediately exclaimed, "Hey, Are you crazy? Elric nonchalantly replied. I told you not to shout anymore, you might get high blood pressure. Sean nervously held up the book and asked, This is a forbidden book, have you run out of things to read? Elric chuckled and replied, Exactly, if I get caught, I'll be roasted alive. Sean lowered his voice and handed the book back to Elric. You're really crazy. Sean curiously asked Elric, What are you planning to do with learning the Beast King's body enhancement technique? Elric slowly explained, Oh, I'm just wondering if this can help me cure my magic blockage. When the Beast King invaded the Empire with his Beastman army, we faced many difficulties because this technique helped him enhance his physical abilities. After the war ended, this technique disappeared because the Empire had driven out all the Beastmen and built a wall to prevent them from returning. Sean frowned and wondered, but the scholars have failed to recreate this technique. Elric said, I've recreated it, but I don't know how it will transform my body. Sean shouted again, You've recreated it. As soon as he finished asking, Sean regretted it. He grimaced and said, Never mind, I'm too shocked, I might have a heart attack. Mr. Elric, do whatever you want. Just then, the carriage suddenly shook violently and abruptly stopped. Elric and Sean poked their heads out of the carriage and asked, What happened? Why did the carriage stop? River's voice sounded, Hello Elric, long time no see. Elric replied nonchalantly, I didn't think I'd see you guys. Sean angrily asked, Why are you here? Rivern, now a senior researcher at the Uston Academy Research Institute, smirked at Sean and said, Why? Because we love our classmates so much. Elric glared at them and shouted, You dogs. Rivern stammered in fear, what? No longer daring to be disrespectful to Sean and Elric, Rivern quickly explained, The headmaster asked us to come and help. Elric immediately looked at the people behind them with wary eyes. Really, that's very kind of you. I remember I said we didn't need any help. Sean also saw the shady nature of these so-called helpers. He whispered to Elric, You can feel it, right? How many of them are hiding mana? Elric chuckled and replied, This is more like the headmaster barrack style. Elric suddenly unbuttoned his collar and told Sean, Don't worry, I've prepared for this. Sean was astonished and asked him, How did you get this? Elric just smirked without further explanation. Meanwhile, Headmaster Barracks was in a rage, shouting loudly, What? He took the breath of Gehenna and the heavenly armor. The head of finance department stammered, Because you told us to support him with everything we have. Barracks immediately interrupted him with a thunderous roar, You think it's okay to let a student borrow a level 4 magical artifact, which could turn a whole town to dust, especially that madman. Thanks to that, Elric now had the breath of Gehenna, a sphere that seals phosphorus flames, capable of burning any target to ashes. He also had the heavenly armor, which provides excellent resistance to both physical attacks and elemental magic. The headmaster almost had a heart attack, grumbling, Oh, I'm going crazy, get out, I don't want to see your face anymore. It seemed like the head of finance department was just waiting for that. He replied nervously, Yes, sir, then disappeared in a blink of an eye. Barracks sighed, If the other candidates find out about this, it will be a huge problem. He suddenly thought of something, Wait a minute. If that kid actually found the dragon's lair, he muttered while holding the report about the dragon's lair. Barracks pondered, Not bad, I guess that bloodline isn't just a rumor. He suddenly slammed the table in anger, I should replace this stupid research team. They dare call themselves scholars but don't even know basic things. Immediately afterwards, Barracks stopped and changed his attitude, No. He chuckled cunningly, Thanks to those fools, I'll have a chance to take possession of the necklace. Barracks put on a sinister and perverted expression, As long as I get it, I'm sure I'll become the next prime minister. He crumpled the map in his hand and sneered, Even if you win the bet. It only matters if you can survive. Looking at his face, it was enough to know that he was plotting a wicked scheme to harm Elric behind his back. No wonder he was so cautious. Soon after, the expedition team reached their destination. While Elric seemed indifferent, everyone else was focused on Sean. Sean was muttering runes. After a while, he shouted, searching for mana. At the same time, a stream of energy flowed into the crystal orb in his hand. The light from the orb spread wider and wider. Just a few seconds later, a giant beam of light emerged from behind the distant hill, as if piercing the sky. Sean's eyes widened as he glanced at the beam. Elric was right. The people from the research institute also looked up with wide eyes. It's really here. Only Elric remained calm as if nothing had happened. I knew it. He suddenly shouted, Everyone, we have to move quickly before the beam burns out. Immediately, Sean hugged Elric tightly and said, Hey, even if you're embarrassed, hold on tight. And then, Sean and Elric flew into the sky using Sean's speed spell. The support team was still stunned when they were left behind. Rivern shouted in panic, "Hey, what about us?" It took a long time for those from the research institute to catch up with Sean and Elric. Rivern gasped, "Please wait, you're making us tired." However, as they looked up at the beam of light, they were stunned. "Huh, why, no, what's here?" The three of them began to complain and sarcastically mock Elric. "There's nothing here, not even a cave. Didn't you say the entrance to the cave would be here? I knew it, Melvinger always brings bad luck." Rivern stroked his chin and nodded. "Well, that's good." He chuckled smugly, muttering to himself, "Now I can go ahead and see what's in your skull, right? Someone has to pay for this mistake." Suddenly Elric shouted, making Rivern jump, "Sean, look over there." Elric excitedly asked Sean, "Can you create a big hole here?" Sean was immediately enthusiastic, "Leave it to me." Then, Sean concentrated his mana into his hand. He raised his hand, accumulating a large amount of mana while muttering incantations. Sean's eyes shone brightly like fire, blazing. He created a giant fireball and launched it straight down at the ground where Elric had just pointed. A loud bang echoed, and powerful shockwaves shook the ground. The ground cracked and quickly collapsed. The explosion left before the expedition team a giant, dark hole, bottomless. Elric calmly said, "Found it." One of the researchers exclaimed in astonishment, "What? How is that possible?" Another one looked worried. "If it's the worst-case scenario, there might be a dragon." Right then, a huge flow of mana erupted from the newly created hole. While the support team was panicking in fear, thinking the dragon was about to emerge, Elric remained calm and raised his hand to command them. He said sternly, "Don't panic, it's just the compressed mana released when I created the hole." Elric stared at the hole with a surge of excitement. "Everyone, come in." Elric eagerly went straight into the dark hole. The others rushed to call out to each other, "Everyone, quickly follow Elric, wait for us." The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the terrifying sound of wind whistling through the stalactites hanging from the cave's ceiling grew louder. After a while, Rivern complained, How come it's so cold here? Even with my spell, it's not getting any warmer." Suddenly, Elric stopped and glared with a look of vigilance. Sean asked Elric, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Elric replied, confused, "No, it's just that I felt a chill run down my spine." Sean blew warm air onto his hands and said, "Maybe you're just feeling too cold. I think I'm about to get sick." Elric pondered for a moment then nodded, "You're probably right." He didn't notice his heirloom pendant glowing brightly, as if reacting to something inside the cave. While the expedition team ventured deeper into the cave, in the deepest, darkest corner, the Demon King, imprisoned within the rock walls, suddenly had his eyes light up. The Demon King grinned maliciously, "You're here, I've been waiting for you." After a while, Elric's group found themselves facing a massive stone door. Even Elric was astonished. "Wow, that's impressive." Everyone was overwhelmed and somewhat disappointed to see the heavy door in front of them. This is a door." The support crew immediately started discussing how to open the door. The strong ones quickly gathered together. "Let's all push it together." "No, just break it with magic." "What are you saying?" "Of course, we need to use it." The lively discussion was interrupted by Elric's yell, "Everyone, stop." Elric sighed and muttered a curse under his breath. "You idiots." He pointed at the door and said, "Can't you see the dragon seal on the door?" Elric said with heightened vigilance, "I don't know what will happen if we touch it." Rivern thought to himself with resentment, "He's always trying to show off, it's so annoying." He glanced at Elric and sarcastically said, "Yeah, sure, you're great, I get it." Everyone discussed thoroughly, "So, when we try to open the door, let's stay away from it." Rivern, useless as he was getting ready to play a prank. He leisurely walked closer to the door and stared curiously at the chunk of gold attached to it. "What's this?" Elric was explaining the plan to everyone. "Make sure no one acts alone from now on. I don't know what could happen if he stopped talking and his instincts told him to look back at the door." Rivern was fiddling with his hands, getting ready to touch the door. "What is it made of? Is it gold?" Seeing this, Elric yelled in alarm, "Don't touch it." Rivern jumped and turned to look at Elric. "What?" But his hand had already touched the door. Suddenly, a fire ignited under Rivern's feet. He stumbled backward in panic and screamed, What's this?" Elric angrily shouted, "I just told you." At the same time, the ancient writing on the door started to glow, confusing the entire expedition team. "What's going on? What's wrong with that door?" Elric shouted a warning to everyone, "Be careful, it's a trap." Immediately after, a series of fireballs appeared from nowhere, attacking them. Screams and explosions erupted together. "Everyone, shield yourselves." "Oh my god, what is happening?" Sean activated his shield to protect Elric and anxiously asked him, "Elric, what should we do now? Do something." Elric was also flustered. "I'll try to decipher this record first." Amidst the urgent screams and explosions, he tried to calm himself. "Stay calm." Elric thought to himself, "This is just a situational test." Yes, just imagine this is a situational test. Elric began to decipher the ancient writing on the door. He was filled with determination and said to himself, "I will definitely find a solution to this. I trust myself, just like I always have." Elric diligently wrote and wrote, trying to ignore the screams around him. In such a critical situation, his composure was truly amazing. In less than a minute, Elric ran over and placed his hand on the orb on the door. He whispered to himself, "Just a little more, just don't make any mistakes." He immediately chanted the spell he had deciphered. Elric closed his eyes tightly and prayed, "Please, I beg you." After the spell was chanted, the light on the door gradually softened and the fireballs quickly disappeared. Everyone exclaimed in amazement and relief. It stopped. Sean collapsed to the ground, out of breath and exhausted. "I thought I was going to die." Elric rushed to Sean's side. "Sean, are you okay?" Sean chuckled. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." The others around them were busy providing first aid to those who were injured. "Wait a minute, the wounds will heal quickly. What just happened took years off my life. You seem fine, though." Sean grinned and glanced at Elric. "You jerk, you're really something, aren't you?" Elric replied smugly, My power, you bastard." The entire cave shifted from a state of intense heat back to its original icy state. No, it was even colder now. Suddenly, there was a faint cracking sound from the cave ceiling, making the expedition team a little anxious. The sound, as if something was breaking, grew louder and louder. Suddenly, an icicle flew toward the hand of someone in the expedition team, piercing it. His arm was crushed in the horrified shock of everyone. The entire expedition team immediately panicked and scrambled. "Hey, are you okay? What the heck? What happened?" Elric also looked up at the cave's ceiling in shock. Seeing dozens of icicles falling down on them like rain, Elric stood there for a moment. Damn it. Sean immediately activated a shield to protect himself and Elric. The mages in the group also simultaneously raised their shields to defend themselves. Elric quickly grabbed his paper and pen. Damn it, again. He once again dived into deciphering the remaining glowing texts on the door. In such terrifying moments of crisis, his mind still worked quickly, the words flowing out like a stream. The icicles fell down more and more, heavier and heavier. Sean was starting to run out of energy and urged, "Elric, hurry up." Elric was almost completely immersed in the contents of the ancient text on the door. In a moment of inspiration, he even saw the legendary ice dragon. It was only a moment, but Elric seemed to have been transported to an ancient land. And there was the appearance of the ice dragon, the origin of magic. After that moment of enlightenment, Elric had awakened and deciphered the door. He immediately shouted, "Sean, accelerate." Sean quickly assisted Elric in launching himself towards the door with an acceleration spell. When Elric was only a few steps away from the door, Sean was almost out of energy and cried out, "I can't anymore, it's too hard." The icicles had grazed Elric's entire body, leaving him with scratches all over. Just as Elric lunged forward, trying to reach the door, dozens of icicles were aiming straight at him. He was forced to use his final protective move, arming. Seeing the brilliant golden light enveloping Elric's entire body, Rivern shouted in shock, "No, I can't believe it. Could it be? How did he get it?" The moment Elric stretched out towards the door, ignoring everything else, an icicle pierced his stomach. But thanks to the protection of the Celestial King armor, the icicle shattered before it could injure Elric. And thanks to that, Elric managed to touch the orb on the door. Elric recited the incantation and muttered to himself, "This time, for sure." Meanwhile, the icicles were still fiercely attacking Sean. Sean no longer had the strength to maintain the shield, and a sharp block of ice was aiming straight at the back of his neck. Just then, Elric finished chanting the incantation and a dazzling aura was spreading out. The icicles immediately shattered. Looking up at the door, which no longer had any glowing characters, Elric sighed with relief. The trap, it's gone. Elric sat down, panting, "Phew, I thought I was going to die. My expensive clothes are all torn, damn it." Everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief, as no one in the entire group had to die. The heavy door automatically opened. Elric was the first to see inside the enormous treasury. He opened his eyes wide with excitement. The whole expedition team, "Help the injured and let's go inside." Stepping inside, everyone was fascinated by the treasure trove, not only gold, silver, and jewels, but also ancient books and documents, and rare magical artifacts. The members of the expedition team split up to explore the treasury. Wow, so many magical artifacts. Look over there, it's armor made from dragon scales. Amazing, all of them are ancient books passed down. Seeing everyone so happy, Elric couldn't help but smile. After all, they are mages, aren't they? Suddenly, a member of the team patted Elric on the shoulder and said, "You're amazing, Captain." Elric looked at him with wide, surprised eyes. It was the first time he had received recognition from another mage. Elric looked a little confused as the friendly guy turned and walked away. Sean excitedly put his arms around Elric's neck. "You dog, what did you just do?" Elric proudly boasted, "Who got a perfect score on the theory exams? Huh, I just imagined it like a test, then solved it using spatial geometry, and then used elemental theory." In the middle of rambling about his talent, Elric suddenly stopped. A glimmer of doubt flashed in his head. "Wait, test, something feels off. It's like I was given practice questions before the exam." The more Elric thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss, but he couldn't say exactly what it was. Seeing Elric suddenly fall silent, Sean looked at him curiously. "Hey, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Elric awkwardly shook his head. Nothing." Sean grabbed Elric's shoulder. "On a day as great as this, you have to smile." Sean said in an even more excited voice than Elric, "From now on, no one will be able to ignore you or your prestigious magical family anymore." Elric looked at Sean blankly and thought to himself, "Well, even though I have this feeling that something is still bothering me. But I'll just enjoy this moment, I've achieved freedom." Thinking that, Elric smiled happily. Meanwhile, Rivern was sneaking away in a corner of the treasury and using a crystal orb to contact the headmaster. After a while of exchanging information, the Rivern smirked sinisterly with a sinister plot already planned. A moment later, a big guy in the expedition grabbed Elric, the captain's hand. Pulling Elric along, he said, "There's a laboratory here too, hurry up." Without any suspicion, Elric replied, "All right." Sean excitedly followed Elric, proudly clicking his tongue. "Well, Elric's all grown up now, he even got promoted to team leader, I should stick with them." Suddenly, Rivern rushed towards them. "Sean, there's a dragon skeleton behind the treasure mountain." Sean excitedly turned towards Elric and shouted, "What, a dragon, Elric?" But Rivern stopped Sean just as he was about to run over and tell Elric the exciting news. Rivern urged Sean seriously, "He'll be there later, let's go." As if possessed, Sean listened to Rivern and followed him. Upon reaching the dragon skeleton, Sean exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this size, this must be the Dragon King." Rivern, while talking, kept glancing around nervously, as if afraid of something. "Yeah, it seems it's been here for over 4,000 years. Sean didn't know that Elric was being beaten to a pulp by those guys at that moment. He had been robbed of his precious armor and collapsed onto the ground. "You bastards." Elric glared angrily at them, thinking to himself, "Damn, I was too excited and let my guard down. The guy who pretended to be friendly before put on a facade of innocence. We have no ill intentions, we like you, but work comes first." Suddenly, Sean felt a tinge of doubt. "Hold on, Rivern." Sean's questioning gaze made Rivern nervous. He stammered, what's wrong, Sean?" However, Sean looked towards the dragon skeleton and said, "This thing just now, didn't it move?" While Elric was cornered, he overheard the voices of other members of the expedition. "Where are the others?" Elric glanced over and saw two people chatting not far from him. "They're probably taking their time exploring." What is it? I've never seen this before." Where, let me see." He immediately called out, "Help," but the sound was cut short by the rough hand of the long-haired mage. He squeezed Elric's throat, making him suffocate. As Elric was about to lose consciousness, he helplessly berated himself. "Damn, I shouldn't have trusted anyone, after coming all this way." But, for some reason, the long-haired mage didn't strangle Elric to death. He released his grip and used a fireball, a very clumsy move. Usually, guys who act this stupidly don't live long. As expected, after Sean's shout, everyone moved away, and then they saw a freezing cold wave of air, like an Arctic blizzard, engulf the long-haired mage who loved to show off. The horrifying scene caused Elric's eyes to widen in shock. What the hell? At Elric's feet, only the stiff, frozen hand of the mage lay limp. Elric was stunned for a moment, still not comprehending what had happened. All he saw was that the entire treasure room had turned a bluish hue, as if it was in an ice cave. Suddenly, screams of terror echoed, causing Elric to turn his head quickly. Rushed footsteps pounded towards Elric. Dragon, help me." Elric looked behind Sean and Rivern in terror. The 1,000-year-old dragon skeleton was coming to life. majestically stomping on the mountains of gold, silver, and jewels. Its eyes blazed like accumulated thunder and lightning, and its mouth was gathering energy for its next attack. Elric's inner voice screamed, "Oh my god, we're dead." Elric's mind suddenly went blank because of an unexpected event. He stood there, frozen, watching the dragon shake the entire cave. At that moment, the dragon spread its wings and roared, causing the cave ceiling to tremble violently. The air grew heavy and tense like never before. In that instant, Elric involuntarily shuddered. A string of thoughts about their quest for the dragon's lair ran through his mind. Let's find that cave, Elric, this is a test. Just find the cave. And avoid the dragon to survive. But, how did it turn into this? The next second, Elric's mind raced, full of calculations and thoughts. The magic from the dragon's tongue is still just magic. Dragons are truly incredible. Is the casting time delayed? What's the source? Sean is safe. Stupid Rivern. No, even so, the magic energy expenditure is still too great. With his incredibly sharp mind and extraordinary calculating ability, Elric quickly came up with a solution. Alright, if I want to do this in one go, I need less time to prepare. At this point, Elric's urgent shout woke the group and gathered them in one place. Expedition team, set up a defensive barrier and take it down together. The academy had trained its students to prepare for such unexpected situations, providing basic military tactical training. As a result, the entire group was able to move quickly according to ingrained habit. Shields, everyone hold your positions. The mages gathered in the center, with shield bearers surrounding them, forming a square with 2 solid layers of shields. As soon as the defensive formation was set up, the dragon fired a giant energy beam towards them. Elric shouted, signaling everyone to be ready. It's coming. Thanks to the 2 solid layers of shields, the dragon's attack was blocked. However, after a while, the magical shield began to crack. Obviously, they couldn't hold back the dragon's millenniums of power for long. Elric mentally calculated, this attack will last for 20 seconds. If we can block it, we'll have a chance. As the cracks on the magical shield widened, Sean tried to encourage his teammates. Everyone, hang in there. Meanwhile, Elric quickly glanced towards the gate behind them and continued to strategize. He mentally calculated, it will take about 17 seconds to reach the gate. If I can close the gate in 3 seconds, we'll all survive. But, just as the dragon's attack was about to end, another horrifying event occurred. The edge of the shield couldn't withstand the dragon's continuous attacks, and some of the team were blown away by its breath. Even their bones turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Many of the remaining members of the group were trembling with fear and cursing, an understandable reaction as their comrades, who had been laughing and talking with them moments ago, were now dead before their eyes. Many in the group were experiencing an intense fear that not only froze their bodies but also made their hearts contract. Truly, the dragon's ability was to strike fear into all creatures within a certain area, marking its presence to gain a tactical advantage. Fortunately for them, their captain was Elric, a man with enough patience and composure to count down the seconds until the dragon's attack was about to end. He shouted, awakening their will, now, run. Taking advantage of the moment when the dragon was gathering its strength for its next attack, the entire group ran frantically towards the gate, shouting to each other to speed up. If the dragon catches them, they'll be finished. Elric, along with everyone else, ran without looking back. He was sure in his heart, good, if they keep this up. However, his intuition told him something was wrong. Elric looked up at the cave ceiling and his smile suddenly faded. A crack, something was appearing amidst the stalactites. Just a second later, the comrade running next to Elric had his head severed. His blood splattered on Elric's face, leaving him shocked and horrified. Not only that, another headless corpse flew past Elric's head, with blood spraying everywhere. Elric's eyes bulged out in front of the horrifying sight. No, it can't be. From the cave ceiling, they descended before their eyes, skeletal figures, dry and black, with their hands firmly holding spears and shields. They were legendary entities protecting the dragon, Spartoi, those who were not afraid of death because they were already dead. Facing those grotesque guardians with their deadly smiles promising a bloody storm sweeping through the place, even Elric, who was usually good at keeping his composure, was now 3 parts panic and 7 parts terrified. While Elric was still standing there in a daze, a fireball flew past his shoulder. The fireball immediately pushed back and incinerated the skeletal figure that had been standing before Elric. This time, it was Sean's shout that awakened Elric. Hey, Elric, let's take them down together. After throwing the fireball to protect Elric, Sean was distracted and almost hit by the spear of a Spartoi. However, thanks to his good fighting skills, he quickly dodged it. Amidst the shouts for help from his comrades, Elric had to calm himself down and regain his composure. He had to come up with a way. Elric cheered himself up. The only one who could do it was himself. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to reason. If this wasn't a test, they would have been dead long ago without a chance to resist. The owner of this nest must be a dragon king, which means that the power it possessed when it was alive was comparable to the power of a god. At that level, it could have wiped out all invaders with just one breath. But it didn't do that. All it was doing was running around like a hungry beast. Elric was almost certain that this meant there was another reason behind it, but they were only acting on their instincts. Okay, every problem has a solution. While Elric was concentrating all his brainpower on finding a solution, the pendant he wore around his neck suddenly glowed brightly. Suddenly, it seemed like a sound of metal scraping against metal came from somewhere in his head. At the same time, Elric could feel the world around him spinning wildly. It even gave him a headache so bad that he thought his brain would explode, a feeling that something solid was breaking. After that deafening sound ended, the headache subsided. Elric immediately opened his eyes and was astonished by what he saw. As if the outer shell that formed the world had been forcibly peeled away, Elric could see its inner structure, clear down to the smallest detail. All the light, darkness, and color disappeared, leaving only thick and thin lines. He was amazed and wondered, why does everything look like this? He could see lines intertwined like a spider web everywhere. Even the sounds around Elric completely disappeared. He could only look at Sean's face and guess that Sean was trying to say something, but he couldn't hear anything. For a moment, Elric felt like he was deaf. He strained to hear and asked Sean again, "What?" Sean shouted again, "Dodge." Elric gasped and turned his head back. A Spartoy was charging at him. In some miraculous way, Elric dodged the skeletal figure's lightning-fast attack with ease. Even Elric was surprised by that. I dodged it." The Spartoid continued to stab again, aiming at Elric's right side, but once again, he gracefully dodged the spear. The feeling of being able to see through the Spartoid's movements gave Elric an indescribable feeling of excitement. This wasn't imagination. He could see them, where it was going, how he needed to dodge. He saw everything. Elric excitedly continued to use his ability to read his opponent's movements and whispered to himself, "I can see where you will attack. If that's the case, I'll be safe, as long as I follow those bright spots." Elric quickly realized that the key was in the most densely interwoven intersections of the network before him. However, he still hesitated. What if this was a trap? At this moment, Sean and the members of the expedition team were all badly injured. They were almost exhausted. Seeing this, Elric did not dare to hesitate any longer. He muttered to himself, "No, I don't have time to think anymore. If things continue like this, they will all die in vain." After dodging several Spartoi attacking him simultaneously, Elric immediately ran towards the bright spots in the network that only he could see. As he ran, he shouted, "Everyone, follow me." Sean didn't know what Elric was looking at on the ground, but he assumed that Elric had figured something out this time, so he quickly urged the group to follow. "Hurry up, everyone." The others had seen Elric's talent many times, so they quickly followed him without hesitation. Elric took a deep breath and told himself, "Let's go, to where my eyes can see." Elric led the expedition team and directed them to run left, dodge right, crouch, and jump again. He could even tell Sean to throw fireballs at the right time. Everyone struggled to follow Elric and escaped the encirclement of the Spartoi. They continued to run towards the gate with all their remaining strength. "We're almost at the exit, just a little bit more." The first people to run out of there shouted with joy, "We made it." Elric was happy. "Good, we're all alive, we just need to close that door." Just as Elric was about to reach for the mechanism to close the gate, he heard a moan behind him, "Someone, help me." Elric stopped because he recognized the voice of the one begging for his help, the damned Rivern. In that moment, Elric hesitated. Damn it, if he wants to close the door, he has to leave him behind. What should I do? This guy is such a nuisance. But, despite that, he couldn't let him die. In the end, Elric still didn't abandon Rivern. If he knew that Rivern was the leader of the group that wanted to kill him, would he be as merciful? As a Spartoi leapt towards Rivern, Elric reached out. In a blink of an eye, a deafening crashing sound echoed. It turned out that the sound was caused by the Spartoi hitting the invisible wall right at the gate. Elric said breathlessly, "It seemed they couldn't get through there." The Rivern was still shaking. I'm still alive." Sean immediately ran over and shouted, "Elric, are you crazy?" Elric laughed and argued, "It was the other guy's fault because his legs were so weak. Why did he scold me?" Sean heard that and wanted to get angry. The Spartoi who had been furiously pounding on the invisible wall just a moment ago, now silently turned and left. Seeing it give up on the chase so easily, Elric couldn't help but wonder, can they not get out? Elric looked up at the cave's ceiling and pondered, now I'm just thinking about this. Thanks to his open eyes, Elric could see signs of destruction above the cave. He wondered, have they been above us the whole time? Looking through the gate into the treasury, the dragon was still roaring wildly. It was only now that Elric had a chance to take a closer look at it. He quickly noticed something was stuck on the dragon's head. Looking closely at it, Elric was a little surprised. It's a spear. While Elric was standing there contemplating the dragon, another huge hole opened up in the cave ceiling. Rivern screamed in panic, the Spartoy are coming. Everyone panicked and scrambled to escape, only Elric remained standing rooted to the spot. In the midst of the crisis, Sean instinctively scanned the area for Elric and was shocked by what he saw. While everyone else was running outside, Elric alone turned back towards the treasury, and the giant door was slowly closing. Sean cried out in alarm, Elric, what are you doing? Elric responded to Sean with a cheerful face, as if nothing was happening. Go ahead. Sean ran at full speed towards the closing gate. Sadly, he was too late. He could only helplessly shout Elric's name. Sean pounded on the door frantically. Hey, you damned bastard, why won't this thing open anymore, Elric? Sean was angry and worried about Elric. It felt like he was seeing him for the last time. Unintentionally, he recalled the memories that started their beautiful friendship. 7 years ago, after Elric was suspended, Sean proactively approached him. You're Elric, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Sean Nemister, want to be friends? Elric was already bored with life, and then he was met with this guy who appeared out of nowhere, grinning foolishly, which made him even more annoyed. Elric coldly uttered a single word that shattered Sean's heart, scram. The next day, as usual, Elric stayed in the library until late at night and didn't want to go home. And Sean went to him again, offering his hand once more. Sean smiled friendly, let's be friends, but Elric still responded with indifference, get lost. For many days after that, Sean pursued the tactic of persistence over good looks. He trailed after Elric and suggested, want to be friends? Of course, Elric only responded with indifference, beat it. As days passed, the conversations between Sean and Elric became increasingly short. Be friends, scram, get lost. There was even a time when Sean hadn't even spoken a word yet when Elric threw the words at him, go away. Then, on a quiet night, the academy held a physical fitness test for the students. The professor declared, you must be truly tough to become a real magician. He also explained the rules of the test. You will be scored based on your order of completion, so work hard. However, if you use magic, you will be disqualified. After the professor's starting signal, the students immediately ran into the forest with their heads down. Everyone was pushing themselves to the limit, racing through the forest as fast as they could. Out of all the students, Sean could be considered the one with the most outstanding physical abilities. He ran through the forest at full speed without even taking a breath, completely leaving his opponents behind. Sean continued to lead the group of students, and along the entire race he didn't encounter any obstacles. Reaching the middle of the forest, Sean slowed down slightly and looked back. Phew, probably halfway there already. Should I bring Elric along? While he was distracted, he accidentally tripped over a tree root that was protruding from the ground. As Sean's entire body tumbled through the air, he was still dazed and confused about what was happening. Sean continued to roll for several more turns due to momentum. And even worse, the place where he tripped was quite steep, causing his rolling speed to increase and making it impossible to stop on his own. Finally, Sean ended his fall halfway up a cliff, with his hands desperately gripping a ledge. Sean's entire body was dangling over the sheer cliff with no foothold to climb up. The several rolls on the ground earlier had caused Sean's head to be covered in blood and his body to be severely injured. He weakly cried out, "Is anyone there? Help!" At that moment, a few students approached Sean. Unfortunately for Sean, it was Rivern and his group. Instead of helping, they sneered, taunted, and provoked him. Use magic to climb up, what's the point of whining? After that, Sean was left on the cliff all night. He no longer had the strength to cry for help. How long has it been? I can't hold on anymore. In a moment of feeling helpless, Sean couldn't hold back his tears. I could die like this, even if I get disqualified. Should I use magic? Sean tried to hold onto the cliff with shaking fingers. If I'm eliminated, how will I ever see my dad again? Sean's fingers finally reached their limit. Sean could only curse bitterly, damn it. The moment Sean's hand left the ledge, someone's hand grabbed his wrist. Under the bright sunrise, Elric appeared like an angel saving Sean, trying to pull him up from the cliff. Elric clenched his teeth and put all his strength into holding on. A moment later, both of them safely left the steep cliff and sat panting. Sean urged Elric, "Go ahead, because of me you're late." Elric glanced down at Sean's swollen, dislocated foot. He didn't hesitate to help Sean and continue walking. Sean said grumpily to Elric, Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go first." Elric suddenly said, "You said you wanted to be my friend." Sean opened his eyes wide with emotion. He choked up and said to Elric, "You really?" Before Sean could finish his sentence, Elric let go of his overflowing emotions. "Forget it, give me some artifacts from your house." Elric smiled mischievously and teased Sean, "That's okay, right, we're friends." Sean angrily snapped, "This damn guy is trying to scam even your friends." Elric is casually making fun of Sean, "So I saved your life, at least I have to repay the favor, but, hair looking messy but still handsome, why don't you let your bangs down?" Sean grumbled grumpily, "Shut up, it's a matter of honor." Back to the present, the Spartoi had jumped down to attack them, but Sean was still standing outside the treasure gate and sadly scolding Elric, "This bastard, you're clearly weaker than me, and you still like to go out in the open." Hearing the pitiful screams of his teammates, Sean was forced to make a difficult choice. He shouted inside, "Elric, just wait a moment, I'll call the elders, or at least my father." Sean tried to rush out to confront the Spartoi in the hope of quickly breaking through the siege and looking for help, his heart silently praying for Elric, "Please, don't die." Elric also felt comforted when he heard those words, "Thank you, Sean, that's why, I can't let you get into danger." Elric immediately leaped from the ground and ran straight towards the dragon. He also had to face a group of Spartoi with murderous intent, but he confidently shouted, "Sean, who do you think Elric is?" Elric gracefully dodged and weaved through the Spartoi, avoiding all their attacks with just a few simple leaps. Just as Elric was dodging the Spartoi, the dragon spewed out massive streams of energy, flowing like waterfalls. In the moment when the dragon's energy seemed about to engulf Elric, he leaped up and shouted, "Arm!" In a blink of an eye, the dragon's energy was scattered and dispersed. Thanks to his protective armor, Elric was unharmed, and in his hand, he held Gehenna's breath, this fire-for-fire artifact. Elric muttered to himself, "This artifact should require mana to use." His eyes flashed with a murderous glint, "You want a taste of your own medicine." Elric thought to himself, "I will use my life force to replace mana." In a blink, the seal was broken, and a ferocious sulphurous flame erupted from within Gehenna's breath. It would burn brightly until its target turned to ashes, and it could never be extinguished by ordinary water. In the moment when the fire erupted with power, Elric felt heavily dizzy, as if the world was spinning. To activate Gehenna's breath, his life force was absorbed. For others, it would be like suicide, but luckily, Elric had only sacrificed about 5 years of his life thanks to careful calculation. The treasure vault was quickly devoured by the scorching flames. The immense heat swept away the Spartoi, and the dragon roared in fury. It targeted Elric and launched a massive blast of energy, but he easily dodged it. This whole ordeal was a test from the dragon, if I guessed correctly. The answer lies there. Elric looked up at the spear impaled on the dragon's head with unwavering belief. While the dragon was still gathering its energy, Elric jumped onto its head and confidently strode towards the spear. This spear is the key, and the answer to the test. Elric thought to himself, "If my answer is wrong, and this is just someone's prank, then I'm done for." As the remaining Spartoi eagerly jumped towards Elric, his gaze remained fixed on the spear with a strange delight. "I will never give up, because I am a Melvinger." Despite being surrounded and gripped by the Spartoi, Elric gathered all his strength and resolutely pulled out the long, heavy spear that had pierced through the dragon's skull. As the spear was pulled out, a blinding light spread, momentarily clouding Elric's mind. When he opened his eyes, Elric was stunned to find himself transported to a different dimension. He looked around in bewilderment and asked himself, What happened?" As Elric scanned his surroundings, he was overwhelmed by a panoramic scene. There was a dragon plunging towards the earth with a solemn expression, its massive form accompanied by a powerful storm of magical energy. Facing the dragon was a figure much smaller in stature. It must be the same dragon Elric had just faced in the cave, but its demeanor was completely different. It was arrogant and fierce, its eyes brimming with the proud gaze of a supreme being, seemingly dominating and ruling all. Elric's curiosity focused more on the one facing the dragon. Who is that? Elric squinted into the hazy darkness. He saw that this person seemed unusual, with a pair of horns and pointed ears. Suddenly, the strange figure turned towards Elric. Now he had the opportunity to get a good look at him, black hair and bloodshot eyes. In contrast, he had pale skin like a floating corpse. He looked weak, as if he would disappear under the dragon's stomping feet at any moment, but strangely, a mocking smile played on his lips. Elric felt fear taking over his mind, not fear of the dragon, but strangely, he was afraid of the eerie smile and the chilling feeling emanating from the other. Even though he had a tingling sensation running down his spine, Elric hadn't yet considered that the one in front of him was the Demon King. The dragon was roaring, its spread wings beating slowly yet creating swirling storms. Facing the dragon's immense power, the Demon King remained calm, raising his hand with a small mass of energy. He stood confidently, facing the dragon directly, with a fierce spirit. As he muttered incantations, the aura emanating from the Demon King grew stronger. A tremendous pressure weighed down on Elric as the two energies from the dragon and the Demon King battled. He curiously opened his eyes to look at the other, wondering, this Manhwa, an 8th grade mage? No. While Elric was still pondering, the Demon King and the Ice Dragon had exchanged several moves, and the Demon King was not at all inferior to the dragon. On the contrary, the dragon seemed powerless against his agility. Elric's eyes widened as he watched the Demon King charging towards the dragon's head with arrogance and bravery. A thought flashed through his mind, no, his power, it's much higher. In that brief moment, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. The ground beneath the dragon's feet cracked and caved in unexpectedly. The Demon King continued to charge forward with triumphant fiery eyes. Now Elric could clearly see his hand covered in fur, with sharp claws like a beast's. After a fierce battle unlike any seen before, with energy cleaving the ground, the Demon King ended it all by piercing through the dragon's head with a giant spear. The dragon struggled but finally lost its strength, and the victorious Demon King stepped on its head. The terrifying sight caused Elric's entire body to seem frozen for a moment. What the hell? After dealing with the dragon, the Demon King stood proudly on the head of his opponent, with the posture of a victor. The Demon King grinned wickedly and unexpectedly turned his crazed fiery eyes towards Elric. In a blink of an eye, a wave of dark energy suddenly appeared before Elric. He wanted to somehow escape the Demon King, but strangely, he couldn't move. It felt like his body was bound by something invisible, and the Demon King's chilling laughter echoed everywhere. Come here, merge with me. The Demon King suddenly stood in front of him, chuckling with glee. Then we will rule this world together, little human. Elric wanted to shout something, but strangely, he couldn't even make a sound, not even a whimper of fear. As Elric still stammered, unable to speak, a brilliant light shone upon his face. At this moment, the magical energy escaping from the dead dragon was rapidly turning into chains. The magical chains bound the Demon King's hands and feet, along with the dragon's roar, as if swallowing him. Demon King Mephistopheles. You must be buried here with me. The dragon sacrificed its soul and placed a powerful curse on the demon, sealing him in the bottomless pit. In that moment, Elric was terrified to realize that the mysterious figure was the Demon King, the ancestor of all demons, monsters, and extraterrestrial beings in the world. The Demon King tried to escape somehow, but the more he did, the stronger the chains became, binding him tighter. However, he laughed with a challenging voice to the dragon, Shaynark, even though I have been chained to you like this for 1,000 years. But this time, things have changed. When a quality vessel appeared before us, the demonic laughter of the Demon King echoed everywhere. The moment the Demon King's monologue ended, his body instantly shattered into streams of pitch-black energy, shooting straight towards Elric's body. The dark energy permeated every part of his body, eyes, nose, mouth. It felt like the demon was squeezing into every hole, even the pores. Elric writhed in pain. A vast amount of energy poured into that small body, making him feel suffocated. Elric bitterly realized that this wasn't the dragon's test, but a trap set by the Demon King from the start, and regret swelled within him, blaming himself for being blinded by the desire for the dragon's power. After a while of trying to resist in vain, Elric seemed to give up. As the Demon King's energy coursed through his body, it forced all the accumulated waste within him over the past 20 years to escape through his nostrils and pores. Elric numbly sank into anxiety. Will I die like this? He didn't realize that the mana from the dragon was also permeating his body at the same time as the Demon King's soul. However, a mana-blocked vessel like Elric couldn't contain so much magical power at once, so his joints constantly shattered and reassembled multiple times. The excruciating pain ran through his entire body, but in return, he was slowly becoming healthier. The Demon King was delighted to see Elric like that. He laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, Shaynark's mana is making the vessel's body stronger. That bastard only ever thought of tormenting me. Surely he never imagined that one day he'd help me like this. Lost in his joy, the Demon King didn't realize that even though Elric's body had no strength left to fight, his mind was still very strong. Countless memories flooded back in that moment of near death, and he muttered to himself, damn it, my father and all the members of the clan sacrificed their lives to repel the demons in the demon war. Then, both my parents had to face death. Only my sister and I are left. The royal family, the magic tower, and the vassal family, they all revealed their rotten nature. Even the one I trusted and relied on most at that time tried to take away what belonged to my sister and me. When we tried to protect them by begging him, "Boy, please." Even then, he showed no mercy and abandoned us, confronting those who betrayed and humiliated the clan. What can I do? The fast-forwarded footage replaying the bitter childhood full of resentment rushed back into Elric's mind like that, bringing with it chaotic emotions, sadness, pain, fear, but the strongest emotion of all was hatred. With his hatred overflowing, Elric silently reminded himself, "Damn it, no matter what, I will cure my mana blockage and restore the clan. Then I will make those traitors regret it." At this moment, the Demon King's soul was taking control of Elric's body, pushing his soul against the wall of a narrow space with no escape. Along with the increasingly frantic heartbeats, Elric's soul struggled to break free from the surrounding darkness. "No, I haven't even started yet, I can't end like this." Elric's soul was screaming, "I won't let you devour me like this, you damned bastard," and a miracle happened. A brilliant halo emanated from the pendant around Elric's neck, magic like the dawn, like light dispelling the darkness. Just like when Elric first opened his mind's eye, the secret function hidden in the heirloom until now was activated. Mysterious symbols appeared one after another. They looked like texts that were believed to have been written from ancient times, or symbols with some kind of symbolic meaning. The texts hovered above Elric's head in a swirling motion, then shattered into small pieces and landed on top of his head, and a mysterious voice echoed in Elric's mind, "I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future." With the powerful energy emanating from Elric, half of the Demon King's soul was suddenly pushed back out. The Demon King let out a deep, hoarse voice filled with anger. "What kind of power is this?" Elric's hand slowly reached out in front of the Demon King. Elric's immense energy relentlessly attacked the Demon King's soul, leaving him no time to react. Elric's eyes blazed with light and his face was covered with cracks. The mysterious voice continued to echo through the space. "Here, as per agreement, the first Demon King shall be devoured." Elric raised his hand to the sky and snapped his fingers. The overwhelming aura emanating from him suppressed all of the Demon King's dark energy. The Demon King, driven to despair and helplessness, screamed, "No, impossible, impossible." Immediately after that moment, the Demon King Mephistopheles collapsed like a sandcastle. With the disappearance of the Demon King, a tattoo gradually appeared on Elric's hand. A tattoo that reminded people of a wolf bearing its fierce fangs at its prey. It was so vivid that it looked as if a wolf would jump out from the back of his hand at any moment. As everything ended, Elric immediately fell into a coma, and in his hazy dream, he saw himself in a different indeterminate land with a transparent body like a wandering soul. "I am, where?" Elric vaguely saw a figure looming in the distance. "Who are you?" Elric couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, an old man or a young man. The only thing he could recognize was the symbol engraved on the back of the cloak, the seal of his clan. Elric wondered, "Why do you look so familiar?" The mysterious person calmly replied, "We are the first scholars to pursue the peak of magic." Elric felt uneasy. This voice, is it the one I heard before? The mysterious person continued to tell Elric about what happened a long time ago. However, those who fought for greater power brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We decided that we had to fix this, and to atone for our past. We created a society, on this world. Until now, the mysterious person finally revealed his face, with a face and hair somewhat resembling the current Elric. In front of Elric, a massive figure with large horns suddenly appeared. The awe-inspiring image made him wonder, what is that? A demon king? No, a demon lord. The mysterious person continued to tell Elric, it is a society that can purify demons at the root. The mysterious person raised his hand, revealing an arm with no clear shape, as if hidden within it was the entire universe with billions and billions of worlds similar to this one. The mysterious person declared with authority, "Destroying all the demons is our mission." At the same time, hundreds of dragons appeared in flocks from the sky and swooped down. The mysterious person continued to point his other hand towards the empty space on the opposite side. He said, however, the demons would never disappear completely, they would always reappear. This time, when the mysterious figure waved his hand, the ground shook and giants, the size of dragons, rose from the earth and roared. The mysterious figure showed Elric the strange creatures behind him and said, "You must continue to kill them, again and again, until then, the whole guild cannot be disbanded." Then, with the guiding hand of the mysterious figure, The fierce battle began. The mysterious figure was like a conductor holding the souls and the rhythm of the battle in his hands. The mystical creatures began to charge into battle against the demon lord under the command of the mysterious figure, as if they were his servants. The mysterious figure seemed to be lost in this unique performance in the world. The sky turned gray and lightning struck, a storm arose and a fierce fire erupted, shaking the earth several times, a great battle that could only be known in myths. The demon lord's eyes gleamed, and his hand grabbed the mysterious figure. The moment he saw the mysterious figure in imminent danger, Elric's vision suddenly blurred and his body was pulled back by some force. Elric woke up and shouted, "Watch out!" He stopped, bewildered, as he saw his own flesh and blood hand. At this time, Elric was in a cozy room with gentle sunlight shining through the window. Elric breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the horrifying scene he had just witnessed was just a nightmare. Elric quickly saw Sean sitting with his back to him. Elric called out, "Hey Sean," but Sean still didn't turn around to look at him and replied in a sharp tone, "What?" Elric raised an eyebrow curiously at Sean. "Are you crying?" Sean said with a stiff mouth. "Am I crying?" Sean secretly swore in his heart, "Damn it. Why did he wake up at this time? I'm so embarrassed." Elric already knew and still insisted on saying, "You must be crying." He even teased, "It's okay, you can cry. Now I remember, you cried when you were in the cave." Sean looked at Elric with a death stare. "You?" Seeing Sean getting tense, Elric immediately retracted his disrespectful mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry," but after that, there was still a loud bang echoing through the room. Elric got beaten up before he was willing to behave. He asked Sean, "But, did you bring the rescue team to save me?" Sean nodded. "Yes, you sick bastard," Elric said with a wronged look while applying a cold compress to his eye. "Can you use magic to heal this bruise instead of just giving me an egg?" Sean replied coldly, "You should be grateful that I'm still giving you something, you dog." Elric still hadn't learned his lesson and started to tease Sean. "You're the head of a clan, why do you keep calling me this and that?" Sean glared. "What did you say, you sick bastard?" Elric retracted his mouth again. "Huh, what? I didn't say anything." Sean glared at Elric. "Might as well say it now, if you play stupid like that again." Suddenly he noticed something unusual about Elric. He said doubtfully as if ordering him, "Wait, stand up." Elric sat up and asked, "What?" Sean shouted, "Shut up and stand up." Elric obediently followed Sean. He stood there with Elric and was a little surprised. You've grown taller." Sean told him, "Go look in the mirror." Even Elric was surprised by his current appearance. Elric widened his eyes in astonishment and wondered, what happened? Did my body change? Sean curiously asked Elric, "What happened? Tell me, what about the dragon?" Elric thought to himself, "Sorry Sean, I can't tell you yet," and Elric shyly told Sean, "Well, I'll tell you first when the time is right." Sean put his hand on Elric's shoulder and clicked his tongue. "Okay, Elric, I believe you have some kind of plan." Immediately after that, Sean looked sulky. "But seriously, this bastard, keeping secrets from me." Elric chuckled and begged him, "Don't be angry." Elric curiously asked Sean, "But, what about that cave?" Sean casually said while peeling an egg, "My clan will take over that place." Elric didn't think much about it and nodded, "You'll be busy excavating it." Sean immediately replied, "No, they will just guard it and not allow anyone to enter or exit." Elric exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why?" Sean said while chewing, "Because it belongs to you, the one who found it. They can't let anyone do whatever they want. According to the law of the Empire, the Dragon Cave will belong to the person who finds it, but, usually, large academies can fully claim the benefits by applying for permission to excavate." Sean chuckled, "Oh my god, the magic tower and the academy will go crazy trying to get into that place." Sean was suddenly startled by Elric's strange and affectionate gaze. "What are you looking at?" Elric sincerely said to Sean, "Thank you." He thought to himself, "I believe the Nemister clan also wants permission to excavate, but they still did this for me." Sean shyly avoided Elric's gaze. "This is too much, you clown, please don't talk like that." Finally, they bumped fists to ease the awkwardness. Sean chuckled, "You damn bastard." Elric immediately replied, "Thanks for the compliment, you sick bastard." Suddenly a thought flashed through Elric's mind. "Wait, damn it." He thought to himself, "This isn't the time for this. That old geezer must be looking for ways to get permission to excavate." Elric suddenly smiled maliciously. "He dared to try to finish me off." Elric's malicious smile immediately made Sean panic. "That guy, is he planning to play another crazy game? Whenever you smile like that, something is about to happen." Elric affectionately called, "Sean." A shiver ran down his spine. Sean broke out in a cold sweat and asked grumpily, "What are you going to do?" Elric leaned in close and softly asked, "I need a favor." Sean shouted in panic, "I'm not listening. I can't hear anything, Elric continued calmly. Please inform them that I have been seriously injured. Sean's face immediately turned sour. Damn it, I heard that. Meanwhile, outside the Royal Magic Hospital, the members of the Nemister family were guarding the entrance. They were lined up outside the hospital gates. The group of people from the Academy's headmaster came all the way here, but they weren't allowed in. Sir, can you repeat that? The spokesperson for the Nemister family, Carl Donitz, declared solemnly, Student Elric Melvinger is currently in a coma due to serious injuries sustained during his trip to the Dragon's Lair. Therefore, I urge you to leave. The nobles who were eager to get their hands on the Dragon's Lair immediately protested. I came all this way, and you're telling me to turn back. What about the right to excavate? Are you going to leave that cave empty? Carl turned his back and walked directly inside, ignoring the crowd shouting questions. Why is the Nemister family blocking the hospital entrance? Hey, stop right there. Elric stood inside the sick room, looking out and sneered. You fools. Just then, a Nemister family servant brought in a tray of food and politely said, Please have a rest, sir. After the servant left, Elric was alone in the room. He continued to look out at the hospital yard, lost in thought. Elric let out a sigh and suddenly spoke to the air. But hey, why don't you stop staring and say something already? How long are you going to keep scrutinizing me, Mephistopheles? Elric glanced at the empty space next to him. Only Elric could see half the Demon King's soul clinging to him. The demon snarled, Why don't you show some respect to the honorable king standing right in front of you? The great Demon King, Mephistopheles, who once plunged the world into chaos and danger. However, now he was just a wandering soul, dependent on Elric. Elric looked at the Demon King with disdain and replied, Maybe I should call you Feelies for short, huh? Elric then calmly dug a booger out of his nose and flicked it towards the Demon King, making him furious, but all the demon could do, being just an evil spirit, was roar and yell, You, die. The Demon King hit Elric with all his might, but it felt like a tickle. Elric scoffed, Ouch, a cotton ball massage might be better than you. Meanwhile, outside the Royal Magic Hospital, under the strict guard of the Nemister family, the nobles and Dean Barracks, the Academy's headmaster, finally left, dejected. Inside Elric's sick room, Carl Donitz, the spokesperson for the Nemister family, had just left. Elric was so alert that he only let out a sigh after clearly hearing Carl's footsteps disappear. He carefully placed his hand on his chest and muttered, In any case. Elric's heart seemed to be radiating a green glow. He thought to himself, Just as I thought, I wasn't imagining it. The dragon's heart, a source of absolute power from an ancient dragon. Elric pondered, the dragon clearly died after being pierced by the Demon King's spear. Could the dragon's heart inside me now be? No, something still feels different. He stroked his chin, pondering, I only have memories of the time when the Demon King tried to take over this body. Feeling uncomfortable, Elric glanced to the side. Stop staring at me and say something already. How long are you going to keep looking at me like that, Mephisto? The Demon King of Power, who plunged the world into fear and suffering, Mephistopheles, was now just a soul clinging to Elric. He replied with resentment, I believe I've told you not to call me that. In ancient times, when the gods ruled the world, the demon lord who symbolized darkness had 4 attendants. Finus, annihilation. Fornications, depravity. Est originale peccatum, the original sin. In the origin of the Demon King, Mephistopheles, the most powerful and supreme Demon King in legends, was now bound to Elric. With such a glorious past, it was no wonder Mephistopheles was going crazy from being disrespected by a mere human. I told you, my name was given to me by the great Demon Lord. Seeing Elric's indifferent attitude, yawning, Mephistopheles was even more enraged. He flew towards Elric and started punching him. I swear I'll tear you to pieces, Elric snapped. Oh my god, you're so loud. He ridiculed Mephistopheles. Is that how Demon Kings usually behave? I've told you so many times, but you still don't understand. Are you going deaf with old age? Mephistopheles was furious, but he could do nothing. He could only complain in his heart. 1,000 years. I waited for 1,000 years, and my mana was taken away by a person like this. Mephistopheles remembered his glorious past. I am the Demon King, Mephistopheles, and I once made the whole world bow down before me. That was the reason for my existence. However, there were certain obstacles. Dragon King Shaynark. He stood in my way. That damn dragon. He made me buried there with him. And so on, for 1,000 years. I waited, and waited. Finally, you came. The vessel will release me from this seal. The perfect vessel flawlessly passed all the tests right before our eyes. I was almost successful in taking control of your body and swallowing your soul. Yet in a blink, you sabotaged my plan. Recalling the arduous journey over the past 1,000 years, Mephistopheles fell into contemplation. He silently stood by the window, lamenting his plight. Now, I am left with only a fragment of demonic energy, my very embodiment. Clearly, Mephistopheles was not reconciled to this. What demonic power could possibly absorb me? As if Mephistopheles wasn't already seething, Elric rubbed salt in the wound, cut out that pretentious act of being noble and powerful. Mephistopheles erupted in a furious tirade, spitting insults at Elric. How dare you, you wretched creature! If I were the me of 1,000 years ago, I would. You bastard, this can only be the work of those Melvingers. What do they think they are? I once stood against the entire world alone. However, Elric ignored him. Elric gazed at the heirloom necklace, recalling the echoing voice in his head during Mephistopheles' absorption. Hope that our message will reach our descendant in the future one day. Elric wondered, was that your voice? Suddenly, Elric recalled another statement that left him dumbfounded. Here, in accordance with the pact, the first demon shall be devoured. Elric's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, could devouring mean that I have absorbed the Demon King's power? Elric abruptly sat up, muttering to himself, so this magical pendant is a tool for devouring the Demon King. Elric's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the necklace. No, it's a tool for devouring demons. Elric glanced doubtfully at Mephistopheles, wondering if it could devour other demons like Mephisto. Elric pondered. It said the first demon, meaning there will be a second and third. With this thought, a malicious grin spread across Elric's face. Prepare yourselves, Demon Kings, you will be finished soon. Even though he didn't know what Elric was plotting, Mephistopheles felt a sudden shiver run down his spine, a chilling premonition. Elric stealthily headed to a secluded mountain range. Mephistopheles, curious, asked, "Why are you wandering out here?" Seeing Elric not respond, Mephistopheles grumbled, "When an elder asks, you should know how to answer respectfully." Elric snapped back, "You're too loud. Just shut up, you trashy phantom." Ignoring Mephistopheles' incessant muttering, Elric sat down in a meditative pose and told himself, "Before I figure out how to use the power of this pendant, I need to confirm a few things." Elric sat cross-legged, silently closing his eyes, focusing all his senses. Elric felt as if he could instantly immerse himself in the flow of mana, with information detected by his 5 keen senses unfolding consecutively like a painting. A ladybug flapping its wings, the feeling of a gentle breeze brushing past. As the information he perceived through his senses gradually accumulated, a new space formed in his mind. In that space, with Elric at its center, everything within a 100-meter radius was revealed in detail. Elric felt joy welling up inside him. I can see and sense everything. He slowly opened his eyes and mused, if my suspicions are correct. Now, Elric could delve deeper into the realm of perception, exploring the hidden structures behind the world, a world where thick and thin threads intertwine intricately like a spiderweb. But it seemed he was searching for something else. Elric placed his fingertip on a specific point. Then, he clenched his fist in front of him. In that instant, a trace of magical power seeped out from within the dragon's heart. Elric softly uttered, "Ignite." With just those words, a massive flame erupted precisely at the designated spot. The flames were so intense that even Mephistopheles was stunned. He instantly sensed the dragon's power within it. This is dragon magic. Mephistopheles stared at Elric with astonishment. A mere human, using dragon magic, even with Melvinger blood, this is a bit too much. Elric leaned back, gazing at the raging flames with a carefree expression. He let out a hearty laugh. Ha, ha, now I can use magic, finally, this damn magical blockage that plagued me. Immediately afterward, Elric's expression unexpectedly shifted, becoming filled with fury. He recalled the horrifying memories of his childhood, the betrayal and mockery he suffered at the hands of his enemies. Standing beneath the brilliant sunset, Elric vowed silently, "All those who betrayed the Melvinger clan and abandoned me, I will make them regret it." As the nobles and dean, the headmaster, came in droves demanding to see Elric but were turned away, they concocted another scheme, using journalists to put pressure on the Nemester family. The reporters swarmed Carl like bees around honey. Is it true that student Elric Melvinger is in a coma? What about the right to excavate the dragon's lair? As expected, Carl, the spokesperson for the Nemester family, remained composed. The official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please refer to the official statement. Afterward, Carl dragged his weary steps back inside the VIP room at the hospital. Reaching Sean, Carl finally let out a bitter sigh. "Master, Please don't make me do things like this anymore. Sean was just as troubled but still encouraged Carl. You're here, well done, Carl. Carl's face was pale as if devoid of blood. It's nothing, sir. The commotion Elric causes every time we're together almost kills me. Sean could only wryly chuckle in response to Carl's complaint. Carl worriedly asked Sean, but if your deception gets exposed, the magic tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you handle the consequences? Sean looked apprehensively at Carl, who was sweating profusely, and said, well. Sean handed Mephistopheles a handkerchief and clicked his tongue. Elric said he's planned everything out, so I'll trust him. You're sweating cold sweat, go wipe yourself. Sean recalled the moment Elric sat before him, a cunning smile playing on his lips, and said, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Sean cursed under his breath, Elric, you bastard, don't you know how much I'm enduring? Carl wiped his sweat and asked Sean, where did Elric go? Sean replied despondently, I don't know, he went somewhere. Elric just left Sean a message, Sean, I'm going away for a bit, what's the point of having friends, it's all up to you ahee. Sean sighed helplessly, with that weak body he left, no way. At the same time, Carl also sighed. Seeing something in the stack of letters in his hand, Carl stammered, master. Something's happened, Carl said, hesitantly handing Sean a letter. Sean languidly looked up, what is it? Carl's hand trembled slightly as he handed the letter to Sean, well, that. The envelope had a special seal. Just as Carl brought the letter in front of Sean, a strong woman kicked open the door and stormed into the room, shouting, my brother, what are you scheming about without telling me? Sean was startled and jumped up, sister, why are you here? The woman, dressed in that black outfit, smirked, why are you surprised? She is the Firebird Witch, Tasha Nemister, Sean's biological older sister. Tasha put on a face full of love for Sean and said, is it strange for your sister to come visit? In this empire, the Magic Tower, the royal family, and the religious alliance, each produced great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They are the Tri-Stars who will lead the empire, and are called the new Tri-Stars. Sean's sister, the youngest person in history to achieve the title of Grand Mage, is one of the three. Tasha greeted Carl with a pinch on the ear. You didn't let him see my letter, Carl stammered. I've been a little absent-minded lately. Sean looked at Tasha cautiously. What are you here for? Tasha smiled cunningly. I heard your friend is sick, so as someone with a magic certificate, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Isn't Elric in his room? Is he somewhere else? In that moment, Sean felt a pang of fear. Oh, no, if she goes into the sick room, he's going to be terrified. Sean grew increasingly panicked. His sister was too quick to investigate. He needed to get her out before she found out. With that in mind, he turned to Tasha and said, Elric isn't available to see anyone right now. Tasha raised an eyebrow skeptically at Sean. Oh, is that so? Sean urged her impatiently, so don't bother the doctor and just go home. Tasha started to get annoyed, grabbing Sean's arm and flaring up, brother, are you ordering me around? Tasha demanded, let's continue our conversation. What happened with the right to excavate the dragon's lair? Sean was shocked and realized, dragon's lair, I forgot this witch is a dragon fanatic. Tasha raised an eyebrow. No one has claimed it yet, right? Sean trembled under the intense pressure radiating from Tasha. But being of the same blood, he was just as stubborn as Tasha. That's up to Elric to decide. Tasha frowned and glared at her little brother, who dared to activate his mana to resist his sister. Well, then, there's no other way. Two powerful energy streams clashed in the confined space. Of course, Tasha's energy completely overwhelmed Sean's. The tighter Tasha clenched her fist, the more Sean tensed his arm. After a while, Tasha finally relented and let go of Sean. However, she still wouldn't let go of the dragon's lair. Before leaving, she instructed Sean, when your friend wakes up, contact me. Before Sean could reply, Tasha reminded him sternly, if you don't contact me first, then prepare to get beaten, little brother. Sean was terrified, thinking to himself, do something quickly, Elric. When Tasha left, Carl's voice trembled and crackled in Sean's ears. Master. Sean was completely shocked to see Carl trembling and covered in blood. Carl, still terrified, asked, she's gone, right? At this time, rumors spread throughout the capital that the heir to the prestigious magical lineage was unconscious. Elric, wearing a concealing cloak, approached a newsstand to eavesdrop. News here, today's hot news. Who will gain the right to excavate the dragon's lair? Elric nodded serenely with satisfaction. Sean is handling everything well in my absence. Suddenly, he saw Dean Barracks, the headmaster, on the front page of a newspaper. Elric gave a sly smile. Oh, look who it is. Our headmaster is quite photogenic, isn't he? Elric stared at the picture with a sinister smile. Keep smiling while you can, headmaster. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Rivern's voice echoed, Congratulations, headmaster. Rivern bowed low, flattering him. Now, you can do whatever you want. Dean pretended to be humble. Don't rush things. He cleared his throat and said, The election hasn't started yet. Rivern continued to flatter Dean. I was too hasty. I can't fathom the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the academy and your students, headmaster. Dean couldn't hide his excitement anymore. Honestly, I told you, I haven't been officially appointed headmaster yet. Note, before this, he held the position of headmaster but had not been officially elected. Dean asked Rivern, By the way, how is student Elric doing? Rivern reported gleefully, I heard he's barely clinging to life. Dean clicked his tongue in a fake manner, with a smile hidden behind his teacup. Oh dear, what bad luck. Rivern nervously looked at him and hesitated to speak, but if he woke up, it would be a big deal. We should hire some assassins too. Dean interrupted Rivern harshly. Shut up. A terrifying mana flow emanated from him, making Rivern fall silent in fear instantly. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with anger, like a bloodthirsty butcher. Rivern panicked and stammered, I apologize. Dean calmed down, gently placed his teacup down, and spoke softly, There will be a vacant professor position after the election. I wonder who will take that seat. Rivern was still confused. What do you mean? Dean hinted to Rivern again, I'm just a headmaster, I don't know what's going on outside the academy. A faint smile appeared on Rivern's lips. Ah. Immediately, he bowed before Dean, I will not disappoint you. Dean continued to enjoy his tea with satisfaction, seemingly confident in his victory. That night, as the entire capital city had fallen asleep, Elric was wandering through a small alleyway on the deserted streets. Noticing that there was no one else around, he took off his hood with a sly smile. Elric looked up at one of the tallest buildings in the city. All right, let's get started. Elric narrowed his eyes and started using his special ability. With his mind's eye, he could see the other side of the world. Elric seemed to be able to see through the building. He thought to himself, if I find the hidden space and channel the mana in the dragon heart into it. Elric rearranged the formula in his head and let the mana from the dragon heart flow from his head to his feet. At that moment, the air around Elric seemed to shift slightly, and his body instantly soared into the sky. Even Elric was startled by the speed and height of the jump. His landing was not very graceful. After that, Elric patiently practiced a few more times. Finally, his feet landed lightly like feathers. Elric thought with satisfaction, I can use magic without any complicated spells. Elric sighed with relief. The first step is done. He looked up at the full moon and thought to himself, finally, I'm at the starting line. Elric smiled confidently with eyes filled with vitality. Mephistopheles, who had been observing Elric, scoffed, breaking his cheerful mood. Pathetic, you can only use magic of that level even with my power. A simple jump, are you using a trick? Elric felt annoyed but had to admit reluctantly, he's right, I need to be faster, stronger. Seeing that Elric ignored him, Mephistopheles grumbled angrily, you little bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm talking? In my time, humans, demons, even dragons, would cower at the sight of me, every time I spoke. Elric completely ignored Mephistopheles' ramblings. He thought to himself, there's something called Mind's Eye's spell in the true dragon magic. Elric thought about it and experimented immediately, form. And then he said it out loud. To activate magic. When Elric applied this new formula for using mana, the airflow around Elric suddenly changed. The energy emitted made even Mephistopheles surprised. Elric chanted the spell softly and jumped. His feet were immediately lifted off the ground by a powerful blast of mana. Elric's progress made Mephistopheles widen his eyes in disbelief. No, it can't be. When he jumped high, Elric continued chanting, fly. His eyes were shining brightly. The height and speed of this jump were far superior to the time Elric flew onto the roof earlier. For a moment, Elric was amazed by the beauty of the night city viewed from the air. Immediately, he was startled by the height of the jump and his body suddenly plummeted headfirst. Ouch, so high, so high. Even though he was in freefall, Elric laughed cheerfully. Amazing, simple but extremely effective. Elric continued applying the previous formula and continued flying. All right, once more. He flew swiftly through the sky with Mephistopheles quietly following behind. Mephistopheles was deeply puzzled. A mediocre kid who has only recently learned magic is already using Mind's Eye's spell and dual magic. Because Mephistopheles had a long history of confrontation with the Melvinger clan, he knew very well how terrifying they were. Following Elric, Mephistopheles couldn't help but think about the past, the eternal enemies of the demon world, the Melvingers. He pondered, even the most powerful Melvingers might not be able to match this guy. Suddenly an image flashed in Mephistopheles' head. Oh no, yes. Just one person. Mephistopheles was a little confused when he thought about the man with a sinister smile, no different from Elric, who had appeared in Elric's dreams before. A stray thought caused Mephistopheles to be a little panicked. He quickly shook his head. Oh my god, I shouldn't think like that. Mephistopheles reminded himself, no matter the cost, before he became stronger, he must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mephistopheles continued to be uncharacteristically silent for a long time to plot and scheme. Is there any way? Meanwhile, Elric was not too focused on Mephistopheles' unusual behavior because he was also immersed in his own thoughts. Elric thought to himself, the mental imprint is amazing, but it's still difficult to use it on my own. Elric clenched his fist resolutely. To become stronger, I have to understand the core of the dragon law. I need a teacher who can keep secrets. He kept picking names in his mind. In the academy that was already under Barrack's control, there was certainly no one capable enough to teach me. While Elric was lost in thought, it was already dawn and he landed on a clearing in the forest. Elric was still thinking, it must at least be someone of the same class as Hexagram, but there's no way they would take me as their disciple. Elric sighed softly, if he were still alive. He continued to ponder, no, even if it was his father or his uncle. Elric sighed again. Suddenly he glanced at Mephistopheles. Wait. Mephistopheles was not paying attention to Elric at this moment. He was thinking deeply, trampling on the seeds. I don't even have legs. Elric suddenly stood up. Hey, Mephisto. He grinned cheerfully and glanced at Mephistopheles. Can you teach me magic? Elric thought to himself, now I've come up with this idea. Mephisto is probably the best choice to be my teacher. Mephistopheles raised his eyebrow in doubt. What the hell are you saying? He turned away. His mind was scheming something. You could only see a sly smile on his lips. Mephistopheles turned back with a haughty look and asked Elric, what's the benefit for me to do that? Elric offered a deal with a smile. I will create a new vessel for you with alchemy. Mephistopheles sneered in reply. You think an ordinary human can create a vessel for me? Elric seized the opportunity to provoke Mephistopheles. Then make me strong enough to do that. Mephistopheles shook his head in dissatisfaction. Not enough. Elric continued to smile friendly, trying to persuade him. What can you do if I don't get stronger? Mephistopheles continued to act like he was thinking. Elric patiently added, then you propose another condition. However, Mephistopheles proudly poured cold water on Elric's friendliness. I decline. Mephistopheles arrogantly said, why should I enlighten you? I might consider it if you become my ally. With that said, Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes and looked at Elric. He smirked in his heart. Look at that confused face, satisfied, dare to play tricks on me all this time. Mephistopheles was so delighted that he couldn't hide the sinister smile on his lips. Although I'm still too weak to devour him, but if I secretly use dark magic on him while teaching him. Mephistopheles thought to himself, he will become stronger. At the same time, his soul will be invaded by dark magic. The perfect plan in Mephistopheles' mind made him smile uncontrollably. When the time comes, I will devour him. Now kneel down and beg me to accept you as a disciple. Know your place and become my vessel obediently, you stupid Melvinger. Suddenly, Elric yelled out in annoyance, a sentence that shattered Mephistopheles' heart. Oh, fate, screw it. Elric said irritably, listen, uncle, you need to have some limits with your demands. Elric spat in contempt. Don't you understand your current situation? Mephistopheles was again overwhelmed by Elric's crazy smile and domineering aura. He stammered, what? Elric kept looking at Mephistopheles with that sinister and arrogant expression, making him furious. In a fit of rage, Mephistopheles charged forward without much thought. You son of a bitch. Elric immediately chanted a spell, shut your mouth. On Mephistopheles' beak, 2 stickers appeared immediately, sealing his mouth. Elric burst into laughter. Wow, success beyond expectations. Mephistopheles cursed madly but only produced a few umps. Elric covered his ears and grumbled, oh god, you're too noisy. Mephistopheles pointed at Elric's face, wanting to declare that there's no way I can be subdued by just a mental imprint. Elric didn't want to hear any more noise from Mephistopheles, so he continued to chant, cute actions, and Mephistopheles was immediately manipulated. As soon as he saw that, Elric wished he was blind. He vomited, ugh, god, my eyes. Elric felt remorse, ugh. Why did I ask him to do that disgusting thing? I feel like I'm going to vomit again if I look any longer. Elric suppressed the nausea in his stomach and handed Mephistopheles a notebook. Calm down. I don't want to see that again either. Okay, if you change your mind, write down everything explaining about the mental imprint magic here. I'll release you after I finish reading everything. Mephistopheles continued to act cute, but his heart remained firm. You think I will compromise with just this? For me, someone who has endured being sealed for 1,000 years. Never mind Mephistopheles, Elric stretched leisurely. Should I use this time to practice? That night, Mephistopheles was still locked in a state of silence and cuteness. He still arrogantly thought, I will be magnanimous and forgive you if you admit your mistake. The next day was the same, but Mephistopheles began to feel doubtful about himself. He should be begging me to teach him magic right now. The next day, Mephistopheles fell into a state of confusion. Me, what's wrong with me? And the next day, and the next, Mephistopheles sank into despair without even realizing it. I was going to teach him anyway. Should I pretend to compromise? Mephistopheles trembled as he held the pen, writing, though his heart was still unwilling. No, I can't lose, he thought. The fundamental principle of mind-binding magic is. Seeing Elric smirk at him with a I know look, Mephistopheles was furious. Do you really need to go that far? He thought. In the midst of being ridiculed, Mephistopheles' anger erupted once more. No, I am Demon King Mephistopheles. I will never hand it over to a human. However, in the next instant, the notebook was in Elric's hand, and Mephistopheles was feeling an existential crisis. Why am I acting like his dog? Elric read and pondered. The fundamental principle of mind-binding magic, he thought. This is ancient knowledge that I couldn't find in any book. Elric nodded in satisfaction, then stopped his playful act and said, Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to be helping me? He laughed cheerfully and pointed to the notebook. By the way, can you write the details behind this a bit more? I might let you talk, you know. Don't you get a little bored not being able to speak? Mephistopheles was shocked by Elric's words. You scoundrel. The next day, Elric held the notebook and reprimanded Mephistopheles. What the heck is this? Don't you know you should write more than the previous day? Mephistopheles yelled back. Who said so, you scoundrel? Elric calmly set a condition. Then you can write multiple times in one day, a little more each time. I'll lift the gag order for 3 days. How about that? Do you accept? Having already given Mephistopheles a hard time, Elric went on to criticize. Your handwriting is terrible. Write nicely. I've changed my mind. Multiple times won't be enough. Why don't you just write everything at once? Have you ever considered teaching me some secret techniques too? Mephistopheles suppressed his anger and encouraged himself. Just wait, the dark magic hidden in these notes will completely rip apart your body and soul, you ignorant fool. After understanding a portion of the mind-binding magic, Elric immediately went to practice. He plunged the forest into a frozen state with just one move. Elric couldn't help but feel excited. I've only learned the first part, but with just that much, my power is already this strong. Mephistopheles watched the scene in front of him, full of doubt. No, this is impossible. Why isn't there any sign of dark magic? I remember putting it in there. Suddenly, Elric turned back to Mephistopheles with an inquiring gaze. What's with the expression? Mephisto, your face clearly shows you intended to do something shady to my body, but nothing happened. Are you disappointed? Mephistopheles hurriedly avoided Elric's gaze. I don't understand what you're saying, Elric said calmly. Do you think I'm stupid enough to just learn whatever you give me without examining it? Elric laughed triumphantly. Well, okay, thanks anyway. It's thanks to you that I've reached a new level. Mephistopheles grumbled inwardly. He knows. Damn it, all this damn stuff. Elric picked up the notebook, his eyes shining with excitement, and asked Mephistopheles, is there anything else? He thought to himself, I'm becoming stronger every day, and I don't want to stop. Mephistopheles responded harshly, you're dreaming, you human. Elric threatened him. Okay, then, gag order continues, Mephistopheles said angrily, there's nothing else. Elric's eyes widened in surprise. What? Mephistopheles said grumpily, besides my real heart-binding magic, there's nothing else I can teach you. After Mephistopheles' words, the space around Elric fell silent. He realized with a shock, real heart-binding magic, he means the highest level of mind-binding magic, besides the divine voice, the god-level spells. Mephistopheles continued, you can't fully understand it at your current level, you could experience energy deviation. Elric thought in confusion, he's not lying, he thought. What now? Mephistopheles said thoughtfully, magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's been the destiny of your Melvinger family until now. Mephistopheles' words woke Elric up. In that moment, he remembered his father's words, magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, the motto of the Melvinger family. who were tasked with protecting the continent from demons. Elric reminisced. His father had taught him and his sister about their responsibility and honor as Melvingers, on the ravaged land from the war against the demons. Although he didn't say anything, Elric could still see it in his father's eyes, the eyes of a man wounded by the aftereffects of war. His father must still remember the days when he fought alongside him as a magician. Back then, Elric, who was still innocent and naive, excitedly told his father, "Dad, when I go to war, I'll be able to use cool magic like you, right? The great magician Elric is here." Elric's father replied awkwardly, "Well, but suddenly, Elric's mother stopped her husband and said in a loud voice, "Elric." She smiled gently and reminded her son, "I've told you before, what do you have to do to become a powerful magician?" Elric pouted, "Study." His mother nodded happily, "That's right, study." Then, every word she said, though it sounded gentle, was actually full of barbs. "You can't just have the superficial appearance of powerful magic like your father. Didn't I tell you your father became the greatest magician before he became the strongest person on the continent?" Elric's father, stung by the comment, stammered to his wife, "Wife, I'm still the head of the family," saying that as a bit, but the head of the household immediately extinguished his nascent protest, "My dear husband." She reminded her husband, "Stop filling their heads with illusions. Honestly, the men in the Melvinger family don't know how to listen, only Hayes is always good at listening to her mother." While his wife was busy cuddling their daughter, Elric's father whispered to him, "Even so, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, son." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a blink of an eye. It turned out that his wife had noticed him whispering to Elric. She pushed her husband away and reminded her son, "Elric, make sure you finish reading the research summary on the relationship between the ancient magic formation system and the new era language system by the end of the day." "All right," then she told her daughter, "Hayes, keep an eye on Elric." Hayes immediately dragged her playful little brother by the ear. Elric yelled in frustration, "Mom, stop, I want to play with Dad today." "Ouch, sister, my ear is going to fall off, let me go, damn it." Elric's father tried to persuade his wife, "My dear, studying is good, but they're just kids after all," but she firmly said, "That's because you spoil them too much, it's creating bad habits, like father, like son." After that, Elric's father couldn't argue back, so he just kept silent. Some time later, on a night of heavy rain, sobs echoed in the empty mansion of the Melvinger family. Elric sadly recalled that day. His father's illness was getting worse, and his mother, who had taken care of his father day and night, suddenly collapsed. His father spent his last breaths beside his mother, and they passed away peacefully together. Lying in bed as he was dying, Elric's father whispered to his wife, "I'm sorry, you always shone brighter than anyone else in this world, it's all my fault." Elric's mother smiled and replied, "Don't say that. Ever since I met you and had these wonderful children, I haven't had a single unhappy day." Elric's father held his wife's hand tightly and said lovingly, "Thank you, you raised our children to be good people, you truly are an amazing mother." Elric's mother softly called out to her daughter, "Hayes, are you there?" Hayes replied sniffling, "Yes." She instructed Hayes, "Please take care of your little brother, I'm sorry and thank you." Elric's father also spoke his last words to the young boy, "Elric, I'm sorry, your magical blockage is all my fault." Elric sobbed, "Father." The boy cried out to his father, "I'm so scared, why would you leave like this? What will my sister and I do if you're not here?" Elric's father placed his hand on his son's cheek to comfort him. He spoke softly, "Looking back on my life, I was much happier being your father than fighting as a mage on the battlefield." Elric's father instructed his son, "You don't need to become a mage. I just hope that you will live happily with the people around you." His hand fell limply. Looking at his father's hand that lay lifeless on the bed, Elric still couldn't accept the truth. It was a long time before he could manage to croak out a choked "father" and then burst into tears once again. Recalling his father's last words, Elric thought to himself, "But father, you are wrong to say I don't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be cast aside in this cruel reality." Elric squeezed his fist tightly, "That's why I must become stronger, so that no one will ever turn their backs on me again." Elric muttered under his breath, "Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's right, what I need most now is real-world experience." Immediately, he began choosing a battlefield in his mind. Where should I go? The Blood Demon Forest, full of ghostly creatures. No, that's too dangerous. Elric pondered, then, the Goblin Cave, but there are too many people there already. Where should I go? Elric suddenly remembered what his father had said, "Listen, there are hidden chambers scattered across the continent where our ancestors once lived." Elric's heart leaped, "That's it, that's where I need to go." He excitedly said to Mephistopheles, "Let's go, Mephisto." Mephistopheles looked at Elric skeptically. "Where?" Elric replied, "I'm going to the Yeti Plateau, the territory of the Snow People." Elric, filled with determination, immediately began preparations for his journey. But first, he had a few things to do before departing. Elric went to a stream deep in the forest to take a bath and clean himself. He thought to himself, "It might be a problem if my identity gets exposed. I need to change my appearance." Immediately, Elric called out for the water's help. As the waves rolled and crashed over Elric's hair, he whispered, "Cut." In a flash, his messy hair was trimmed and styled to his liking. When his hair was done, he chanted, "Transform." After a while, Elric looked at his reflection in the water and smiled contentedly at his new hairstyle. Not only had the length of his hair changed, but also the color of his hair and skin. Looking at his tan skin and stylish undercut, Elric smiled confidently, "Seems good enough." Elric then went to a frozen land. At the guidance branch, they happily informed Elric, "There's a team about to set off, you're in luck." The branch manager pointed toward the door and told Elric, "No one goes to the Yeti Plateau anymore. It's surprising that so many people suddenly want to go there. The team I mentioned is over there." Elric glanced in the direction the branch manager was pointing. He continued, "Ah, there they are, perfect timing." A small man with a baby face that looked like a 10-year-old child appeared first. "Wow, looks like we have a newcomer." Elric carefully glanced at each group entering and secretly guessed their professions. He quickly noticed 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters, and 5 people hiding their energy. As for the small guy, Elric hadn't figured him out yet, but he had already revealed his identity. "Well, I'll introduce myself. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their birth date. My name is Manhwa, which means the second morning of the week." You're probably wondering what good this is, right? Well, today is the second morning of this week. In normal language it's Wednesday, so as long as you stick close to me, you'll be safe. Even the talkative Mephistopheles was starting to get annoyed with Manhwa. He grumbled, "This guy talks too much. I swear, one day I'll rip that mouth off his face." Elric didn't complain but asked Manhwa, "Ah, yes, Manhwa, right, can I buy a communication crystal?" Manhwa cheerfully replied, "What for? Our village doesn't have crystals. You can use something like a pigeon or send a letter instead." Manhwa excitedly continued, "Oh, it just reminded me of a really funny story that happened before involving pigeons and letters." However, Elric didn't give Manhwa a chance to ramble on any further. "Too bad, let's go." Though he was cut off, Manhwa wasn't upset. He skipped along as he said, "Too bad, I'll tell you on the way, let's go." Elric was anxious at the moment. His sister would be furious if he didn't contact her soon. Things were getting complicated. He then shrugged off the thought, saying to himself, "After all, I've already told Sean, he'll handle it." On the way to the Snowmen Plateau, Manhwa, acting as the guide, kept talking incessantly. Then, a dove suddenly plunged into the chimney. Before he could realize it, with that information, the chimney must have belonged to the one who stole the money from the person living next to the lover of the grandmother of the oldest village elder here. Mephistopheles said thoughtfully to Elric, "I feel this place is quite familiar. This is where the snowmen live." Elric asked in surprise, "You know about the snowmen? Did you come here before?" Mephistopheles casually shrugged, "Of course, they are the scum who dare to admire us." Elric was astonished. "What, the snowmen are demons?" Mephistopheles snorted arrogantly, "Don't put me on the same level as that garbage." Elric was still surprised, thinking, "I always thought snowmen were just monsters, but they have connections to the demon world. Amazing." Mephistopheles unexpectedly softened his voice and continued, "However, their former king was indeed useful. He must have received the blessings of the demon lord, although his fate was not so fortunate." Elric was even more surprised, thinking, the snowmen had a ruler in the past. Mephistopheles continued to ponder and said hesitantly, His tomb might still be around here." Elric suddenly became eager and asked, "The tomb, do you know where it is?" Mephistopheles shook his head and shrugged, "No idea. Even if it's still here, it must have been visited by a thief." Elric pondered, if the snowmen are demons, their tomb must be connected to the family's secret chamber. In that moment, Elric remembered his father's words, "The secret chamber is a place of ancestral shelter, built to protect the family legacy." He advised Elric very early on, "Elric, later, when you are grown and become the head of the family, come to the Snowmen Plateau first. Confirm the entirety of the family's legacy there and show your respects to the ancestors." Elric glanced at the family heirloom and pondered, "I wonder what the family's legacy could be. I wonder if I can learn more about this magical pendant if I go there." While Elric was lost in his own thoughts, Manhwa was still rambling on and on. If you follow the legend passed down from generation to generation in the tribe, the first snowman appeared when she was abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman died. After taking revenge, she met Yukiana, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Manhwa's incessant talking was starting to get on Mephistopheles' nerves. He yelled at Elric, "Can't you use magic to shut that guy up?" "Look, my ears are bleeding," Elric sighed and replied. "Just bear with it. What kind of ghost bleeds, anyway?" Elric cautiously glanced around and thought, he keeps talking about the snowmen, why haven't they appeared yet? In stark contrast to Elric, Manhwa was always cheerful. "All right, everyone, the journey from here will be quite difficult. We should eat before we continue." Immediately after Manhwa's command, everyone quickly started lighting fires. The group split into small groups around the fires. Only Elric sat alone. Suddenly a man came in front of the group of demon hunters and said, "Please give us some fire." Elric narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a bit wary as he saw the hidden energy of the man. He was as strong as a noble knight. The man who asked for fire immediately returned to his group, which consisted of 5 people. Elric silently observed them and silently assessed them. "They don't seem to be targeting me. Are they on some kind of secret mission?" Elric paid particular attention to the one in the blue cloak, who looked different from the other 4. "Is he the leader? He doesn't look like it." Suddenly, the person in the blue cloak gently pulled down the hood, revealing soft, lustrous blue hair and slender hands. Upon seeing the person's appearance, everyone else's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a beautiful girl. She looked softly at those who had given them fire and smiled kindly. "Thank you, we will cherish it." One of the hunters whistled at the girl. He and his companions chuckled. "Why would you hide a beautiful face like that, young lady? Oh my, I never thought I would be so lucky to have such a wonderful experience here." At that moment, a sharp blade was drawn from its sheath. In an instant, the blade was pointed directly at the hunter who dared to flirt with the girl. With a whoosh, one of the girl's servants immediately rushed forward with a sword in hand. Realizing the blade was at his throat, the hunter fell silent. The man with the sword said in a gruff voice, "You offended the lady with your words, redeem yourself with your life." At that moment, the girl hurriedly shouted, "Chen, put your weapon down." Elric felt sorry for the hunter who didn't know his place. He dared to flirt with a noble. Does he have any brains? Suddenly, both Elric and Mephistopheles sensed something unusual in the forest behind them. They immediately turned to look at each other with a significant glance. Mephistopheles glanced towards the forest behind them, and Elric followed his gaze. He immediately used his special insight ability and focused his vision deep into the forest. On this side, Chen was still reluctant to lower his sword. "But madam, these bastards." The girl had to shout again, "Lower your sword." Only then did Chen finally put his sword away. Suddenly, Elric shouted, "Everyone, run." Everyone was stunned by Elric's warning. What? While everyone was still dazed, a strange object attacked, causing 2 of the hunters to be pierced with large holes in their bodies. Chen was also attacked by a strange object but luckily managed to block it with his sword. Then, a series of objects flew at them one after another. Caught off guard, the others couldn't react in time and sustained many injuries. Chen shouted to his group, "Protecting the lady." The other defenders immediately stood around the girl in a state of high alert. Elric was stunned as he saw strange objects flying towards him. This reminded him of the nest. Looking up at the sky filled with arrows raining down like rain, he was a bit terrified. How could there be so many? In a moment of life and death, Elric was still hesitant about whether to reveal himself as a magician. Finally, he was forced to reach out and use magic, a shield. A large and thick shield immediately protected Elric from the arrow rain. Escaping from danger by the skin of his teeth, Elric turned to look at the others in the group. How were the others doing? The swordsmen were doing a great job of protecting their young miss. However, the rest who were not good at fighting were gradually falling under the arrow rain. Those who were hit by arrows cried out helplessly, "Save me." As soon as the arrow rain stopped, Elric and Mephistopheles felt another storm of arrows coming. Sure enough, another wave of arrows was pouring down on them. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. "Those idiots from the Blood-Eye tribe." Elric had no choice but to jump over the trees to scout the enemy's position. As soon as Elric spotted the snowmen, they rushed forward and attacked the group. Elric was surprised. He heard that snowmen usually travel in a pack of 10. But this is too much. Without hesitation, even though the opponent was several times his size, Chen shouted, "Wipe them out." The snowmen were no pushovers. They ganged up on Chen and beat him to the ground. Mephistopheles sat there, laughing happily and talking non-stop. The first fight was a bit difficult. Huh, you starting to feel scared now that the time to fight has come? You're just a bunch of humans. Elric angrily interrupted him. Memphis, shut your mouth. Mephistopheles was immediately silenced. Elric grumbled, this isn't the time to talk nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit mindless. Elric watched as the snowmen were gaining the upper hand over Chen and thought, gotta admit, they are amazing. Suddenly, Chen's eyes shone brightly like a hawk's. He jumped into the air and swung his sword. Each strike severed the snowman's body. The sight made Elric admire. This is how a knight optimizes their aura. Elric clicked his tongue silently. I want to see more, but this isn't the right time. The snowmen launching a surprise attack is a real problem, but it's not all of them. Elric looked deep into the forest. Another pack of snowmen is waiting for a chance to ambush us. We might all be in danger if we make the wrong decision now. However, the story will change if we strike first. Elric unexpectedly stomped on the ground and launched himself into the air. Just stepping on it caused the rocks to shatter and fly up. While flying, Elric simultaneously used the removal, transformation and armament spells. Elric felt satisfied that the magic was performed so easily, smoothly and quickly. It seems using memorization to record some strengthening spells has proven to be useful. In the blink of an eye, he flew to where the snowmen were waiting in the forest. The snowmen were quick to spot Elric's movements. However, they had no time to react before they saw Elric dive straight down. He thought to himself, even though I'm not sure if my attack will work, but at least I can slow them down. At that moment, Elric's heel crushed the head of one of the snowmen. He just stepped on it lightly and the snowman's head had a hole, blood splattered everywhere. Elric laughed happily as the snowmen were stunned by the sudden attack. Elric's eyes shone brightly with murderous intent. He didn't hesitate to chant the explosion spell. Immediately, several snowmen standing near him were blown away, leaving no trace. After dealing with those standing nearby, Elric turned his gaze towards the snowmen standing a little further away. He mumbled the spell, burn. A fierce fire erupted and engulfed several snowmen in flames. Elric tested his ice magic skills further. Sharp icicles were carved in a blink of an eye to form various swords and daggers. Elric aimed at the other snowmen and gently cast the spell, Pierce. Sharp blades rushed towards his pointing hand. The snowmen were pierced with holes all over their bodies and met their unfortunate deaths. Elric calmly walked up to the two snowmen who were lucky enough to be alive. Phew, only two left. The two snowmen cautiously backed away, intending to run, but Elric immediately stopped them. Where do you think you're going? Elric grinned, glanced at the two snowmen, and gently cast the spell, bind. Elric proudly gazed at the battlefield littered with snowman corpses. Hey, I'm pretty awesome, huh? Elric sat on a bound snowman, laughing gleefully. By the way, let's talk a bit, he said, then repeatedly called out to Mephistopheles. Seeing that Mephistopheles wasn't responding, Elric looked up and realized he was still gagged. He innocently grinned. Hey, you're still here, let's chat. Mephistopheles was furious. As soon as his gag was removed, he yelled, You damn dog, you are. Elric coldly cut him off, mouth, and Mephistopheles went silent, unable to curse anymore. Elric spoke in a commanding tone. We don't have time, translate for me. Mephistopheles looked confused. What are you talking about? Elric told Mephistopheles, tell him that if he tells me where his tribe is, I'll let him go. Mephistopheles and the snowman immediately communicated in a series of unintelligible kikikuku sounds. Then Mephistopheles told Elric, he wants you to untie him. Elric flatly replied, don't be ridiculous. Mephistopheles put on a serious face and said, in this situation, it's best to negotiate through dialogue instead of threats. Elric snapped his fingers, and the ropes vanished. There, I let him go, tell him to speak. Mephistopheles leaned in and whispered to the snowman. It was unknown what Mephistopheles whispered, but the snowman's face suddenly became more ferocious and insidious than before. Even Mephistopheles was smiling cunningly. Elric felt suspicious and used his translation magic. He heard Mephistopheles telling the snowman, now, let's pretend to cooperate with this filthy fellow. The snowman, following Mephistopheles' instructions, roared, displaying his mighty strength before Elric. Luckily, Elric reacted quickly and shot an ice shard through the snowman's head before he could attack. He sighed in relief. Close call, close call. He turned to see Mephistopheles and the remaining snowman trembling like scared rabbits. He smirked and said, so, shall we continue our conversation? Only the sounds of agonizing screams from both the snowman and Mephistopheles were heard. Afterward, the snowman was tied up and forced to guide Elric. Elric whispered to Mephistopheles, who was gagged and under a delightful spell, "That naive snowman almost died because of you, my lord." Mephistopheles was filled with resentment but could do nothing to Elric. He could only silently curse in his heart, "May you all die." Elric was walking when he suddenly stopped. His heart was beating faster than usual, causing him to pause in thought. Elric placed his hand on his chest and carefully examined it. "My dragon heart, imbued with the magic of dragons and demon kings, I can only access 3% of my magic power from here." Elric thought to himself, "If I unleash all that strange magic power, my body won't be able to handle it and will explode. At my current level, it's dangerous to fight like I used to." As Elric was lost in thought, they arrived at the entrance of the snowman village without realizing it. Elric took a deep breath and clenched his fist. "But I can't back down. If I give up now, how will I ever establish my family?" Elric stepped forward with determination. Before entering the snowman village, Elric turned his head to look at the forest in the distance and wondered, also, will that noble young miss be safe? Meanwhile, in the forest where the group had been ambushed, the bloody battle was nearing its end. Chin was still alive, his sword dripping with blood. The other guards were also still safe, having just endured a brutal battle against the snowmen. The young miss anxiously looked at the guards. "Chen, have you seen someone who was just here?" Chen thought to himself, he probably died while running away alone, or is hiding somewhere. However, instead of revealing his true thoughts, Chen gave her a reassuring smile. He probably escaped safely. Even though Chen said that, the girl's eyes were still filled with worry. "I hope so." The girl silently prayed for Elric, "Please be safe." Meanwhile, Elric had reached the heart of the snowman's lair. A group of angry snowmen stood in front of the village entrance, menacingly glaring at Elric. Elric remained unfazed and growled, "Don't look at me with that bloodthirsty stare, take me to your leader." The snowmen continued to glare and growl at him. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed, causing the snowmen to immediately part to the sides. A massive, hairy foot stomped with immense power towards Elric. In that moment, Elric was stunned by the imposing figure of the snowman chieftain before him. He was twice or thrice the size of the snowman Elric had faced before. His body was covered in countless scars, testaments to his illustrious achievements. Elric, slightly afraid, looked up and said to the snowman chieftain, "I have a few things I want to ask." The snowman chieftain stared intently at him with scrutinizing eyes. Elric, on guard, held an ice shard in his hand and looked at the chieftain with a wary gaze. "It would be better if I didn't have to do this, but if our conversation doesn't go well, this will be the quickest way to take down this chieftain." After observing for a moment, the snowman chieftain hesitated and said to Elric, "Eyes, color, green, what is your name?" Elric was surprised by the chieftain's gentle demeanor. He hesitated and replied, "Elric Melvinger." The snowman chieftain pondered for a moment before saying, "Follow me." Elric didn't understand the reason, but he sensed no ill intent from the chieftain, so he followed. As they walked, the chieftain began to tell a story. "Our tribe has a legend." Elric was immediately curious. "What legend?" The chieftain continued calmly, "A long time ago, a great king ruled this mountain." Elric turned to look at Mephistopheles in surprise. As if asking if the story was true, Mephistopheles immediately nodded. The Yeti patriarch continued, saying the king had only acknowledged one person as his friend. The one with eyes that shimmered green, and Melvinger was his name. Elric was increasingly astonished. His ancestors were friends with the king of the Yetis. The patriarch hadn't finished the story yet. Our patriarchs continued to manage their home according to the king's wishes. Elric curiously asked, "Where is that house?" The Yeti patriarch looked down at the cliff face and told Elric, "There." Elric followed the patriarch's gaze, but saw only an endless black abyss. He leaned further down, trying to strain his eyes to see into the deep darkness. He searched with skepticism. Could there be a house under this cliff? A gust of wind howled up from the abyss, making Elric jump. Simultaneously, the scene below became clearer, leaving him speechless. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Elric discovered, in disbelief, that there was indeed a house down there. Elric's eyes widened in surprise and a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, another gust of wind roared down, this time from the top of the cliff, feeling like it could drag him down. The air, the current, it was getting stronger. The patriarch gazed into the abyss and said, "Once a year, when the wind weakens, we go down, but no one has ever returned." Mephistopheles, with nothing better to do, taunted Elric, "So much magic, and you can't even scratch the surface." He continued to mock, "What are you going to do now? Someone's still not skilled enough." Elric quietly gazed at the cliff for a long time before replying to Mephistopheles, "Yes, it's certainly reckless with my current skills, but if I just stand here, I won't be able to move forward at all." Elric confidently walked toward the cliff. "Besides, it seems our ancestors want to see our descendants' skills." Mephistopheles watched him curiously. "What are you going to do?" Elric, without a word, jumped into the abyss. He laughed gleefully. "I have to satisfy them." Mephistopheles dived after Elric. You crazy fool, you just jumped down." As he plummeted headfirst, Elric's face contorted from the howling wind. "Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought." Mephistopheles yelled in frustration, "You crazy fool, focus or you'll die." Elric tried to open his eyes in the icy wind that stung his face. "All right, just one more step." He focused on the house at the bottom of the abyss and thought, "One more step, and I can reach it." Just a few meters from the ground, Elric chanted, "Descend." Suddenly, the air beneath his feet solidified into an invisible platform. He leaped onto those invisible air walls, flipped a somersault, and continued jumping down in a zigzag pattern. After a dozen jumps, he landed on his feet instead of his head. Elric stood frozen for a long moment, feeling like his heart had just jumped out of his chest. When the feeling of exhilaration subsided, Elric rolled onto the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. "My God, I thought I was going to die." He sat up and looked at Mephistopheles, grinning triumphantly. "I did it, right? Amazing, right? You have to admit it." Mephistopheles, overwhelmed by Elric's reckless courage, could only nod. "Yeah, I admit it, you did." Elric turned toward the small house. "Well, it looks pretty normal, just like a thatched hut." Elric quickly approached, wanting to open the door and go inside. However, a magical barrier blocked him. It seemed to be locked by ancient magic. Mephistopheles curiously leaned in to inspect the barrier. "Try inputting a mana spell." Elric pondered for a moment and began to try reciting the name of the Melvinger clan. But the door remained unresponsive. He tried a bunch of other passwords he could think of: the demonic path, demon king, demon hunter, entrust, squirrel eating cake, telling bedtime stories, DJ dinosaur. He tried and tried but couldn't get it. Elric thought, passwords don't work, what about something like a key? Elric's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? He then used his family heirloom to try opening the door. As soon as the pendant touched the magic barrier, there was a reaction. The seal on the door quickly dissipated. Elric muttered, "That's a real trick." The interior of the house was in stark contrast to its small, simple exterior. It looked like a royal library, not an ordinary book storage place. Elric began to examine the place, first picking up a random book to read. Just looking at the book cover made Elric's eyes widen in delight. He ran around excitedly, like a hyperactive child, from bookshelf to bookcase. The basic doctrines of blood demonology. Oh, there's even elf and beast magic, and dark magic too. These are all practical books. All kinds of books are here. Mephistopheles blurted out, "It seems this is the dwelling of a great hero." Elric, with sharp ears, heard this immediately and curiously asked, "A great hero?" Mephistopheles instantly fell silent. It seemed he didn't want to reveal the great hero's identity to Elric. Elric wondered, "That person and the king of the Yetis knew our ancestors. It seems like there's a hidden story behind it." At that moment, his gaze fell on an old-looking book. This book. Elric pulled out the book, The History of Melvinger. He began to read it intently. "Our family's mission is to exterminate demons." Elric thought in astonishment, "This is exactly the same as what I saw in my dream." Reading to a certain part, Elric found the letters quite blurry and they seemed to be trying to escape from the book. What is it? This part is. He strained his eyes and mumbled each letter. There must be some conditions. The mission that heaven has bestowed upon our family will be able to be done. Elric continued to mutter without knowing that the characters in the book were escaping from it. Elric slowly read each word, swallowing demons and then swallowing ghosts, if he could digest it properly. Will a harmony be formed to create a new magic? He didn't know when, but Elric was hypnotized, reading each letter. Eat the demon. Swallow the demon. Drink the demon. The words kept repeating, echoing endlessly in Elric's head. He didn't even notice that the pendant was undergoing a powerful transformation. From a worn, scratched pendant, it suddenly became dazzling and bright, as if it had just been brought from a workshop. The echoing sounds in Elric's head became clearer, like a nursery rhyme, along with the dazzling light shining from the pendant. Eat, swallow, drink the demon. If so, all demons will be contained within you, and then a new magician will appear, the first demon-swallowing descendant, solving the arrangements and the test of the demon path, from now on will be completely begun. After the echoing sounds like thunderous words ended, Elric woke up and found himself in another space. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This is, where? A booming voice rang out behind Elric. It seems like you are the descendant in a distant future who was promised to receive our arrangement. Behind Elric was a very elegantly dressed man standing waiting for him. Elric carefully turned his head back to see who it was. The man smiled mysteriously. Elric looked at him doubtfully. You are. The man solemnly placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. Otto von Melvinger. The one who leads and tests the descendant is me, the guide. Elric immediately recalled the records of his family. Otto von Melvinger, hundreds of years ago, established the demon law system of the Melvinger family. Throughout the generations only a few ancestors could bring glory to the family. Otto smiled kindly at Elric. It seems like you know me. Elric asked bluntly, could it be that you are the great master? Otto was a little surprised. None of my descendants know this alias. Where did you hear it? Elric replied, that the demon king Mephisto said so, but where did this name go? Otto raised his eyebrows in doubt. Mephisto, is he the demon king of original sin? Elric nodded innocently. Yes, he's just a stupid demon. Otto placed his hand on Elric's shoulder and burst into laughter. Haha, so the first demon king you swallowed was Mephistopheles. Otto laughed gleefully. The talented descendant has really arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the arrangement? At that time, Mephistopheles was still in that house and was grumbling, who dares to insult this king? I'll cut off their limbs. Elric curiously asked Otto, what about the arrangement? You said you would guide what? Otto stroked Elric's head. You are also curious about a lot of things. He smiled reluctantly. You can write it down freely, leave the others for later. Why are you so eager to write down such complicated things? Elric looked up at him and wondered, why is he feeling so embarrassed? Otto spread out his hand and began a demonstration to explain to Elric. He created a magic wheel in the palm of his hand and said, we have prepared something similar to a magic wheel. If you start spinning them once, it will be impossible to stop, so I won't give it to anyone casually, no matter how long it takes. I have to carefully verify the descendant. Otto turned to look at Elric. Because you have passed my test, from now on it will be your choice. Then, he transferred the wheel into Elric's hand and said, choose, stop the magic wheel or let it spin. Elric carefully looked at the magic wheel in his hand and hesitated. I don't know what the family's arrangement is. If I step on the wrong path, my life could disappear. So this is the last chance to escape. Thinking about this, Elric crushed the magic wheel in his hand. Seeing Elric's action, Otto pondered and said, all right, I respect your choice. But Elric's answer surprised Otto. I will rebuild the family. I will continue the will of my grandparents, ancestors, the great demon-slaying heroes. To be able to leave a name on this land as a great magician. That is the dream I have cherished for a long time. After speaking, Elric created a magic wheel by himself using his own mana. Immediately, Elric threw the magic wheel into the air. And the wheel flew in circles and finally created a powerful explosion. The dazzling light from the explosion seemed to be illuminating Elric's path ahead. Elric's actions surprised Otto slightly. After a moment, he slapped Elric on the shoulder. Good, that's bold. If you're one of our descendants, you should be able to do this. Elric cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch. After that, Otto pondered for a moment to choose a suitable challenge for Elric. Ego. Then, Otto swept his hand across Elric's face. Wherever his hand moved, the space behind Elric transformed. In a blink, a warm, lush, green mountain region changed into a barren, frozen ice mountain. Elric immediately felt a real coldness down to his very pores. Where is this? Otto replied. This is the first place to test your arrangement. Elric shivered with cold, thinking, so, I'll have to go through a test here. Although still trembling with cold, Elric laughed gleefully. If that's the case, I might become much stronger than I am now. Otto was increasingly pleased with this descendant. You're smiling, that's a good attitude for someone about to enter a test. Otto told Elric, look there. Elric looked ahead vaguely. Sir, what are you telling me to look at? Otto said, further, look deeper. Elric focused his gaze deep into the darkness at the foot of the ice mountain. He vaguely saw a shadowy figure with large horns like a demon amidst the dark streams of air. The mysterious figure had glowing eyes full of killing intent and resentment. Elric confusedly asked Otto, what is that? Otto replied, the Ice Mountain King. He was the first and last to unify the snowmen tribes. He is the king of this snow mountain. He is the one with the ambition to bring the snowmen, who were expelled from the demon race, back to the demon race. But, he was swallowed by his own ambition, left behind as a fallen demon. Otto gave Elric a task. This Ice Mountain King, he's the second demon you have to swallow. Elric's hair stood on end as he exclaimed, "So, I have to face that?" Otto calmly replied, "No, you have to swallow it. Are you scared?" Otto explained, "You will now have to swallow the demons and obtain their roots, which are the seals." Elric was puzzled. "Seals, what are those?" Otto slowly explained, "Primal and dark emotions like fear, depression, and resentment emitted by creatures are beings created from the ego, stemming from the four thoughts, the dark thoughts of oneself that bind together to form, that is the demon race. Therefore, each demon has its own dark thoughts, those are their nature, their class, and their symbol. The heart where those dark thoughts are stored is called a seal. The seal of the original sin of Mephistopheles can be seen on your arm." Elric understood now, this is the seal of the Demon King. Otto continued, "From now on, you will hunt demons and take their root seals." He placed his hand on Elric's shoulder and declared, "If you swallow the demons, their entire strength will belong to you." That single sentence was enough to motivate Elric's will. His eyes lit up. Elric murmured, "How strong will I become if I gain the power of such a formidable monster?" Elric didn't hesitate for a moment as he stepped forward. "I have to try it first to find out." He immediately leaped into the air. Then he chanted an incantation, opening up his armament to amplify his power. As Elric rushed towards the demon, Otto shouted a reminder, "Remember this, it's not about knocking it down, but swallowing it." Elric stopped, wondering, "No, but what does eating and swallowing mean? What does that mean?" Suddenly, the demon turned its head towards Elric. It detected his magical power and became confused. "Magic, this magic, it's Mephistopheles." "No, Melvinger." The image of Mephistopheles appeared in the demon's mind. "Prove it." Then, the image of Otto appeared. "Stop." While the demon was still confused, Elric continued to charge forward, but suddenly, a hoarse, broken voice echoed through the space, "Marshal, of, ours." Elric immediately realized something was amiss. He braked just in time as mysterious dark figures dashed past him. The hoarse voice continued, "Kill him." Soon after, heavy footsteps landed in front of Elric. Elric quickly realized that the group of guards standing before him were the warriors protecting the king. Elric cautiously surveyed his opponents. He could see dozens of them. In a way, they were different from the snowmen he had faced before. Among a group of soldiers with deer horns, a particularly burly man with large goat horns stood out. Elric thought, especially that one, "With my current abilities, can I win?" Elric began to calculate his strategy. "If I just use the seal of the original sin with the power of the Demon King, I think I might be able to capture the King of the Ice Mountain." He continued to ponder, "Damn it, but if I don't know how to use it, it's like scribbling nonsense." While Elric was still considering how to fight, the warriors roared with rage and charged forward. Elric was still hesitating, but, this is the first test, so with the power of the Demon King, it wouldn't be considered cheating, right? In the end, in a life-or-death situation, Elric didn't have time to think further, so he immediately used magic and unleashed it. Elric fired an energy sphere at the warriors, causing them to explode into pieces. The explosion shook the entire ice mountain, with the sound echoing far and wide, and the aftershocks continued for a long time. However, something unexpected happened, causing Elric to be startled and terrified. Somehow, the warriors managed to dodge the explosion with a radius of several meters, and they approached Elric in a flash. Elric immediately brought his hands together and chanted, "Rise, pierce." Ice spikes suddenly sprouted from the ground, shooting up in all directions. A few warriors who were charging towards Elric were unable to dodge and were impaled by the ice spikes, shattered to pieces. Elric's eyes were filled with killing intent and burning with the desire to fight. He stood nonchalantly in front of the warriors and taunted them, "I heard you were once part of the demon race, but you were rejected. So, you must know that when you become incompetent, you will be abandoned." The warriors, provoked by Elric, erupted in fury and charged at him immediately. Elric calmly watched them and thought to himself, "I need to be stronger. As long as I can be stronger, this kind of challenge, I'll crush it 100 times if necessary." Elric's piercing shout echoed through the air, and a huge, blazing fireball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Elric launched the terrifying fireball towards the warriors. However, some of them continued to leap away and disappeared from Elric's sight. Suddenly, the horned warrior appeared before Elric and delivered a powerful blow, the lightning-fast strike sending Elric stumbling backward. Elric lost his balance and staggered down. "Damn it." The goat-horned warrior jumped up and approached Elric. He used his horizontal sword to hit Elric in the face, causing him to fall back and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Elric fell to the ground in pain and coughed. The goat-horned warrior stood tall and boldly walked in front of Elric. He thought to himself, "At this rate, I will lose. Elric gritted his teeth and told himself, no, I can't fall at the first challenge. He slowly sat up, even though his body could barely bear it. Then, Elric struggled to his feet and drew more power from the dragon heart. In a blink of an eye, Elric regained his composure and stood defiantly against the warrior. Elric gritted his teeth, determined to charge forward, whispering to himself, if necessary, I'll draw more power. The warrior coldly glanced at him with contempt. Immediately, he swung his sword horizontally. Luckily, Elric was quick enough to crouch down and dodge the attack. At that moment, Elric spotted the horned warrior's weakness. He darted forward, sliding under the warrior's arm, then charged forward while simultaneously sticking an ice shard into the warrior's waist. Elric chanted, bloom, scatter, and instantly, sharp ice spikes erupted from the small shard he had stuck into the warrior's waist, tearing him apart in a flash. Elric gasped for breath, his head spinning from exhaustion. He sat down on the ground and continued to pant. Elric took a deep breath and tried to steady his racing heartbeat. After a while, he finally caught his breath, opening his eyes slightly to view the brutal battlefield behind him. Is this real? Elric yelled, almost as if reprimanding Otto, no matter how you look at it, the first round was already too harsh. Elric stared at the thick black smoke rising from the horned warrior's corpse, a mixture of anxiety and dread flooding him. Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode, and the soldiers are forming again. What do I do? The black smoke emanating from the horned warrior was swirling towards Elric. Not understanding what was happening, Elric screamed in terror and reached out his hand to try and block the smoke from reaching him. However, while Elric was closing his eyes and cringing in fear, the smoke gradually changed from black to blue and drifted towards his right arm, the one with the Demon King's mark. Elric looked at the mark on his arm in astonishment. It had clearly changed, with the image of majestic ice mountains now appearing behind the wolf. Elric silently watched as the smoke continued to envelop his arm, pondering, this is a mark. Although it's fainter than the mark of original sin, a new mark has definitely been formed. I'm not sure what's happening, but the energy from the dragon heart, which was about to explode, has stabilized. Elric suddenly remembered Otto's brief suggestion from earlier, the demons call their seals or marks by their true names. That's why, if you want to use their power, you have to know their true names. Elric immediately asked, how can I find out? There's no way they'll tell me their names. Otto replied calmly, don't worry. He said openly, when the time is right, you will naturally feel it. Elric had no choice but to close his eyes and feel for himself with the faint hope of understanding the warriors before him. After a while, Elric seemed to realize that the snowman's real name was Evil. He pondered, though he couldn't explain it. It was just that he suddenly knew how to use the seal. And what their true name was. Elric took a deep breath of the frigid air, no longer feeling the shiver. Elric silently wished, may you be cold and ruthless, as the energy from the newly formed seal was released outwards. The lower-ranked warriors had to retreat before the overwhelming energy. They quickly raised their shields, forming a solid defense line against the snowstorm Elric created. As the released energy reached its peak, a blizzard swept through, engulfing the warriors in a blinding white. Elric stumbled, struggling to keep his balance as he gasped, having used a bit too much energy. But, it was still okay. He looked in awe at the warriors, frozen solid. Is this the power of the seal? A giant snowflake appeared beneath Elric's feet, its radius reaching 20 meters. He burst into laughter, arrogant and smug, looking at the few remaining warriors. Ha ha ha, it's only you guys left now. However, just as Elric thought he had won, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. A second later, Elric woke up with a pale face, drenched in sweat, and a feeling of his heart being squeezed. He slumped his head and gasped for breath, still in a state of panic. Elric widened his eyes in terror, stammering, what just happened? Mephistopheles smirked at Elric, it seems you've passed quite a challenging trial. He calmly explained to the still bewildered Elric, I expected the mission to activate because you fell asleep when your pendant glowed, seems like it's not an easy task, huh? Elric sighed with relief, oh, the mission, so I didn't really die. Elric touched the seal on his arm and pondered, because I used the seal too quickly, I must have passed out after absorbing all the mana. But, I have to admit, its power is much stronger than I thought. Elric wondered, if the incomplete seal of malice is already this strong, how powerful is the seal of original sin, but how am I supposed to use them? Mephistopheles suddenly asked Elric, could it be that this is the seal of malice? It seems the great manipulator has devised a rather strange scheme. Elric asked Mephistopheles directly, how do I use the seal of malice? Mephistopheles replied coldly, I assume he told you my true name. Mephistopheles said with heightened vigilance, "Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you how to use the seal?" Mephistopheles stared sternly at Elric. "No matter how you insult me, you will never get anything from me." Elric replied nonchalantly, "I was just asking, no need to be so tense." In his heart, he silently calculated, "I knew he would say that. After all, seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto allowed me to use the seal of original sin, it would mean losing the most important thing to him. That would be unfortunate, but I won't touch it for now. Besides, the seal of original sin is the seal of the Demon King. I can't even control the power of the snowmen yet. There's no way I can control the power of the Demon King." Having thought it through, Elric changed the topic. "You said you know the Snow Mountain King, right?" Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes with suspicion. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Elric explained, "That's his tomb, and it seems I have to capture him." Mephistopheles suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Otto von Melvinger, I know you're crazy, but what the hell makes you think you can order this guy to capture an entity recognized by me?" Elric seized the opportunity to press Mephistopheles. "So, about that, do you know any way to do it?" Mephistopheles quickly avoided Elric's probing gaze. "No," Elric tried to plead, "come on, he's not even a demon anymore, at least tell me that much." Mephistopheles shouted harshly, "What are you talking about? Revealing the secret of the seal, which includes the secrets and weaknesses of their clan. So what's the difference?" Elric immediately set a condition: 3 days off, cat game. Mephistopheles stubbornly refused. "Do you think you can subdue my pride that way?" Elric increased the offer: 5 days. Mephistopheles pretended to be indignant and said in a harsh voice, "You continue to belittle me." Elric replied impatiently, "Fine, then." Mephistopheles changed his mind and immediately smiled commercially. "Belittle, but, ahem, because my tolerance is as vast as the ocean, I will let it slide this time." Elric laughed sarcastically. "Just because of 5 days off from your tricks, ha." Mephistopheles said seriously, "Listen carefully, with the seal you currently have, forget about completing the mission, you won't even get close to the Snow Mountain King." Elric was a bit discouraged. "You mean?" Mephistopheles immediately revealed a sly smile and continued, "But it doesn't mean there's no way." After receiving the suggestion from Mephistopheles, Elric entered the trial world again. It was freezing cold. "This is why I didn't want to come back." He sighed, "But it seems I have to use the suggestion Mephisto gave me." Without hesitation, Elric leaped forward, charging towards the warriors guarding the Snow Mountain King, remembering Mephistopheles' instructions in his heart: "You must improve performance." Mephistopheles said, "Seals can be divided into common, advanced, precious, unique, and legendary. Based on their rarity, there is also something called the legendary class, which can lead to different power levels even within the same class. The mark of cruelty is precious. It is certainly not mediocre, but still, your achievement level is only 1 star. On the other hand, the seal of the Snow Mountain King has cultivated 10 stars. Therefore, you must upgrade your achievement level to 10 stars, or upgrade your level to unique." Thinking about his achievement level being only 1 star, Elric smiled sinisterly. His eyes seemed to show determination. If that was the case, then he would level up if he plowed hard. And then for a very long time. Elric finally dragged himself closer to the Snow Mountain King. He said breathlessly, "We finally meet, Snow Mountain King." Elric thought to himself, "No matter how many warriors I defeated, my achievement level kept stuck at 2 stars. In other words, do I have to confront the Snow Mountain King to increase my achievement level?" Elric was stunned when he came into contact with the Snow Mountain King at close range. Damn, but this is not a shadow, but all the energy of the devil. After all, what kind of entity was he when he was alive, that can be this strong? Elric was shocked, remembering Otto's innocent smile at that time and his words of encouragement. "It's okay, I won't die." The more he thought about it, the more doubtful he became. "You told me to defeat that thing. Is he really the revered ancestor of our family? Is he not our mortal enemy?" Elric sighed softly, but his languid lament was quickly swept away by the cold wind. Elric tried to encourage himself. "However, I'll give it a try. It will be difficult, but if I keep trying, surely he could win." Elric had just smiled confidently and looked up at the Snow Mountain King with challenging eyes when with a whoosh, half of his lower body disappeared as if it had never existed. Mephistopheles was currently outside waiting to see if Elric would get any significant results. At that moment, Elric suddenly opened his eyes. He lay flat on the floor and laughed bitterly. Haha, after gathering everything he could from those warriors, after working he wanted to wash his pants, but without even moving he died straight away. Elric lamented bitterly. How could he win? Mephistopheles gloated when Elric seemed so helpless. "Now you understand, Just give up that mission. Elric sighed again. However, if I win the mark of that entity. Elric suddenly sat up and smiled evilly. Mephistopheles looked at his face and felt a chill. That bastard did it again. Elric suddenly asked Mephistopheles, "Oh, that's right, this is a bit sudden. Snow Mountain King is a woman, right?" Mephistopheles was startled as if he had just been told a weak point. Elric looked at him with searching eyes. Mephistopheles didn't even dare look Elric in the eyes. Elric looked at Mephistopheles with meaningful eyes and smiled wickedly. Mephistopheles was immediately stunned. "Why are you looking at me like that? What's with your eyes? Huh, F***CKU. Elric nodded and thought, "I understand, there is something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto. Well, I will slowly find it." Elric looked at the pendant and pondered. Right now, the more important thing was to devour the Snow Mountain King. Elric started preparing to enter the world of trials again with determination, even though he still didn't know how, but I'll find out if I beat her up. After that, Elric persistently repeated a seemingly endless loop, entering the world of trials. Confront the Snow Mountain King head-on. And then die without a yawn. He died and came back to life countless times. The feeling of each kill was different, and the physical pain was so real that it made Elric's head feel like it was about to explode after countless trials. It can be said that he is number 2 in stubbornness, but no one would dare to admit that he is number 1. Gradually, Elric was able to get closer. Little by little, he finally saw the Snow Mountain King's face. That woman seemed to have suppressed a lot of resentment and hatred for thousands of years. Her eyes were always filled with anger. Elric rushed to attack and thought, "Now I see it, the Snow Mountain King's cruel use of the mark. Although, a person who has just won the mark will have a hard time surpassing someone who used it skillfully, but I will get over it." While the Snow Mountain King roared with anger and sky-high resentment, Elric also screamed with determination to defeat her. The two of them used the seal of cruelty at the same time, and their two strong hands slammed together. A quick glance showed that the Snow Mountain King was completely overwhelming Elric with the abundant energy accumulated for thousands of years. The moment Elric's hand appeared cracks from being subjected to too much force, he thought to himself, "Habits, actions, ways, theories, even if I have to take everything from her, I will definitely not give up." Immediately afterwards, loud explosions echoed throughout the snowy mountains, and Elric was knocked hundreds of meters away. At this time, Otto was silently standing high up observing Elric's progress. He mused, it would be no surprise if his ego crumbled if he continued to wither away like this. But he was smiling. He didn't just have natural talent, he had an indomitable spirit and an endless desire to improve himself. Yes, that child is a person who would never appear, even in our family, a madman. At this moment, Elric's arm had been severed, but he was still able to smile because in exchange, the Snow Mountain King's arm also shared the same fate. The Snow Mountain King's severed arm quickly dissolved into a black cloud of smoke. Then, the entire cloud of smoke drifted towards Elric. And the smoke merged with the mark on Elric's arm, making it much more prominent. Elric laughed triumphantly. I've reached 3 stars now. While Elric let down his guard, the Snow Mountain King's axe blade was close to his face. Luckily, Elric was able to duck in time to avoid the Snow Mountain King's life-killing move. Elric bitterly dodged and grumbled, "She didn't even give her time to breathe, damn it." Snow Mountain King suddenly let go of the axe. Immediately after, she channeled her energy into the axe, causing it to spin wildly. Elric, seeing this, quickly activated his shield to prepare to defend himself. After spinning a few times, the axe launched towards Elric with unmatched power and shattered his shield. Elric was frustrated inside. Damn it, is this my limit? Just stealing isn't enough. He thought to himself, to defeat the Snow Mountain King, I must understand her. As he was once again on the brink of death, Elric gritted his teeth and thought, no, I must become her. As soon as that thought flashed through Elric's mind, a bright aura emanated from the mark of evil. Elric felt his mind reeling as if he was being thrown into an endless abyss. Am I dead? Suddenly, Mephistopheles stood before him, grinning and saying, prove it to me. Elric wondered, why is Mephisto here? At this moment, Mephistopheles was speaking to the Snow Mountain King. Prove that you are worthy to become part of our race, Snow Mountain King. Elric now realized that his appearance had changed. I am the Snow Mountain King. The mark on the Snow Mountain King's arm began to glow. The light grew brighter, carrying Elric to a different time frame. A snowman with a rather frightening face appeared faintly before him. Elric was astonished as he looked at his tiny hand that was raised. Realizing he was in the form of a child, he wondered, what is happening? As the snowman picked up the child, another snowman knelt before him and shouted, "The demon lord has bestowed upon us a prophet. Our queen, the leader of the snow plateau." The child was lifted high before a cliff face, like Simba in The Lion King. The snowman continued to shout amidst the biting snowstorms, "This mountain range will be ours." Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King's voice echoed in Elric's mind. I was born to be a king who would rule the Snow Mountain. Now Elric understood, this was the Snow Mountain King's past. The Snow Mountain King's inner thoughts poured into Elric's mind, but I, the first person in the history of the Snow Mountain to unite the tribes, could not be satisfied with just the Snow Mountain. I must reclaim our past glory. The Snow Mountain King then declared to her people, "Hear me, for we were once a part of the all-powerful demon race. Once more, we will return to our rightful place." The Snow Mountain King's memories continued to flash through Elric's mind like a fast-forwarding film, and her thoughts echoed in his head once again. Then, beyond the Snow Mountain, we forced countless humans and demons to kneel before us. And finally, we once again became a part of the demon race. And more than that, I tried to become a demon king. However, I didn't expect that. Demon King Mephistopheles. The wall of the almighty Demon King was too high, and I could only taste the bitter fruit of defeat. Despite this, I never gave up and did everything just to polish my true name and strengthen my mark. I've taken the first step, and with just a little more, I could gain recognition from Mephistopheles. But another obstacle stood in the way of my aspirations. I was stopped by a wall, even steeper. Anything we had ever faced before. When facing the pillar heroes of the Empire at that time, despite feeling the power of the opponent was stronger than herself, the Snow Mountain King still resolutely ordered an attack, all energy, fire. However, the Snow Mountain King's warriors hadn't had a chance to do anything before they were blown to pieces right next to her. At that moment, the Snow Mountain King was speechless in shock. She hadn't even seen the opponent move a single finger. Her eyes, burning with desire and ambition, became dazed for a moment. What? While the Snow Mountain King was still in confusion, a soldier of the Empire jumped down and began a massacre of the snowmen. He was fully armored from head to toe but still moved incredibly agile. At the same time, a mage summoned a meteorite that crashed down, creating a violent earthquake. Dozens of snowmen warriors were thrown into the air and their bodies crushed by the pressure of the shockwave. The snowmen warriors screamed in despair, "Save me, I don't want to die." Hearing the desperate cries of their comrades, the Snow Mountain King became even more confused and worried. When she turned her head to look, the snowmen warriors had fallen silent and their eyes were filled with fear. The snowman warriors were terrified when standing in front of them was a giant 10 times bigger than them. His face was like the embodiment of evil. The moment the giant warrior immediately slammed his fist down on the snowmen who were still stunned with fear, there were loud rumbling and cracking sounds as the ground shattered. In a blink of an eye, when the thick dust cleared, the snowmen warriors were stunned to find themselves still alive, and the axe of the Snow Mountain King had protected them from the deadly attack. The Snow Mountain King raised her axe high in a defensive posture. Her eyes were fierce and full of killing intent. The Snow Mountain King shouted, "Calm down, we are proud demons, there is nothing we can't achieve, let the enemies who stand in our way see our terror." The Snow Mountain King's words of encouragement had just finished when a loud explosion reached her ears, along with the spray of blood. The Snow Mountain King's face couldn't hide the shock and terror. Right after that, there were a series of similar sounds. The dull thuds of explosions came from all directions. Surrounding the Snow Mountain King were dozens of headless corpses spraying blood like fireworks. That horrifying scene was something she would never forget for the next 100 years. After witnessing that chain of tragic memories of the Snow Mountain King, in Elric's mind echoed her inner monologue, Ottohan Melvinger. We lost the war against the humans under his command and were driven back to the Snow Mountain. I asked him hundreds of thousands of times why. Why do you humans already have everything you want? Do you mean you won't allow us to have anything? But he never answered me. When the bitter, painful and desperate tears of the Snow Mountain King fell, it was also the moment when her mark glowed again. The light of the mark this time pulled Elric back to the present. Before his eyes was a queen full of resentment and sorrow. From this moment, Elric felt empathy for the Snow Mountain King, a sense of understanding and sympathy for the unfortunate queen. Elric told himself, "This is our mission. Even if we are desperate, even if we have to go through countless hardships, we still cannot stop, to regain glory for our clan." A great mission. After chasing Snow Mountain King back to Snow Mountain, Ottohan stayed at Snow Mountain to watch over Snow Mountain King. And the two, after countless matches, had come to respect each other. They have been together for quite a long time. But even so, the Snow Mountain King couldn't escape the obsession with regaining the former glory of the Snowmen clan. She couldn't completely escape the temptation of her own ambitions, and in the end she became a monster. And in the end, the Snow Mountain King could not escape death at the hands of Otto. A death full of grief and resentment that perhaps Otto himself didn't want to see. Seeing the Snow Mountain King's entire past, Elric's eyes softened towards her, empathy for a fellow sufferer. In his heart he felt more than anyone else the grief she had endured. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King's voice gently sounded, "You must be a descendant from a distant future." She sat down opposite Elric and smiled softly. "He said so." The Snow Mountain King smiled bitterly while holding tightly onto the wound on her shoulder. "Seeing you destroy a part of my mana and even cut off one of my arms, it seems he wasn't boasting." Elric felt sorry for her and softened his voice. "I apologize for your arm," but the Snow Mountain King replied to Elric with a violent reaction. "Ha!" She gasped, suppressing the pain and trying to heal her severed arm. The Snow Mountain King abruptly changed her attitude, coldly speaking to Elric. "Even though I ended up like this because I couldn't give up my ambitions, I am still the king and the warrior who leads a race. I don't need any pity from my enemies," the Snow Mountain King declared with a powerful aura, her voice heavy with each word as she addressed Elric. Elric was completely taken aback by the Snow Mountain King's pride and dignity. Then, the Snow Mountain King smiled with a hint of sadness. "It seems like it's time to end this long-lasting battle, so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices." The Snow Mountain King screamed in self-reproach. "Why was I so greedy to join the demon race? It should have been enough, just happiness, beside those I love," she lamented, and as her words of regret ended, the Snow Mountain King unleashed all her remaining power. Elric was confused. Finally, she has been consumed by the demon's energy. Empathy for the Snow Mountain King made Elric feel awkward. "What should I do now?" he wondered. After seeing the Snow Mountain King amass all her remaining mana, ready for a life-or-death battle, Elric suddenly regained his composure. "No. Come to your senses, your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. The king who unified this massive snow mountain, and the greatest warrior of the snow people. And the enemy I must conquer. If I don't use all my strength to defeat her, it would be disrespectful to her." After clearing his mind, Elric immediately focused all his energy on this battle. He thought to himself, "I'll show her the respect she deserves, for all she has built." Immediately after, the Snow Mountain King and Elric charged towards each other at the same time, their fighting spirit unrelenting. They exchanged moves constantly, but there seemed to be a similarity between their movements. As the Snow Mountain King summoned the axe that was inextricably linked to her warrior life, a similar axe appeared in Elric's hand. Both sides swung their axes at the same time, passing by their opponents, and the impact of the two axe blades colliding created flashes of light and a deafening crash. Elric charged forward. "Once again, become her," he thought to himself. As they charged, exchanging relentless moves, the similarity in their actions became more and more obvious, from their steps to their gazes. As the Snow Mountain King and Elric moved closer to each other, they resembled mirror images of each other. Both of them simultaneously stomped their feet and stood firmly on the ground, then raised their hands at the same time to gather strength. At this point, even the expression on Elric's face was exactly the same as the Snow Mountain Queen's. When their energy collided, it instantly caused an explosion that shook the snow-capped mountain, but Elric felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. It was strange, this was a life-or-death battle for him, yet it felt so exhilarating. The more he fought, the more enthusiastic Elric became, anticipating each of the Snow Mountain Queen's attacks. On the opposite side, the Snow Mountain Queen was also brimming with excitement. It seemed that in the centuries since she died at the hands of Otto, she had never experienced a battle like this before. As they charged into another round of attacks, simultaneously knocking each other back, Elric thought to himself that he could feel the days filled with happiness that she had spent with Otto. After the intense exchanges, both simultaneously leaped back, creating a considerable distance between them. In the freezing mist, both Elric and the Snow Mountain Queen felt a surge of heat running through their bodies, leaving them both breathless. Elric met the Snow Mountain Queen's gaze, and they both silently understood that they were reaching their limits, and the battle was nearing its end. Who would emerge victorious, Elric or the Snow Mountain Queen? The outcome would be determined by this final blow. By the technique that had made countless races kneel before the Queen. The Snow Mountain Queen's secret technique was also what Elric wanted to use to pay his respects to her. Frozen Ice Palm. After the palm strike was unleashed, another explosion occurred, blinding light engulfing the entire snow mountain. the violent shockwave caused the ground beneath their feet to crack open. Following the terrifying earthquake, frost spread everywhere, obscuring their vision. Amidst the blinding white snow, the outcome of the battle became clear. Even Elric couldn't believe that he had managed to create a massive hole, blowing away half of the Snow Mountain Queen's upper body. Cracks, like breaking ice, began to appear all over the Snow Mountain Queen's body. At that moment, the Snow Mountain Queen burst into a joyous laugh. Ha 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 ha. In broken words, she mumbled, "Finally, it's over." At that moment, Elric was overwhelmed with guilt and regret, an indescribable sorrow welling up inside him. But just one sentence from the Snow Mountain King made Elric let go of the heavy feeling in his heart. "Thank you." Snow Mountain King shed tears while smiling with satisfaction. She collapsed under the warm sunlight shining across the snowy mountains. The gloomy sky and cold air gave way to the sunlight shining behind the clouds. The Snow Mountain King slowly lost consciousness, but the happy smile still remained on her face. The moment the Snow King no longer breathed was also the moment the Snow Mountain thawed, as if all her resentment and torment had also disappeared. The Snow Mountain King's body gradually dissolved into streams of air. And those air currents quickly circled around and wrapped around Elric. The mark of cruelty on Elric's arm became bold, proof that he had swallowed the Snow Mountain King. On the ground where the Snow Mountain King fell, a branch of flowers suddenly sprouted. In the blink of an eye, the snow lotus flowers bloomed. Elric choked up and softly said to the Snow Mountain King, "Please, rest in peace." Right after that, I saw Otto appear with a thunderous applause. He really devoured the Snow Mountain King. Amazing. Elric coldly looked at him with reproachful eyes. It seemed like this first test was too difficult from the beginning. Otto replied calmly, "Our family is invincible. If even something like this can't be overcome, then you can't call yourself a Melvinger family." Elric was annoyed with his arrogant attitude. This old man, he thought sourly, this must be the reason why Sean always called the Melvingers egotistical. Ignoring Elric's dissatisfied face, Otto continued to speak, "But, it's true that I'm very surprised. Even if you have talent, I think it will take you at least 1 to 3 years. But the kid had only been learning magic for a few years and yet he defeated the Snow Mountain King in just a month." Elric clicked his tongue and said, "It's a month." Otto was skeptical, not understanding what Elric meant. "Yes, 1 month." Elric raised his hand to count and calmly said, "No, I mean, I've only been learning magic for a month. Well, about a month or 2. Otto heard that and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, such a bad joke," but Elric looked at him with an extremely serious expression. Elric's attitude made Otto's smile disappear. He asked incredulously, "Really?" Elric nodded decisively. Otto still couldn't believe it, so he asked again, "Wasn't this a Melvinger-style arrogant joke?" Elric just silently shook his head. Otto laughed again and grabbed Elric's hand. "Ha ha, my eye for people is really good." Elric didn't show any respect and rebuked him. He just finished talking. "I'll repeat it exactly. It's even if you have talent, it's new." Otto laughed happily and hugged Elric tightly. "This brat, ha 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 ha." Elric cried out, "Oh, it hurts. It's your beard. There's your beard." Then Otto suddenly seemed thoughtful and asked Elric how she was in those last moments of her life. Elric replied a bit sadly, "She smiled." Otto breathed a sigh of relief with a fleeting smile, really happy. Elric politely bowed his head. "Thank you for everything." Otto nodded. "Okay, be careful on your way back." Elric smiled politely and said, "I probably won't be able to visit often." And Otto also smiled and replied with a polite sentence, "I understand. After all, the position of family head is an extremely busy position." Then, Elric turned and left. "All right, see you." But after only a few steps, he turned back towards Otto. Elric asked awkwardly, How did I get out?" Otto burst into laughter. "You've been out countless times, don't you remember?" While Elric was still dazed and confused, Otto snapped his fingers, blowing away half of his head. After this sudden death, Elric opened his eyes wide in shock. When he regained his composure, he struggled to stand up like a leech. "Damn it, my ancestors don't deserve respect. My face, my handsome face." Mephistopheles saw that and laughed gleefully. "Ah, it seems that Otto nerd guy killed you," Elric complained angrily. "Who wouldn't have said something that killed someone like that?" Mephistopheles curiously asked Elric, "Oh, have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet?" Elric pulled up his sleeve. Yeah, just finished." Mephistopheles immediately puffed up his chest. "It's all thanks to my help." Elric mumbled a few compliments to please him. Yes, our great demon king is #1. Although he said that, in his heart he thought, "This old man really likes to turn black and white upside down." Mephistopheles appeared arrogant, but in reality, he had completely different thoughts in his mind. It's all because of me that he succeeded. I just told him a few things. This guy has surpassed even genius. He's a monster. Elric, taking advantage of the good mood, asked directly, "Oh, I'm still curious about this. Didn't you have a special relationship with the Snow Mountain King before? Why didn't you let her become a demon?" Mephistopheles suddenly started sweating profusely. "Why did you?" Elric happily replied. "Well, at the end, I peeked through the Snow Mountain King's memories a bit. Why did you do that?" Mephistopheles reluctantly recounted. "I was the Demon King. She was the lowest level of the demon race. Nothing more, nothing less. At that time, I was just a bit bored. And I heard someone on Snow Mountain saying that they would definitely become a demon, so I went to see who it was." Mephistopheles recounted with a wry smile. "Well, she was a little lacking to become a demon, but her ambition and skills were commendable. If she had encountered someone like Azazel or Lilith instead of a pure and righteous demon king like myself, she would have been reduced to dust. But anyway, I told her to come find me again when she became stronger, then left her there." Elric was a little surprised. "Just like that, you'll never meet her again." Mephistopheles suddenly got angry. "Why would I meet her?" Mephistopheles' mind flashed with a memory when he actually went to the top of Snow Mountain. And he saw how happy the Snow Mountain King and Otto were when they fought each other. Then Mephistopheles silently left. His footprints on the top of the Snow Mountain were quickly concealed by the heavy snow, as if he had never been there. Recalling that old memory, a hint of confusion and perhaps even regret briefly appeared on Mephistopheles' face. Suddenly, Elric clapped his hands and exclaimed, I understand, I understand." Mephistopheles was startled. "How?" Elric pointed at Mephistopheles and smiled slyly. "You know, the way those snot-nosed kids bully the girls they have a crush on." Mephistopheles was struck to the core and immediately yelled in anger. "What, snot-nosed kids? Crush on someone?" Elric calmly taunted him. "That's why you've been single for thousands of years." Mephistopheles yelled angrily. "You bastard, how dare you mock me?" Elric continued to tease him. "Menfi is a single dog, a single dog." Mephistopheles was very angry, but he could only curse and curse. "Damn it, you bastard." Meanwhile, in Otto's world, he was still happy that he could personally send Elric back to reality. Otto seemed to have been planning this for a long time. He chuckled and mumbled to himself, "He is truly an interesting successor." After a breeze passed by, in the quiet space without any movement, Otto's face suddenly darkened. "Don't you think?" Otto looked up at the sky and asked the Snow Mountain King, "Don't you hate me?" Otto remembered the last day the Snow Mountain King was alive. Before that, she had witnessed countless people in her clan being brutally slaughtered. This made the Snow Mountain King constantly torment herself. No, it's my hand, all this happened because of me." But in reality, those were just illusions born from the Snow Mountain King's guilt and self-blame. When the Snow Mountain King fell into the depths of despair and reached her limit, Otto appeared before her. In that moment, all the pain in the Snow Mountain King's heart erupted into fury. She screamed in tears and couldn't control herself anymore. This was also the moment when the Snow Mountain King gradually transformed into a demon. But after all, now she no longer wanted to become a demon. The guilt and helplessness of witnessing her clan being slaughtered without being able to do anything had drowned the Snow Mountain King's ambition to become a demon. She raised her hand towards Otto and pleaded, "Please." With the last bit of her reason, the Snow Mountain King begged Otto, "Please, kill me." Otto smiled at the pitiful woman, apologizing. Then, he granted the Snow Mountain King his wish. But Otto's face then didn't look like he was happy with the victory. Instead, there was a hint of regret and sadness. After the flashbacks, Otto frowned with tears welling up in his eyes, and said thank you. Finally, his strong facade disappeared. As tears flowed, he choked out to the Snow Mountain King, "Throw away your regret and responsibility to that child, and rest in peace." Otto looked up at the sky with tear-filled eyes. "See you in the next life. I hope it will be better than now." After waking up, Elric had turned the entire family library upside down. Mephistopheles curiously asked him, "What are you searching for?" Elric mysteriously replied, "I have to find some things." Mephistopheles was even more curious. "What are you looking for? What made you have to turn the entire library upside down?" Elric pulled something out of his pocket. Mephistopheles immediately recognized it. "Wait, isn't that the ice crystal?" Mephistopheles looked at the egg-shaped crystal in Elric's hand with a bit of astonishment. Earlier, Otto had given Elric the crystal and instructed him, "Take this ice crystal and find the camellia god." Elric was surprised. "What did you say? Give it to camellia? Do you mean the camellia flower?" Otto nodded. "Yes, that person will become your new guide." Elric curiously asked Otto, "Is this a mission?" Otto nodded again, "Yes." Elric sighed, "How long will I have to do this mission? At this rate, I'll become a hunchbacked old man." Otto seriously said, "Until you reach the level of our ancestors." Elric tilted his head, confused. "Ancestors?" Otto pondered, "You will probably have many other arrangements, but all of them can be overcome in a certain period of time. The ancestors have finished their work and left many things on this land. We have prepared many missions to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently walk that path." Elric didn't quite understand, but he put the crystal away first. "All right, I promise I'll carry this egg with me." Otto chuckled, "I apologize for placing this burden on you. But this path can only be walked by you, Elric Melvinger, the master of the Melvinger family." Otto smiled mysteriously. "Go, and perfect the winter." Elric told Mephistopheles about it. "It's just that, I was told to bring this ice crystal to the camellia god." Suddenly Mephistopheles burst out laughing. After a fit of laughter, Mephistopheles said, "The camellia god, I guess he's trying to guide you to find winter." Elric wondered, "Winter, do you know what it means?" Mephistopheles shrugged, "Of course, those disgusting Four Seasons people have haunted demon kings like me." Elric immediately became curious. "Please tell me in detail," Mephistopheles arrogantly asked. "Why should I tell you?" Elric began to bargain. "For days off," Mephistopheles proudly replied. "What do you think those 4 days off will do?" Elric, who was dying of curiosity, said, Okay, then can you lift the prohibition of speech? No more." Mephistopheles laughed smugly. "All right, listen carefully. There were 4 subordinates who assisted our ancestors in creating the foundation of Melvinger, because their personalities and characteristics matched each season, so we demons often call them the 4 Seasons. One of them, Ottohan, corresponds to winter. In any case, the truth is when someone stays behind to guide such missions, it means he's trying to pass on the power he possesses to you." Elric thought to himself, "So, if this mission is completed, I can also receive missions from the other 4 Seasons people. Gaining the power of the 4 Seasons also means that I can gain the same power as an ancestor, the one they assisted." Elric was consumed by his burning desires. "If I can continue to devour powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger ones, it's very likely to rebuild my family." Elric questioned Mephistopheles again, "So how important is this ice crystal to the camellia god that he needs it so much?" Mephistopheles explained, "The ice crystal is the core of winter, only formed from the depths of snow-capped mountains covered in eternal snow, or in other words, it's a god's egg. Because camellia, the tea flower, is a flower that blooms in winter, there is no better flower pot than the ice crystal." Elric continued to ask, "So where should I go to meet the camellia god?" Mephistopheles thought for a moment before replying, "Probably in the flower temple, it's somewhere to the south." Elric's eyes widened in surprise. "The flower temple, I've only heard about it in legends, but does it really exist?" Mephistopheles nodded. "Yes, that noisy bastard is probably managing the temple." Elric thought to himself, "For now, I can only be sure of what he says after I review the records in the family library." Suddenly, Elric felt something unusual about Mephistopheles. But, isn't he being too friendly? What kind of scheme is he plotting this time? Now, Elric looked carefully at Mephistopheles and vaguely realized, his soul form, it seems to have become stronger. Mephistopheles' arrogant attitude proved that he wasn't hiding the truth. Instead, he wanted Elric to see it clearly. Mephistopheles thought smugly, "This guy seems to have noticed that my power has returned a bit. However, even if he notices my power, you can't do anything." Mephistopheles was excited inside. "You will have no choice but to carry out the missions to become stronger." At the same time, Elric was having the same thought, carrying out the missions to become stronger, and it can also make Mephisto stronger. Elric thought to himself, "I can get a great demon king, who has the potential to bring the whole world to ruin." Seeing Elric's conflicted expression in his predicament, Mephistopheles was even more delighted. "Kakik, what a painful face, you should be afraid, of course you should be afraid." He seemed to be enjoying himself. "Although I feel uncomfortable having to rely on a Melvinger just to get stronger, I have to accept it, my recovery process needs to be prioritized." However, Mephistopheles' happy expression quickly disappeared when he saw Elric's sinister smile. This bastard is smiling again." Mephistopheles shivered at Elric's evil laugh. What's wrong with that son of a bitch? Has he gone from fear to madness?" Elric couldn't contain his laughter, which was slowly losing its humanity, as he thought, "So this means I can absorb Mephisto's power again. After all, to help him regain his power and escape from me, I need to be stronger. Just imagining it makes me crazy with excitement. I need to stop thinking about it now. Elric took a deep breath, regained his composure, and thought about something else. Alright, it's time we've finished everything we need to do here, should we head back up there? And then he leaped out of the abyss. With a simple jump, he escaped the abyss. Elric laughed with glee. If it had been a month ago, it would have been difficult to get back up here, but now it was as easy as pie. Mephistopheles, upon hearing this, pursed his lips. You're really arrogant. Elric ignored Mephistopheles and rushed off. Now that we have a guide, should we head straight to the Blood-Eye tribe? Elric smiled with joy in his heart. I'm not sure if it's because I've fought snowmen for a long time, or maybe it's because I swallowed the seal of the Snow Mountain King, but I'm really excited to see them. But soon after, the smile on Elric's face quickly vanished, replaced by shock and horror. He was stunned by the desolate scene before him. The snowman's village was completely destroyed, with bloodstains dyeing the entire area red. Elric was so stunned that every word he uttered seemed stuck in his throat. What the world has? What happened here? Looking at the brutally murdered snowmen, their blood not even dry yet, Mephistopheles said in a low voice to Elric, it seems like they were killed slowly, even though they could have been killed instantly. This means they were definitely used for entertainment purposes. Even a demon king like Mephistopheles felt disgusted. I don't know who the perpetrators are, but they have a more cruel nature than most types of demons. Elric choked out, I feel a little sick. He walked away from the wreckage and thought, because snowmen are monsters, they can be killed at any time. Even I have killed many snowmen before, but I would never treat them as toys. A wave of mixed emotions arose. Elric felt anger, sorrow, and pain, as if he were witnessing his own kind being murdered. He wondered, this discomfort, maybe it's because I swallowed the Snow Mountain King. Elric took another deep breath, trying to reassure himself, calm down, I'm not the Snow Mountain King. I have no reason to pity these snowmen. Elric had barely regained his composure for 3 seconds before witnessing another horrifying scene that drove him insane. On the white snow, bodies were buried with their heads buried in the ground, their bodies standing up like stakes. Elric immediately rushed madly to dig through the thick snow. He wanted to scream, to release his grief, but the sound choked in his throat. In Elric's hands was Manhwa's lifeless body. Memories, brief but happy, of the short, stout guide, flooded Elric's mind at that very moment. Manhwa's childlike innocence could be a little annoying to those who just met him, but once you got to know him, he was incredibly endearing. Elric choked out, this is what that bastard did, right? He looked at the bodies of those who had journeyed with him and asked Mephistopheles again, the perpetrator is also the one who massacred the snowmen, right? Mephistopheles, based on his own experience, replied, yes. Elric was almost numb when he heard that. Aren't they intentionally making me feel worse and worse? Meanwhile, not far from Elric, the survivors fleeing were the group of the blue-haired young miss and the 2 knights protecting her. While rushing to escape the assassins, the young miss tripped. Chin shouted anxiously, are you all right, mistress? He rushed to help the young miss up. I'm all right, don't worry about me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding that graveyard, Chin anxiously advised, but you should rest now. However, the girl firmly replied, I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to be a burden on everyone again. Chin was at a loss, mistress. The girl nervously took out a piece of cloth and reminded herself silently, the assassins chasing us have killed many people. With their sacrifice, I can't collapse here. The girl looked at the map and searched for the way. It's been a month now, we've been searching for that graveyard for a month, but... The girl felt a little helpless. She furrowed her brow and stared at the map. Where on earth is it? Feeling hopeless, the girl looked up at the sky and softly called out, Father. She unconsciously remembered everyone's gossip about her, the only daughter of the Great Lion family, the vile Blue Lion family. Others gossiped behind her back, the only daughter of the Blue Lion, she can't even swing a sword properly. Even the knights serving her family were concerned. If you consider the publicly known rule that lions only follow the strong, then mistress, seeing the young miss standing nearby, another knight quickly stopped him. Shoo. Are you going to let her hear that? In truth, she had heard so many of these whispers behind her back that she no longer felt surprised or angry at them. Instead, she felt angry at herself, angry at her uselessness for not being able to inspire confidence in those who followed her family. No one knew that the girl still diligently practiced day and night. But there was no progress at all. She was deeply distressed, tormenting herself. Why can't I have any talent at all? The ridicule and sarcasm became an obsession that tormented her, the only daughter of the Blue Lion, who can't even swing a sword properly. The future of the Vile family is bleak. What bad luck that the Blue Lion has a child like this. The only child of the family is a daughter, because she's the daughter of the Blue Lion. She's treated well, at least try a little, a flower without a fragrance. Luckily, her father, John Wick, no, the Blue Lion, Herman Vile, was always forgiving to his daughter. He always spoke to his daughter with tenderness. Isabel. Herman sat down to comfort his daughter. I'm sorry for making you carry this burden, Isabel. Isabel shook her head. No, it's just that I'm not good enough. Herman pondered and advised Isabel, daughter, you don't have to follow your father's path and become the Blue Lion. He patted Isabel. You are not a gifted person, but you are still a proud member of the Vile family. However, Isabel is still very guilty about her own uselessness. But father. Herman tried to make Isabel laugh, and Dad is still as strong as an ox. Try touching these hard muscles. Isabel still sadly replied, that's armor, Dad. Sorry Dad. Herman seriously told his daughter, you don't need to worry about Herman Vile, the Blue Lion. He smiled lovingly. As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the best swordsman on the continent. At these moments, Isabel felt truly blessed and happy to have a father who loved her unconditionally. But soon after, the Blue Lion, who had shouldered the burden of the family, fell ill. Isabel stayed by her father's side day and night, asking the doctor, why doesn't father wake up? The doctor sighed and told her, he has symptoms similar to obstruction. The doctor shook his head helplessly. His health has been declining due to his reckless use of too much spiritual energy. If we don't treat him early, his muscles will atrophy. The doctor continued to explain Herman's condition. The problem would be solved if we could restore his vitality. But that is almost impossible with human capabilities. It's just that he has lost too much vitality in his body. The doctor's subsequent words made Isabel's heart clench. At this point, we have no choice but to rely on some magic to help. Then, Isabel had no time to think. She immediately set off with her most loyal guards. I have to save my father. Since ordinary items were completely useless to treat Herman, Isabel decided to risk her life to obtain advanced magical tools possessed by the Magic Tower or the Academy. But unfortunately, even those magical tools of theirs were useless. Isabel couldn't find anything that could treat her father's illness. By chance, while searching for a solution, Isabel overheard a conversation between a few passers-by. Hey, do you know there's a graveyard of the Snow Mountain King in this snowy region? The story of the passers-by immediately caught Isabel's attention. She carefully listened to the two of them talking. Really, if it's the king's graveyard, it must be full of treasures. And there are many magical tools that humans can't get. If we have one of those, we'll be rich. Should we try to get it? Isabel curiously glanced at the strangers. They continued to discuss with each other. Moron, you want to be eaten by those snowmen just for those legendary items. Don't waste your life and keep drinking. She signaled to her two guards with her eyes, and they immediately nodded in understanding. After trying her best to find that graveyard, Isabel finally learned that it really existed, and she could also judge where to find it. But Isabel's life was never smooth sailing. Another problem arose, this time because her plan had reached the ears of her uncle, Paul Vile. Subsequently, Isabel's group was pursued. Paul Vile, who had been waiting for the opportunity to seize the throne of the Blue Lion, had no regard for family ties and used this opportunity to send assassins to kill the only heir, Isabel. Thinking of the losses the assassins had caused on the way to pursuing her, Isabel trembled with anger. It's just, I can't believe how cruel he is. At this moment, the old guard's voice rang out, Mistress, run. Chen immediately drew his sword, ready to fight. The old guard, who had lost an arm, quickly pulled Isabel away and they hid behind a large rock nearby. The assassins calmly walked up to Chen and said, we had to search everywhere to find you, we wondered where you were hiding, anyway, you've shown up. They were the 6th Blue Wolf Squad, elite knights secretly sent by Paul, the captain. Hanol smirked and continued to speak to Chen. Since you are still a member of the Vile family, at least I'll let you go peacefully. He deliberately spoke loudly so that Isabel could hear. Once you're here, surely your mistress must be nearby. Chen shouted angrily, cut the crap, Hanol, you will pay for the deaths of Isaac and Zard with your own life. In reality, he was trying to buy time and distract Hanol. Chen secretly thought, mistress, run and don't look back. Isabel immediately got up and wanted to run to Chen, but the old guard held her back. Don't go there. Just the two of us can't stop them, Isabel stubbornly said. I have to go, otherwise, Chen will die. The old guard sternly reminded Isabel, Chen is risking his own life to buy us time, you want to let him sacrifice himself in vain. Isabel found herself in a difficult choice, but... At that very moment, Hanol shouted, "Mistress." He deliberately spoke loudly so that Isabel could hear, "Your faithful servant is about to die. Are you just going to leave him here?" Chen, though lying flat at the enemy's feet, still said stubbornly, "You idiot, my mistress is far away." Hanol immediately stabbed Chen in the shoulder. He sneered, "She must have abandoned her loyal knight. She's quite ruthless, isn't she? Well then, now." Hanol shouted as he swung his sword, "I will cut your head off." Sure enough, Isabel, with her kind nature, could not stand idly by. She rushed out of hiding and shouted, "Stop." Isabel shouted powerfully, "Are you targeting me? Then just kill me and let Chen go." Hanol replied with a cunning smile, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." His words stunned Isabel. "What?" He calmly said, "We've decided to kill everyone who's involved or has witnessed this." Isabel was shocked and stammered, "No way, you." Hanol continued to strike Isabel psychologically, "If you hadn't run away, everyone would have survived and lived happily with their families. But it's truly regrettable. You've surrendered too late." Isabel immediately fell into the abyss of self-recrimination. She collapsed, thinking, all those innocent people died because of someone like her. While Isabel stood there stunned, Hanol seized the opportunity and leaped in front of her, swinging his sword. "Now, let's just end this here." Suddenly, Elric's cold voice echoed throughout the forest. "I understand." Hanol was startled and looked around. Someone. Elric suddenly teleported to a tree branch right above the assassins. The assassins all looked towards him with caution. Elric sat calmly on the branch with a disdainful smile. "I'm just a Satan demon passing by, you bastards." Hanol said irritably, "Satan demon, what the hell? You're what kind of idiot who dares to interfere in my business? Are you a devil worshipper? If you hadn't passed by, maybe you could have lived." As Hanol finished speaking, Elric suddenly disappeared from the tree branch. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Hanol, making him jump in shock. "Magic, magic." Hanol immediately backed away. "Who the hell are you?" Elric looked very cool and asked Isabel, "Everyone is okay, right?" Isabel replied in confusion, Yeah, but..." She looked hesitantly at Elric, who was sprawled on the ground. "You too, okay," he replied awkwardly, "Of course." Thanks to Elric, the assassins got a bit entertained. They laughed and said to each other, "Is that how mages usually land? Didn't he just fall? Why doesn't he get up? So embarrassing." Elric still tried to look cool and get up right away, even though in his heart he was groaning, "If it wasn't for the slippery snow, I could have impressed them." Looking closely at Elric, Isabel was surprised to realize, "Isn't that the person who disappeared before?" Isabel panicked and thought, "I can't let him fight alone like that." She immediately shouted in concern to warn Elric, "Run, you can't win." Hanol sneered at Isabel, "Mistress, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't leave any witnesses?" He immediately ordered the assassins, "Eliminate that Satan demon." The assassins all rushed towards Elric. Isabel screamed in despair, "No!" Elric's face darkened. He said in a harsh voice to them, "That's right, compassion is given. To bastards like you, it's truly a waste." He finished, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Immediately after, Elric concentrated his mana in his hand and chanted, "Storm." He swung his hand towards the assassins and the storm immediately rose. A whirlwind engulfed the assassins, initially trapping their feet, and soon their entire bodies were submerged in the whirlwind. Suddenly, Elric clenched his fist. At the same time, the whirlwind rolled up and tore apart those assassins, their body parts falling around Elric. Everyone there was stunned. What the hell?" Hanol hurriedly urged the assassins, "What are you doing? Kill him quickly, don't let him have a chance to make a move, die." The assassins rushed to attack. Elric also charged forward. "Who allowed that?" He glared at the assassins. Then he spread his hand and summoned a series of ice swords. The sharp swords shot towards the assassins. The power of the ice swords was so terrifying that they pierced through the assassins' bodies. They couldn't be broken, they couldn't be stopped. One by one, the assassins were dismembered by dozens of swords. The assassins scrambled to run away in panic and screamed in agony, "Save me." But no one could save them. The assassins quickly met their karma for what they had done to the innocent. Finally, only Hanol was left, paralyzed with shock, as he witnessed his comrades dying one by one. He screamed in horror, Who the hell are you? You know who we are, right?" Elric sneered with disdain, "I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel down before me?" The Hanol bitterly gritted his teeth, "I will kill you." Isabel was hiding behind a tree and couldn't help but be curious as she looked at Elric. Who was that man? He defeated the group of blue wolves so easily. No, that's not the problem now. She felt a twinge of unease. He was undoubtedly a powerful mage, but he seemed dangerous if she got any closer. Hanul suddenly lunged towards Elric. "I'll at least manage to kill you." Elric was taken aback by his speed. How is he so fast? Suddenly, Isabel yelled out, warning Elric, "Keep your distance from him." Elric immediately reinforced his jump and leaped back several steps. He then summoned ice magic to counterattack. As Elric touched the ground, a series of sturdy icicles rose up. Hanul continued to charge forward. "You really think you can stop me with that kind of magic?" He charged with incredible speed and strength, shattering all the newly formed icicles. As he reached Elric, Hanul swung his sword. "You're finished, you bastard." However, Elric suddenly summoned an ice pillar that encased his entire body. The assassin's sword pierced through the pillar. He exclaimed in shock, "Why isn't it breaking?" Cracks began to appear on the ice pillar as Elric grinned mischievously. "Do you know what's more important than that? It's that your head is about to be buried beneath the earth." Hanul cursed in panic. "What, you dog?" Elric didn't say another word. He slammed an ice shard onto Hanul's head. After burying his head in the ground, Elric silently turned away. Isabel's old guard whispered to her, "Unbelievable, he defeated the Blue Wolves instantly." Isabel nodded in agreement. "I didn't think there would be such a powerful mage on this desolate mountain." Isabel continued to stare at Elric, amazed. "He looks to be about my age, but how can he be this strong?" Isabel pondered. "He's so young, yet so powerful. He could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with Tasha Nemister, one of the new 3 stars. Why haven't I heard of him? He truly is a mystery." Elric seemed oblivious to the people around him. He sighed and looked up at the sky, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Elric stood there for a long time, lost in thought. Memories of his brief, happy moments with Manhwa and the snowmen flashed through his mind. Elric sighed again. "Please, rest in peace." Mephistopheles seemed uncomfortable, interrupting Elric's moment of silence. "Hey, they've been staring at you non-stop. Why don't you say something to them? They're giving me the creeps." Seeing Elric still spacing out, Mephistopheles urged, "Hey, say something, at least, hello." Elric suddenly cleared his throat, causing Chen and the old guard to jump and stand in front of Isabel protectively. Feeling awkward for forgetting to introduce himself, Elric nervously chuckled. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Chen held his sword and watched Elric with high alert. "Even if he helped us, he's still a complete stranger. We can't let our guard down so easily. If he has ulterior motives, he could be just as dangerous as those we fought." Suddenly, Isabel knelt down. She politely bowed her head to Elric. "Thank you, our savior." Isabel's 2 guards were taken aback. "Lady, why are you kneeling?" Elric replied in confusion. No need to do that." Isabel called out to her guards, "Chen, Ed." Chen and Ed simultaneously knelt down. "Thank you, our savior." Elric shyly replied, "No matter who she was, she would do the same as me, so please stand up." Mephistopheles seemed very pleased. It seems like she knows how to behave, unlike those 2 bastards from earlier." Isabel suddenly approached Elric. "It may sound rude, but can I ask my savior a favor?" Elric was still confused. Where should I go?" Isabel suddenly grabbed Elric's hand. "No, I want to delegate to you." The first time Elric was actively held by a beauty, he felt even more awkward. "Yes, my hand." But as soon as he looked at the glowing object in his hand, he immediately lost his confusion. That very night, Elric went with Isabel's group. Isabel temporarily put aside her plan to find the cemetery and set off with Elric somewhere by carriage. Inside the car it was so quiet that only the sound of horses' hooves echoing from outside and the sound of their breathing could be heard. Mephistopheles angrily reminded Elric, "I can see you're smirking, you bastard, cover it up now if you're planning another sinister plot." Elric is really trying hard not to laugh out loud. Because of happiness, he was secretly happy in his heart. It was truly an unexpected harvest. Because we are given something of great value. A few hours earlier, Isabel had given Elric a gold coin. Not only that, but it was also a gold coin engraved with the symbol of the blue lion. When he received the gold coin, Elric immediately asked Isabel if she was the young miss of the Vile family. Isabel shyly replied, "Oh, yes, that's embarrassing." Elric thought to himself, "That's why she's so beautiful." The maiden nicknamed the scentless flower, Isabel Vile, even though her stunning beauty had captivated the prince and he had proposed to her. She was still rejected because she was a scentless flower, someone born without any talent. In nature, even if you have the flesh and blood of a lion, if you don't have sharp fangs and teeth, you'll end up the same way. Elric suddenly felt sorry for Isabel. He had heard that after her marriage broke down, she lived alone in her own lands. He said to her with a smile, "My name is Elric. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion." Isabel, embarrassed and confused, asked, "Why is it an honor to meet someone like me?" Elric encouraged Isabel. You should be proud of yourself. As far as I can see, your perseverance isn't something to be ashamed of for the name Blue Lion. Isabel blushed and said, thank you. Elric curiously asked Isabel, oh right, did you say something about a commission? Isabel, flustered, explained, oh yes, I have nothing now but. Could you escort us to the capital? Chen, hearing Isabel's request, immediately stopped her. My lady, we haven't found that place yet. Isabel turned back to him. Chen, I don't want to lose you just because of my greed. I have to go see my uncle first to negotiate. Elric glanced at the bodies of the assassins and thought, Uncle, so these knights are also part of the vile family. Is there something hidden within their family? He pondered. I heard the Blue Lion is suffering from a very difficult illness. She's looking for a cure, right? What was it? Sean told me before. A bold thought suddenly flashed in Elric's mind. Wait, can I make the Blue Lion owe me a favor? Elric began to imagine, if the Melvinger family is rebuilt and owes the Blue Lion a favor, wouldn't that be a beautiful sight? Elric secretly chuckled maliciously. I'm so clever, always keeping a cool head. Seeing Elric hesitate for a long time, Isabel said, it's true that we can hardly get your help, so I'll give you double what I just gave you, as a reward after you complete the commission. Isabel nervously asked Elric, I guess it's impossible, right? Seeing him not answer, she shyly reached out to retrieve the gold coin. I'm so embarrassed, then. However, Elric had no intention of returning the gold coin to her. He suddenly took Isabel's hand and assured her, I will escort you safely, my young miss. And so they got on a carriage together like this. Mephistopheles curiously asked Elric, there's a pile of treasure in the Shinake nest, why do you still need money? Elric looked out of the carriage window thoughtfully and said, I've calculated everything, and besides. Elric told Mephistopheles, you wouldn't say that if you had ever been hungry and cold before. Mephistopheles frowned, showing he didn't understand. Elric grumpily explained to Mephistopheles, what am I supposed to do now when I don't have a penny to my name? It might not matter to you because you're a useless ghost, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand what it's like to be deprived? Mephistopheles muttered, that's a human problem. Elric was a little cheerful, but, this telepathy is quite convenient. With just a little bit of energy, I can talk privately to whoever I want. Mephistopheles laughed and replied, I teach you because I find it very uncomfortable when you're silent around others. Elric sneered and mocked Mephistopheles. I know why you hate being silenced, you're a real chatterbox. Mephistopheles angrily cursed, what, how dare you? Mephistopheles pointed his chin towards Isabel and asked Elric, forget it, are you going to sit there quietly for the rest of the trip? You look worse than you think. Elric, confused, asked Mephistopheles back, what should I do now? I'm bored. Seeing Elric remain silent for a long time, Isabel nervously wondered, he's not saying anything, is it because I suddenly commissioned him? Isabel awkwardly thought, but I need his help now. If my uncle sends more powerful assassins, there's no way the three of us can outsmart them. Thus, the carriage continued to move through the night in Isabel's anxiety. Meanwhile, in a magnificent palace, Isabel's uncle, Paul, was listening to his subordinate's report. He angrily asked his subordinate, Team 6 is dead. The subordinate, seeing Paul's anger, bowed his head to the ground, trembling, I apologize. Paul coldly stood up, drew his sword, if you apologize. Then you shouldn't have made any mistakes in the first place to have to apologize. With those words, he instantly beheaded the subordinate. Paul sharply asked another subordinate, Hilton, where do you think Isabel went? Hilton, the captain of the Blue Wolf Team 1, immediately reported, because her traces leaving the Snow Mountain have been confirmed. It's very likely she's heading back to the capital. Paul asked Hilton, if she's returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? Hilton continued to speculate, it's possible. Paul sneered, what a stupid child, how dare a talentless girl like that negotiate with me? Immediately after, Paul ordered Hilton, you only have one chance. 2 days later, after 2 nights of continuous travel, Isabel's carriage finally reached a town to stop and rest. Chen said to the still drowsy Isabel, we've arrived at Lacendi, young miss. Isabel wearily massaged her shoulders, we arrived in just 2 days of non-stop travel, I'm so tired. Mephistopheles also sighed, my whole body hurts. Elric chuckled, what, a flying ghost like you? He teased Mephistopheles, don't you know that correct posture relaxes the nerves, for some reason you are upside down. Elric looked out of the carriage window. In front of the city gate was a group of people wearing blue cloaks, similar to the group of assassins killed a few days ago. Looking at the group of people meticulously checking each face passing through the city gate, Elric felt suspicious. They were The night before, after receiving orders from Paul, Hilton immediately summoned the Blue Wolf Squad too. One of his subordinates wondered, "What, do we really need to mobilize the strongest team to handle this trivial matter?" The young miss returned to the capital means accepting surrender. Hilton directly chopped off the subordinate's head. He coldly declared, "A hunting dog must behave according to its status." Hilton told his subordinates, "She must pass through Lasenti if she wants to go from the snow mountain to the capital." He ordered in a firm voice, "Turn that place into their grave." Afterwards, the Blue Wolf Squad guarded day and night outside Lasenti waiting for Isabel to appear. Isabel had also discovered their intention. She anxiously told Chen, "I anticipated the journey wouldn't be easy because of the Lord ruling this place, but I didn't expect it to be this serious." Chen asked Isabel, "Should we turn back, young miss?" Isabel immediately shook her head. "No," she said, "our carriage has drawn their attention. Doing so will only make them more suspicious." Isabel planned to leave the carriage behind, escape secretly and find another place. Elric suddenly interrupted her, "No need." Isabel looked at Elric in bewilderment. What did you say?" At this moment, Elric smirked and started using his magic, disguise. Then, Isabel's carriage quietly passed through the city gate like everyone else. Chen looked calm as he drove through the city gate, but in reality, he was worried and uneasy. Both Isabel and Ed, sitting in the carriage, were also nervous and anxious under the searching eyes of the green wolves. But their carriages continued peacefully into Lasenti without any obstruction. The road through the city gate seemed to stretch for a kilometer in Isabel's nervous mood. Upon seeing the sunlight once again, Isabel and her two guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Isabel stepped out of the carriage, she curiously asked Elric, "Sir, what magic did you just use?" Elric cheerfully replied, "It's just a simple illusion magic that changes our appearance. It's like a form of hypnosis that can be broken by a slight shock, so we need to be cautious." Isabel happily said to Elric, "Thanks to you, Sir Elric, we've safely entered the city. I am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart." Elric instructed them, "Rest here for the night. I'll be back after taking care of some things." Isabel nodded, "Okay, be careful." Mephistopheles curiously asked Elric, "Why did you use magic when you could have killed them all?" He explained, "I don't want to start a fight when I don't know anything about the enemy. Moreover, I need to conserve mana for emergencies." Mephistopheles bluntly exposed Elric, "What do you think the oath and soul contract are for? Isn't it because you're lazy?" Seeing Elric ignore him, Mephistopheles continued, "Anyway, you need to go to the academy or something, right?" Elric nodded, "Yes, but I need to investigate something first." Elric smirked mischievously, "A long time has passed, but you still remember, right?" He gradually revealed a sinister expression. "I need to know Dean's situation to prepare for his elimination." Mephistopheles sighed upon hearing this. "I don't know who that is, but it's unfortunate to be targeted by someone like you." Suddenly, a group of children playing sword fighting on the street caught Mephistopheles' attention. Mephistopheles suddenly remembered and asked Elric, "I have a question. I feel something similar to mana from those nights. What is it?" Elric explained, "Oh, I guess your time hasn't seen the emergence of spirit chains yet." Mephistopheles became even more curious. "Spirit chains?" Elric explained, "It's very simple. Mana is originally a blessing for mages, but over time, even warriors can develop methods to use mana on their bodies. If mages use magic by creating magic circles in their hearts, warriors enhance their bodies by accumulating spirit chains around their dantian. Similar to the division of mage ranks, 6 magic circles are mage, 7 circles are grand mage, and 8 circles are sage. Warriors are divided into 1 chain beginner, 2 chains intermediate, 3 chains master, 4 chains strong, and 5 chains martial arts rank. To make it easier for you to understand, the Knight of Lady Isabel is around the beginner level." Mephistopheles continued asking, "Only 5 levels?" Elric nodded, "Usually, yes, but there are exceptions. Only one person can cycle through more than 5 chains." Mephistopheles curiously pressed Elric, "Who?" He finally agreed to answer, "The Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest person on the continent." Mephistopheles scoffed, "An arrogant nickname, according to human standards." Elric shook his head, "No, this is different. He can fight on par with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in Melvinger's history." Mephistopheles nodded, "Understood." At that moment, Elric stopped in front of a newspaper stall. Mephistopheles chuckled with amusement and said, "I'm looking forward to meeting him." Elric again ignored Mephistopheles and thought, "This old man is stubborn again. No need to pay attention to him. The more important thing is to find out what happened while I was away." Then, Elric grinned and said to the newspaper vendor, "Can I buy all the newspapers for a month?" Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office of Uston Academy, Dean Barracks was reprimanding Rivern. "Still haven't solved it." Rivern meekly knelt at his feet. "Please, forgive me, the Nemesters are guarding the hospital like an impenetrable fortress." Dean Barracks angrily gritted his teeth. "Sean Nemester, that ungrateful bastard." Rivern quickly changed the subject. "But thanks to your achievements in discovering the dragon's lair, you still have an advantage over other candidates in the competition for headmaster position." In the eyes of the Academy's higher-ups and the press, Dean Barracks still sounded annoyed. "But you can't predict what will happen if we don't get the right to excavate the lair. I want an overwhelming victory." Rivern said with a cunning smile, "Please give the order." Dean Barracks smirked maliciously. "Put more pressure on those Nemesters." Meanwhile, Sean was almost exhausted from the pressure from the nobles and the press. And of course, Carl was equally exhausted. "Young master, the transfer of the Dragon's Lair excavation rights has caused immense pressure from the Academy's higher-ups and the press. Not only that, this situation is no different from you stabbing your senior professors in the back. The Academy's higher-ups are furious." Sean bitterly laughed miserably. "Ha ha." His unusual attitude made Carl panic. "Young master." Sean looked up at Carl with a haggard expression. "My sister comes to torture me every day, and that bastard Elric hasn't contacted me even once." Sean shook and grabbed the table to stand up. "But, I've already warned myself," he declared stubbornly. "I will continue to endure, until Elric returns." At this time, Elric was in the newsstand and had finished reading a month's worth of newspapers. He muttered angrily, "Dean is as cunning as ever, and Sean is facing hell because of me." Suddenly, Elric grinned cunningly. "The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You know how to use public opinion, don't you, old man Dean?" Mephistopheles, watching him, just shook his head. "I'm getting used to that expression." Elric clenched his fist and said resentfully, "Keep climbing higher, it will only make my debut more spectacular." Elric rested his chin on his hand and pondered. "After all, I feel a little sorry for Sean. What can I do for him?" While Elric was pondering, suddenly a bright object appeared outside the window. Only a few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred right in the city. Both Elric and Mephistopheles were shocked by the sudden explosion that shook the whole area. Outside, people's screams began to echo. People ran around in panic, the sound of hurried footsteps mixed with cries for help. Elric immediately opened the window. He was stunned by the terrible fire spreading at an incredible speed. What? Only a few minutes later, a whole corner of the city was engulfed in flames. Going back in time a bit, when Elric went to buy newspapers, Chin asked Isabel, "Mistress, do you really trust Elric?" Isabel answered without hesitation, "He is the one who saved us." Chin was still worried. Even though he's not a subordinate of Paul Vile, what if he's an assassin sent by another master to seize the main estate? Chin worriedly advised Isabel, "I'm not sure about this either, but we should still be cautious." Isabel thought to herself, "I understand Chen's concerns, but it seems like he's been overprotective of me since the Snow Mountain." Isabel sighed and said, "Chen, I know what you're trying to say." Chen hurriedly interrupted her. "Yes, mistress, then." Isabel sternly warned Chen with her eyes, "However, don't say that anymore. You suspect Elric, which means you doubt my decision." Both Chen and Ed were astonished by Isabel's decisive attitude. Isabel thought to herself, "I believe him, that expression, only honest people can show it." Chen was still doubtful and asked Isabel, "I understand, but isn't he just a mercenary who's greedy for money?" Isabel smiled and replied, "No, he genuinely wants to help us." Chen asked her in surprise, "You mean?" Isabel gently explained, "Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us right from when he killed those blue wolves. It shows that even if we don't ask him, he'll still help us." His expression only changed when he discovered that we were from the Vile family. He's considered that our family's reputation might be tarnished, so he deliberately lowered himself like that. Ed answered happily, "I understand, he did that to maintain the Blue Lion's reputation." Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, "So that's it." Isabel smiled gently and said, "Chen, so." Right at that moment, the terrible explosion occurred, and unfortunately, it was very close to the inn, causing a corner of Isabel's room to be blown away. Outside the city, the Blue Wolves were gleefully looking at their accomplishment. "The fire looks so beautiful." The third squad captain, Simonin, chuckled, "The magic scroll containing the fourth circle heat line magic is really worth it." The second squad captain, Beskov, shook his head in dismay. "You're still laughing even after this, Simonin." Simonin was still laughing happily with another detonator in his hand. Hey Beskov, didn't you agree with my decision just now? Why are you suddenly so serious now? You also know we spent a lot of money. How much effort went into this? Beskov thought to himself, you idiot, but I really can't think of a better way. With the mistress's personality, no matter what happens, she'll try her best to overcome it and help everyone. Simonin nodded and asked Beskov, what do we do now? Burn more? Beskov nodded. The 6th squad has been wiped out. According to Hilton's calculations, we still have at least 3 or more enemies. He said there might be a mage among them, so we need to be careful. Simonin arrogantly replied, come on, I can destroy the whole 6th squad even with my eyes closed. You and Hilton are just being paranoid. Simonin laughed gleefully, we've come all this way, so I hope they're strong enough for me to play around for a while. Beskov nodded, then let's begin. The 2 squad captains immediately ordered their teams, find her, except for the leading girl, kill everyone else. At this time, the fire had reached the inn area. Chen urged Isabel, Mistress, you need to run away. If it's the Blue Wolves, they're targeting you. Isabel was still stunned by the tremors caused by the explosion. Chen, Ed, are you two okay? What the hell? When Isabel looked up, she saw a sea of fire and devastation everywhere. Isabel was stunned when she heard the painful cries and groans of the people. Isabel trembled and stammered, Paul, Vile, is this true? In the end, did you have to go to this extent? Chen's shout brought Isabel back to her senses, Mistress, be careful. But before she could react, another explosion blew away the facade of the inn. Isabel was thrown into the air and then collapsed. Chen, trapped under the rubble, still tried to urge Isabel, Mistress, please run, hurry. However, Isabel's ears were filled with buzzing sounds. After a while, Isabel tried to stand up, her teeth clenched together. She gripped her sword tightly while her body trembled, her whole being filled with helplessness. Isabel thought desperately, I want to confront this and save everyone, but I don't have enough strength, nor enough talent to stop them. Isabel bit her lip and made up her mind, I don't want to run anymore, I don't want to live such a humiliating life. Isabel suddenly thought of Elric, I want to be like him. Isabel stood up bravely, facing another explosive that was thrown at her. I am a member of the Vile, the Imperial Guardian family. Even if I have to die, I will fight to the end. Right after that, another explosion happened right on the road in front of the inn. Isabel closed her eyes tightly, thinking she was surely going to die in this explosion. But after a few seconds, she realized she was still alive and worriedly opened her eyes to look outside. The fires were completely extinguished, and the whole city was covered with a thin layer of ice. Isabel was stunned and confused. What happened? At that moment, Elric stood in front of Isabel and extinguished the fires with ice and snow. The people in the city cheered with joy. The fire is being put out, we're saved. Isabel was still looking around in bewilderment. What's going on? Lifting her face to look forward, Isabel finally saw clearly. The scene of the hero saving the damsel was instantly touching and made her cry. Isabel was so absorbed in watching Elric from behind that she forgot about the imminent danger. After a long while, she finally called out, Elric. Elric only turned around and glanced at Isabel with a very cool look. In her heart, Isabel secretly thought, I don't know how long it will take, but if I can, I hope one day I can stand by his side. Confirming that Isabel was unharmed, Elric didn't say anything and immediately jumped up. He dashed off in Isabel's admiring gaze. Elric flew through the city with a face full of anger. He checked around and became even more frustrated. As a knight, how dare they kill innocent civilians? Mephistopheles stood silently beside him, observing Elric's rage and laughing gleefully. Strong people are often very good at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. I know this very well because I've faced them in the past. Unlike ordinary people who always make mistakes when they lose their reason, they are calmer, more ruthless, and stronger. Elric stood on a rooftop in the city and silently looked down at the Blue Wolves, who were aggressively dragging themselves into search for Isabel. Mephistopheles further provoked him. It seems they are more numerous and stronger than when we last met. Do you think you can win? Elric replied thoughtfully, it will be difficult. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy, and I can't freely use magic in front of ordinary people like this. Mephistopheles continued to provoke Elric. Why don't you run away? Elric, filled with determination, replied, our family has a saying. Those who have strength have a duty to fulfill their responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, Elric erupted in his fury, regardless of the large amount of mana spreading outwards and attracting the attention of the Blue Wolves. Sure enough, the Blue Wolves quickly noticed that he was calling down thunder and lightning in the sky above the city. Simonin, seeing Elric's formidable power, was panicking and sighing. Those scrolls I bought with my hard-earned money, they are equivalent to seventh circle magic. Where did a guy like him come from? Did he come from the magic tower? Beskov, what should we do? We can't touch the magic tower. Beskov furrowed his brow and looked at Elric with a scrutinizing gaze. I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him. We have to be careful no matter what. Beskov reminded Simonin, we just need to kill young miss and withdraw. Simonin asked, what if that mage interferes? Beskov casually replied, then kill him. Shortly after, they quickly discovered Isabel's location. Before she could even run, the two captains rushed towards her, attacking with lightning speed. Isabel clearly saw the two blue wolves leaping towards her, but she just stood there frozen. Isabel was panicking inside. My legs, they have no strength at all. At that moment, Elric once again appeared in the role of a hero saving a damsel, looking cool and awesome. He turned back to look at Isabel and nodded slightly, signaling her. As soon as Isabel saw Elric appear, she regained her spirit and composure, and she nodded back at him. Right after that, Elric hugged Isabel and dashed away. Simonin immediately shouted, they're running, formation, team 3, come with me. As Elric carried Isabel and ran, he took the opportunity to observe the enemy. There are over 40 of them. He thought to himself, I have to lure them to a place where there are no people. At that moment, a blue wolf blew the signal whistle. Immediately, a group of blue wolves stood blocking Elric's path. But for a mage who could teleport, their attempt to ambush him was useless. As soon as Elric escaped the first group of blue wolves, he encountered another group charging furiously towards him. Elric continued to dodge them and rushed on, but he was no longer carrying Isabel. In the middle of the square, Elric abruptly stopped. The blue wolves had surrounded him from all sides, but they were so focused on capturing Elric that they didn't notice Isabel had vanished. Simonin chuckled, got you now. He arrogantly puffed out his chest. It's kinda exciting to hunt a mage for the first time. When he got closer to Elric, he realized Isabel was gone. He yelled in anger, where did you hide the young miss? Elric smirked and shrugged, you think I'd tell you? You guys are really stupid. Elric sneered sarcastically, of course you wouldn't know, you all just chased me around like a pack of dogs. Simonin was so enraged that he gnashed his teeth, this guy wants to die, I'll take his head. Elric prepared to fight, calculating in his head, I've used a lot of mana to put out the fires all over the city. The Dragon Heart's mana had increased significantly after absorbing the Snow Mountain King's sigil, but my body won't be able to endure it like last time if I exceed my limit again. Back then, I could restart, but now, everything will be lost if I die even once. There are 36, no, 40 of them, right? I heard they all show up even if they're facing just one person, just like Isabel said. Elric summoned an ice axe and prepared to use the Snow Mountain King's axe-wielding technique. He charged towards Simonin, calculating, first, I'll kill their commander. However, before Elric could even touch a hair on his head, he was blocked by two other blue wolves. He hurriedly dodged. What the? My body isn't moving as well as it did when I fought the Snow Mountain King. Elric was straining his brain to avoid the blue wolves' continuous attacks while Mephistopheles hovered beside him, sarcastically saying, are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? Elric firmly replied, I'm sure my body was moving exactly as I wanted it to back then. Mephistopheles calmly said, you idiot. Right then, Elric faced an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Luckily, he managed to dodge the blade that was inches from his neck, but Mephistopheles continued to nag, you think the game auto set up for you will be the same as real life? Elric, having just escaped death, said irritably, if you're not going to help, then shut up. Simonin continued to swing his sword wildly, yelling orders to his useless minions, all of you, get out of here. He charged forward furiously, mocking Elric, what kind of mage is so stupid to fight close-quarters combat? Why don't you use your almighty magic, you idiot? Faced with Simonin's relentless attacks, Elric was forced to use an ice shield, but with just 2 blows, Simonin shattered it. He smugly continued to mock Elric, that's all you've got, kid. Simonin continued to attack and provoke Elric, give me some more entertainment. However, regardless of his taunts, Elric continued to dodge. When Simonin excitedly charged forward with a deadly strike, Elric finally swung his axe in retaliation. A blinding light and a powerful shockwave spread as the two energy blasts collided. Simonin pressed closer to Elric and sneered, you're running away like a rat. Elric was cornered, and Simonin said with glee, now you're a trapped rat, it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, a flare appeared out of nowhere. The flare exploded brightly in the sky like fireworks, startling the blue wolves. Simonon looked up at the sky in astonishment. What the hell is that? Fire. He didn't notice the sinister smile forming on Elric's face. He asked with great energy, "Are all of you here now?" At the same time, a bright circle appeared under his feet. Now Simonon realized that all of them were trapped within Elric's magic circle. However, he still shouted stubbornly, "Cut it out." The moment Simonon saw Elric's eyes burning with a demonic rage, he was immediately horrified. How can a human have those eyes? Simonon frantically ordered his minions, "Kill him before he activates it." Immediately, the blue wolves lunged forward to attack Elric. This time Elric didn't dodge them, he casually smirked, "You want to kill me?" Going back 1 hour, when Elric was carrying Isabel and escaping, he took the opportunity to ask her, "How do they fight?" Isabel replied, "True to their name, they're like a pack of wolves." Elric nodded, "So, I just have to lure them to the square and kill them all." Isabel suggested adding a trap, if possible. Elric pondered, a trap. While running, he suddenly stopped. "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you for a favor?" Then, Isabel did exactly as Elric instructed. After evacuating the civilians from the square, Isabel tore the scroll of magical signals. And at this point, Elric could freely slaughter them all. Everyone in the square, without exception. Elric grinned excitedly at the result. The magic circle truly holds a lot of mana. The only blue wolf in the third team still alive was Simonon. He was so panicked that he stuttered. "No, impossible." Elric calmly walked over and mocked him. "How stupid are you that you didn't see me drawing the magic circle?" When Elric's cold hand pressed against Simonon's face, he screamed in terror, "Get away, get away, you won't die peacefully." Just as Elric was about to finish off Simonon, Beskov jumped down and blocked him with several consecutive slashes. Beskov said in a deep voice, "Not bad, but your luck has run out." Elric hastily dodged Beskov's swords. At this time, the blue wolves of the second team had completed Formation B to surround Elric. Cautiously observing Elric, Beskov thought to himself, "He lured us close to kill us with a magic circle. He must be confident and have calculated it thoroughly to do this." Even though he was ambushed, Elric showed no sign of worry. Beskov started to doubt, is he smiling? Does he know we're hiding and watching him? Beskov hesitated and thought, no, it's impossible that he knows we're here. If he did, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. Feeling that Elric was just trying to appear dangerous, Beskov threatened, "I'll spare your life if you hand over the young miss." Elric responded indifferently, "Oh really, but the problem is, I don't intend to let you live." Beskov was stunned by Elric's confident attitude. Immediately, icy snowstorms roared towards them. Elric narrowed his eyes at them. "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will not be spared." Beskov immediately swung his sword and charged at Elric. He ordered his men to protect their bodies with spiritual energy and maintain the formation. As Beskov's sword struck, Elric used a spell to dull the edge of his sword. However, the rust curse had no effect, which surprised Elric. Immediately after that, he used the spell to summon a hurricane. But even the hurricane was much weaker and couldn't do anything to Beskov. Elric carefully considered, could it be because of the curse seal? All magic that isn't of the ice element is weaker. Do I have to get a seal of the same element to use them? While firing small icicles, Elric thought, let's assume that's the case. Is it easy to use curse seals? No, it's extremely difficult. Unlike the ice mountain filled with ice energy, it cannot unleash all its power in the middle of the city, and it consumes too much mana. But it wasn't hopeless. Elric came up with a bold idea to combine ice magic and poison. In just a few seconds, he created his own special hidden weapon. Elric launched a series of toxic ice emulsions towards the blue wolves. Beskov immediately shouted a warning to his juniors, stopping them. The blue wolves easily crushed small icicles. Beskov is extremely confident in their swordsmanship. These icicles won't be a big problem. However, he did not realize that the poison was embedded in those ice emulsions. The shattered icicles still caused minor cuts on the hands of the blue wolves. Even Beskov couldn't avoid the cuts caused by the shards of ice that shattered in the air. Beskov confidently charged forward and declared, "Enough is enough. I don't have time to play with you, so I'm ending this here." Beskov ordered his men, "All of you, charge." However, when he turned around, the blue wolves were all frozen solid. Even Beskov started to show signs of being frozen. Elric said with a wry smile, "Just touching the poison ice will freeze you solid. Your mistake was blocking them instead of charging at me." Beskov widened his eyes in terror. I've never heard of a curse like that." Elric calmly replied, "What are you surprised about?" He grinned maliciously, "I just added a curse to the ice magic." Beskov laughed bitterly, "Ha, the captain of the first squad is the biggest idiot of them all. he shouldn't have sent only us. Before dying, he still dared to threaten Elric. I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret messing with us. Beskov laughed maniacally. You'll soon die under the captain's hand. Elric smashed the blue wolves' bodies in anger. So it's him, the one who plotted this. Elric spoke sternly to the petrified Beskov. You won't be alone on your way to hell. I'll send him down to join you soon. Meanwhile, outside the city, Simonin, still alive, was plotting with 2 other blue wolves. Simonin held out the scroll and said, Take this. The 2 others asked in confusion, What is this? Simonin replied, It's a scroll containing a 6th circle fire magic circle. We escaped him thanks to Beskov holding him off, but we, the blue wolves, are the swordsmen of Lord Paul Vile, the next blue lion. We can't just run away like this. We need to make him pay. Simonin instructed his comrades, Run until your feet blister, set fire to everything, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run. Whether the young miss lives or dies doesn't matter, use your life to burn this city to ashes. Simonin passionately discussed his plan, oblivious to the fact that every word was being heard. We are the Blue Wolves, the trump card of Lord Paul Vile, the future Blue Lion. How can we just run away with our tails between our legs? The sounds of Simonin's plan continued to echo into Mephistopheles' ears. Run until your feet are blistered, light a fire, and if necessary, use your own body as fuel. Mephistopheles couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing Simonin's scheme. No matter if she lives or dies, even if it means sacrificing themselves, they'll still turn this place to ashes. The more Mephistopheles listened, the more he found it ridiculous, bursting out laughing. He. It seems like they're planning to do something crazy again. Elric looked at Mephistopheles in question. What? Why? Right after that, without Mephistopheles having to answer, Elric understood. He soared into the air and roared in anger, You bastards! Mephistopheles laughed joyfully. In this world, the species more depraved than demons is only humans. Ka. Mephistopheles continued to chatter while Elric frantically searched for the blue wolves throughout the city. No matter how civilized they pretend to be, their true nature will always show. Elric rushed to find the blue wolves, thinking to himself, there are only 3 of them left, and I can't find any of them. What's worse is that the magic scroll is in their hands. It's at least 6th circle magic. A small mistake and the entire city will be reduced to ashes. Simonin stood on a rooftop, laughing triumphantly. Let's see how you're going to stop this. Just as he was about to ignite the scroll, Elric ran past him below. Simonin saw Elric but still said smugly, It's too late. Elric quickly turned to attack Simonin, but at that moment he saw Isabel suddenly appear. She had just managed to chop off Simonin's arm holding the scroll. Elric paused, watching Simonin's arm fall to the ground. He smirked at Isabel. I had a hunch on the mountain, but I didn't expect you to be so fearless, using the thing I gave you to escape. Ha! Elric licked his lips in satisfaction. It seems my A+ scroll crafting profession is worth something after all. That silent scroll really works. Isabel was still panting from her previous sword strike, which had cost her a lot of energy, when she was confronted with danger again. As Isabel fully appeared before Simonin, he immediately charged at her. Die! But Elric quickly stopped him with a freezing spell. He strolled over and mocked him. It seems you put in some effort, but you're going to die anyway. What's the point of trying so hard? What's with that attitude? Your arm is just cut off. Act like it's no big deal. You were ugly to begin with, now you're even worse. Elric raised his hand in front of Simonin and said sternly, I'm tired, let's finish this. He was about to die yet he still smiled arrogantly. You think this is over? Elric raised an eyebrow, looking at him with suspicion. What? Simonin replied disdainfully, You forgot about the other 2, huh? He boldly declared to Elric, While you're stuck here with me, my subordinates are already prepared. Simonin laughed derisively. Even though I lost to you, we, the Blue Wolves, the trump card of the Lord, will never lose. He continued to mock Elric. Your witches are careless. This place will soon become a hell filled with lamentations. Elric replied calmly with a smile, I stopped them already. Simonin groaned in shock. What? Elric said calmly. Didn't you just say I used the magic I'm so proud of? It turned out Elric had used his clone magic to search for all 3 blue wolves at the same time. And now the remaining 2 blue wolves were dead, killed by his clones. Elric shrugged with amusement. See, even your trump card is gone. Simonin stammered in panic. No, that's impossible. Deception. It must be a deception. With no one left to rely on, he immediately changed his tone, begging Isabel, Ma'am, please listen to me. If you let me live, I'll surely speak well of you to Lord Paul Vile. Simonin spoke slyly. We were only going to scare you a little and then escort you to him. I'm the captain of the 3rd Squad of Blue Wolves, he'll definitely listen to me. Isabel powerfully swung her sword, showing no mercy. Don't stain the vile family's name again. Her blade decisively cut Simonon's neck across. Right after that, Isabel sat down with a shy look on her face. Sorry, I was too impatient. Elric smiled and replied, it's okay, I originally intended to give him to you. Are you hurt anywhere? Isabel forced a smile with her trembling body. It's okay, Elric said worriedly, your body is probably in shock, just wait a bit, I'll help you get better. While Elric was treating Isabel, she hesitantly called out, Elric. He immediately replied, it's me. Isabel hesitantly suggested, can you spare the life of a blue wolf? Isabel thought to herself, I never expected that the knights from the family would never want to get involved with an incompetent person like me. Even if they respected me, that respect was only because I was the daughter of the Blue Lion, it couldn't be anything more than that. As for the Blue Wolves, occasionally they would show me a little respect, but for the most part, they didn't. They would always stare at me with cold eyes that held nothing but disdain. The spared blue wolf curiously asked Isabel, why did you let me live? Isabel glared at him, because we wanted to leave one behind as a message. Isabel declared forcefully, tell your master that he will never be able to become the Blue Lion. In her heart, Isabel thought that now those blue wolves, are afraid of her. Of course, to be more precise, they are afraid of Elric. If only I had his strength, Isabel whispered to herself. And abilities like his, then it would be so good. She clenched her fist. No, I need to be strong, there's no point in wallowing in self-pity. Isabel resolved, to gain strength, I must escape this cowardly nature. Before they parted ways, Elric asked Isabel, where are you headed now? Isabel smiled and replied, I'm going to Karnoe, my father is planning our future there. Elric asked frankly, you want to expand your influence? Isabel didn't hesitate to nod, yes. I'm going to ask for help from the people who owe my father favors. Elric encouraged her, it's a wise decision, no one dares to approach the Blue Lion's territory. Isabel nodded, yes, but a feeling of unease settled in her heart, because there is the Blue Lion, but if my father doesn't wake up, it will be a difficult battle. Isabel tried to hide her worries, if Elric helps us, maybe we can manage, but the Blue Lion can't be involved with a sorcerer, plus, I already owe Elric so much. I don't want to rely on him anymore, it's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, Elric handed Isabel a stack of papers and said, take this. Isabel asked Elric, what is this, some kind of document? Elric explained, I apologize for being abrupt, but I heard that the illness the Blue Lion is suffering from is similar to a blockage, I don't know if this will help. Elric smiled kindly, but, in short, it's a remedy for that disease. After Elric dealt with the Blue Wolves and gave Isabel the recipe for treating the blockage, he returned to the inn to treat Isabel's 2 subordinates. Both Chen and Ed were amazed to hear about his cure. You mean, you can cure the blockage? It was only then that Elric dared to reveal his full abilities. He even helped reattach Ed's severed arm. Elric suddenly stood up and said, I would like to introduce myself. Isabel looked at him dumbfounded. Introduce yourself. Elric's dark skin began to crack like broken matte paint. He said solemnly, my name is Elric Melvinger, of the Melvinger family. Isabel was stunned and amazed as Elric's true appearance slowly emerged. Elric's radiant beauty was truly worthy of the title Starlight Duke. Starlight was the title bestowed upon Ustin Melvinger, the Starlight Spell King. It was bestowed upon him after his great victory over the demons, symbolizing his shining valor on the battlefield. Although it is just a title, the name itself is enough to create a symbol of glory, Starlight Spell King. Isabel stared at Elric with a doubtful expression. You mean you're the one still in a coma at the Royal Magical Hospital? But I heard he. Elric chuckled. I can't reveal everything, but it's true that I once suffered from a blockage, and now. Isabel exclaimed in realization as she looked at the stack of papers Elric had given her earlier. Oh, so now, Elric nodded. Yes, the thing you're holding is the cure that helped me recover. The Blue Lion's illness seems similar to this one, and it might be of some help. Elric spoke softly to the still stunned girl. Don't you want to avenge your past grievance? It would be a shame if the Blue Lion couldn't witness it. In that moment, Isabel no longer saw just a typical hero saving a damsel in distress. It was as if she saw an angel bestowing a blessing that would change the fate of her entire family. Isabel couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. How can I repay this kindness? Elric placed his hand on Isabel's head, gently stroking her pounding heart. It's all right. He smiled generously and said, in the future, I will ask you to return the favor again. Isabel nodded slightly to express her infinite gratitude to Elric. With Elric's smile and affectionate gaze, Isabel finally managed to blossom a happy smile, free of worry. As Elric was about to leave, Isabel suddenly smiled mischievously at him. Well, to repay you in some way, I'll take the liberty of offering you this idea, Sir Elric. Isabel smiled playfully, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Would you like me to help you become a hero? At that moment, all over the city, people were calling out to each other, helping the injured, make way for the patients. Hey, come help out here. Seeing Elric also joining in the rescue efforts with his true identity, Mephistopheles was a little worried. Is it alright to reveal your identity like this? Elric replied calmly, there's no point in hiding. That guy, Paul, will do whatever it takes to find me anyway. I've killed many of his blue wolves, and he's definitely someone who hates losing. Elric didn't seem worried at all. Besides, my magic is quite special. Once he turns the academy upside down, my identity is bound to be exposed sooner or later. Mephistopheles nodded. So you're preparing for this play, even though you'll be exposed anyway. Elric chuckled and replied, by the way, I've also helped the Green Lion. That will be a good step forward for the revival of the Melvinger clan in the future. Mephistopheles smirked cunningly and said, not only have you created a ridiculous reputation, but you have also created a solid stepping stone for your future path. I thought you were only good at magic. No one would have calculated it. Get in there. Seeing that Elric was about to leave the city, a woman approached him with a shy smile. You have to go. Why don't you stay longer? Elric replied warmly, okay, I've bothered everyone. It's been so long. It's time for me to return to my life. The woman smiled happily at him. Thank you. If you hadn't eliminated those bad guys, we might have. Suddenly, Chin approached and said to Elric with embarrassment, you've been through a lot. I don't know how to repay you. Elric narrowed his eyes at him. Why are you so uneasy? I told you, I only acted according to the responsibility of a Melvinger mage. Chin remained resolute, expressing his utmost respect for Elric. I, Chin, the Knight of Vile, will never forget this kindness. Elric replied awkwardly, I told you it wasn't necessary. Mephistopheles stood to the side and sneered, he's only doing this for his future prospects. Elric angrily dismissed Mephistopheles' attempt to sow discord. Oh, just let it go. Elric awkwardly changed the topic. What are you going to do from now on, Chin? Chin replied thoughtfully, even though the troublemaker was Paul Vile, it's still the fault of the Vile family. Therefore, I vow to help the people here until the very end, and then I'll go to Carnoe to meet my mistress. Mephistopheles continued to speak in a dangerous tone. Oh, so they want to gain the public's favor while amplifying Paul Vile's notoriety. She looks so innocent, yet her schemes are endless. Heh. Elric sighed helplessly and said to him, responsibility, it's the responsibility of a noble. Mephistopheles frowned, expressing doubt about what Elric said. In his eyes, people wouldn't just help others without getting something in return. When Elric left the city, the people poured out of the city gate to see him off. Thank you, mage. When I grow up, I want to be a mage like you. Please come back again next time. Thank you so much. Seeing the joy and gratitude on the faces of the people here, Elric felt reassured as he left. But even after seeing Chen's sincere attitude, Mephistopheles still doubted what Elric said earlier. Responsibility, my foot, he sneered under his breath, it's just an excuse. Elric walked away with a cheerful heart. Now, let's go see Dean. Meanwhile, at Uston Academy, the cunning Dean was trying to create trouble for Sean and the Nemister family, but he hadn't achieved anything yet. As usual, he vented his anger on Rivern whenever he was dissatisfied. Dean pointed a finger at Rivern and cursed, you useless fool, I told you to get the excavation rights for me, even if the Nemister family was in the way. What the hell have you been doing? Facing Dean's fury, Rivern could only bow his head and endure the humiliation. I'm sorry, he said. Dean continued to rant and rave. Sean Nemister, how dare he stand in the way of someone who's about to become the official principal? I'll never let him step foot in this academy again. He gritted his teeth and ordered Rivern, by any means necessary, we must win this. Even if we have to bribe the press or the superiors, we must find a way for me. Rivern was terrified and quickly went to work according to Dean's instructions. In his rage, Dean vented his frustration on the pile of newspapers on the table. The mana flames slowly spread out, devouring each page. Seeing the newspapers burn to ashes in a blink of an eye, Dean remained angry and muttered, damn it, only 3 days left until the principal election. If I don't have the excavation rights by then, I'm doomed. After a while, he was still burning with anger and let out a sigh. Suddenly, a polite man, who had been standing in front of Dean without being noticed, said, could you repeat what you just said? The young man's lips curled up in a smug and arrogant expression. Dean was startled and opened his eyes wide in surprise at his sudden appearance. The mysterious man calmly sat down with his legs crossed, exuding an arrogant attitude. So finally, you want to cooperate? Dean looked at him with suspicion. You're really going to make me principal? How are you going to help me get promoted? The man shrugged and replied, everything's ready, all I need is your agreement. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us? Dean was still suspicious and asked, how can you do something that even we couldn't? The man sneered, because you didn't trust us. It seems we don't need to negotiate with you anymore, Dean. He said indifferently, you're not the only candidate for principal. Dean, hit by the psychological blow, immediately lowered his voice. I believe you. What do you want in return? The man replied triumphantly, simple, support us, siesta. He continued to provoke his ambition. Isn't that much easier than what you want, principal? Dean's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that all? The man chuckled slyly. That's enough. In a moment, while Dean was distracted, the man was surrounded by fragmented, colorful lines as if the TV screen was glitching. Days later, thrilling and exciting rumors were spreading throughout the capital. Hey, have you heard? What do you mean, heard what? Whispers and discussions filled the streets and taverns. You know Lucendi, the small city. I hear the Green Lions have caused a lot of trouble recently. What? Just an internal struggle. Well, it's not uncommon for those lions to use violence openly, regardless of ordinary people like us. Oh, you haven't heard. Many people died and houses were burned this time. It's no small matter, really, that's cruel. But then, a mage appeared and destroyed those bastards. What? A mage intervened, who could kill those vicious people? Rumor has it, he's a handsome young man. I heard from now on, he'll be called the hero of Lucendi. The men in the tavern were engrossed in their discussion, unaware that the hero mage from their story was sitting right next to them. Mephistopheles leaned back comfortably on the table and teased Elric. We've only been hearing about you since we arrived in the capital. You humans are all crazy about these hero titles. Elric chuckled. I just want to fill my stomach. It's been a long time since I came back to the capital. But why are you talking like that, Memphis? I told her to keep this quiet, but she's just making a fuss. Elric remembered Isabel asking him, do you want me to make you a hero? Elric was confused. What do you mean? Isabel explained, there's nothing better than a heroic story to increase public sympathy. Before Elric could answer, Isabel continued, I'm sure this will help you. That fame will help you a lot in the future. Without waiting for his opinion, Isabel almost made the decision for Elric. Of course, thanks to that I will also create a strong foothold to put pressure on my uncle Paul Vile. As a result, now the whole capital is talking about this. I heard that he even rescued that scentless flower. The Blue Lion's daughter almost became a crown princess. Have you heard about the hero of Lucendi? I heard that he is going to the capital. Oh my, are those two dating? What will happen? I wonder who is that? I heard the crown prince still likes her. I heard he was once a disgrace to a prestigious mage family. Wow, what a love triangle. I heard the rumors. That nonsense. Elric smacked his lips and thought in boredom. Will he help me? Is it really helping, young miss? He sighed silently. They're turning a heroic story into a love story, but she's really good at timing and creating a stage. I should eat somewhere else. Whatever, whether it's a hero story or a love story, both are good for promoting my name. Unable to enjoy his food, Elric stretched and stood up. If I had Isabel's talent for reviving the family, it would be great. I wonder if she's safely arrived in Carnoe. Elric turned to Mephistopheles. Let's go, Memphis, we're going elsewhere. Just as Elric was letting his guard down, a strong arm swung in front of him. A harsh voice rang in Elric's ear. There you are. Fortunately, Elric's reflexes were faster now, allowing him to dodge the unexpected punch. The patrons of the tavern were thrown into chaos as dust billowed up. What's happening? Is there a fight? Everyone scrambled back from the dust, in disbelief. No way. Is Paul Vile still causing trouble in the capital? Everyone, back off. Amidst the thick dust, the silhouettes of two young men engaged in a fierce battle could be seen. Elric once again dodged the opponent's lightning-fast punch. After regaining his composure, he vaguely sensed a familiar mana flow emanating from his opponent. Immediately, his opponent smirked. You dare dodge? Elric then recognized the familiar voice. Elric let out a sigh. Long time no see, but you seem to be taking this joke too far. Only now did his opponent lower his fist, but the voice still carried a grudge and reproach. Do you know how much trouble I've been through because of you? If you still have a conscience, you should have come to the capital to reconcile and take a punch at least once. Don't you think so, you traitorous bastard? Called a friend. And indeed, welcoming Elric on his first day back to the capital was none other than him, the third son of the Nemister family, the one who punished Elric's selfishness and apathy. Sean cursed him out like that, yet Elric just grinned. Oh my god, look who it is. it's my wonderful, adorable friend, Sean. Sean grumbled, you damn dog. The shift in their demeanor in an instant caused the surrounding crowd to panic and their hearts to nearly jump out of their chests. Sean continued his reproach, please, after having to clean up after a guy like you all this time, what else can I expect from someone with morals beyond redemption like you? Mephistopheles chuckled gleefully at Elric being scolded. I like this friend of yours, Elric continued to jest. Since I can't salvage myself anymore, why don't you treat me to a beer? Sean sneered. Oh, so now you have a dragon's lair and you're still leeching off me. Despite his grumbling, Sean still yielded to Elric. This is the last time, you damn bastard. What's your relationship with the Green Lion's daughter? Elric replied casually, nothing really, and we're not that kind of relationship. Sean clicked his tongue. Alright, you can hide it if you want, but don't think you can fool me. It was pointless to explain, so Elric just chuckled and kept quiet. Sean, on the other hand, casually ordered a series of dishes fit for a rich, entitled young master. We'd like some iced tea and Rhone beer, a caprese oil pasta, and Rhea smoked bacon. Elric muttered to himself, that bastard, he must have sensed my different mana aura, but he's just staying quiet and not asking any questions, probably waiting for me to confess. The food was laid out on the table, and Sean began to grumble again. Why are you making that serious face? It doesn't suit you, it's disgusting, can you stop? Mephistopheles, hovering near Sean, took the opportunity to tease Elric. He's right, your expression is truly repulsive. Sean clicked his tongue, the food is here, eat it before it gets cold. Elric raised his glass of iced tea and clinked it against Sean's beer. He then said with a smug smile, what do you mean disgusting? Don't you know I've been getting a lot of compliments on my good looks lately? Sean sneered in disdain. You haven't paid me back for that punch yet. Sean asked Elric worriedly, alright, let's set that aside for now. The play is being prepared exactly as you instructed in your letter. Are you sure it's okay? What if you lose everything because of this? Elric replied calmly, don't worry, there are only two things that matter to me now. Dragging that barracks bastard who tried to kill me to hell and the strong revival of the Melvinger family. Elric declared confidently, and I'm going to make both of those things happen at the same time. Sean sighed, alright, I'll continue to do everything according to your plan. Ugh. Sean continued to grumble indignantly, and, Carl has been suffering incredibly because of this. Suddenly, Sean remembered another danger looming over him, and he was taken aback. Damn it, this is bad. My witch family must have heard those rumors. Elric asked with bewilderment. Witches, you mean Tasha? Sean shuddered in horror. Yes, after hearing the rumors, that dragon maniac must have discovered the truth. She'll go crazy. Sean's heart screamed, I'm finished. A few minutes earlier, at Tasha's villa, she appeared panicked and asked her secretary Hanabi, the mining rights have been transferred to the academy. Hanabi stuttered, yes, to Dean Barracks, of the Elemental Magic Academy. Tasha erupted in anger, yelling, that son of a bitch, how could he let this happen? Prepare to go to the hospital. Tasha then asked Hanabi, but hey, yesterday's brief report in the newspaper only mentioned pressure on that crazy guy, so how come it's different now? Hanabi hurriedly explained, yes, all the newspapers are focusing on this news now, for some reason. Hanabi started reading a series of newspaper headlines. Dean Barracks, who had received mining rights, had regained his wings, announced the postponement of the academy principal election, the family's statement Nemister regarding mining rights. It is expected that there will be more pressure from the hexagram families. Tasha frowned and thought, even if the hexagram families put pressure on us, father would not easily compromise on that. What about Sean? Hanabi hesitantly replied, sir, the young master didn't have any specific response. Tasha heard that and immediately trembled with anger. Nothing. She mumbled, after making such a fuss about how that dragon's lair belongs to his friend, now this little brat stays silent, something's not right. Suddenly, Tasha flared up with an evil smile. We'll shift our destination a little. Hanabi was bewildered. Yes. Tasha spoke to Hanabi with burning anger. You still don't understand, the mining rights aren't ours, nor the academy's. How dare those two little brats try to deceive me? So, I should go see those cunning bastards, shouldn't I? At that moment, inside the tavern, both Elric and Sean felt an ominous premonition. The next day was the day of the selection for the principal of Uston Academy. While the principal of Uston Academy might appear to be just the head of an ordinary magic academy, the position actually holds immense significance and power. Not only is it on par with the rank of a viscount, this title also holds tremendous influence within the academic and political circles, comparable to the owner of the Hexagram Tower, the head of the Imperial Magic Knights, and other prestigious titles. It is also equivalent to the title of Wizard of the Stars, an honorary position reserved solely for the descendants of Uston Melvinger. Dean Barracks, the acting principal, was the first candidate to be invited to deliver his speech, thanking everyone for traveling far and wide for the sake of our academy's future. Dean flashed a commercial smile and said, "As you all know, the discovery of the dragon's lair is unlikely to happen again, and I, Barracks, have been fortunate enough to be at the heart of this historic event." He confidently promised the delegates, "If you choose me, I will establish a system that will allow us to continue discovering such extraordinary things." Sean sat in the stands, listening to the man's boastful speech and repeatedly clicking his tongue. He thinks he already has the academy in his grasp, the other candidates haven't even arrived yet, and he's already starting this. TSK, Elric, can he handle this alone? Sean recalled his conversation with Elric at the tavern the previous day. He felt anxious and asked again, "The support for Principal Barracks is overwhelming. I know you have a meticulous plan, but those bribed supporters won't be swayed, so tomorrow." But Elric remained calm and responded with a sly smile, "Yeah, whatever, let them do what they want." After Dean finished his speech, he returned to his seat. The representative of Siesta walked past and nodded with a smile. "That was a great speech, Principal." Dean responded with a forced laugh, "Ha ha ha, I haven't even been chosen yet, and you're already praising me like that. I will do as Siesta wishes, even if you don't act this way. Don't worry, the other candidates are speaking, let's talk later." The man responded warmly, "Then I will believe you." Dean silently calculated, "That's right, I, the one who will surely become the principal, have nothing to worry about. I never intended to help him in the first place." He convinced himself, "I will soon be standing alongside the owner of the Hexagram Tower. How dare you think I would help a group like Siesta with no foundation? Crushing you all will be as easy as pie once I become the principal." He was very confident that he would benefit without any sacrifice, but from the sinister expression of the Siesta representative, it's clear that it's still uncertain who truly holds the reins. Time flew by, and the speeches of the 7 candidates ended in a flash. The voting was about to begin, and Sean was anxiously waiting for something. He silently called Elric's name as if urging him to appear quickly. However, before Elric could appear, another figure suddenly arrived at the election, leaving Sean stunned and astonished. Sean looked at Tasha in horror as she walked towards the row of honorary seats. "Sister, why are you here?" One of the heads of Hexagram looked down at Tasha with disdain. "Don't you know where you are, young miss from the Nemister family? This isn't a reunion for alumni. These honorary voting seats are only for the heads of Hexagram." Tasha calmly sat down on the seat and replied, "Are you saying I don't know anything? I know exactly what I'm doing. I am here to participate on behalf of the head of the Nemister family. To be honest, I believe, more than anyone else here, I am the one who understands what's happening best," Tasha said, her sharp gaze fixed on her troublesome brother. Sean's hair stood on end. "Damn, she saw me, it can't be, does she know something?" At that moment, Rivern, the election host, spoke up. Everyone, please pay attention." Rivern solemnly announced the voting rules. "I would like to inform you about the voting process before the vote begins. I ask that you all sit down and remain silent. Everyone has received this magic stone. You can view the information of the candidates using this stone. And vote for one of the 7 people. The results will be announced as soon as everyone has voted." For some reason, Rivern was looking around as he spoke, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Dean was thinking to himself with a sense of triumph, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. My promises can win over anyone connected to the academy, and it will give me an opportunity to collaborate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. And not only that, I've already made deals with all the most important delegates in the election. Everything is in place." The voting only took a few minutes. Everyone quickly made their decision for their ballots. After that, Rivern, still anxious, continued to hesitate as he announced the results. Now, I will announce the results, excluding the vote of the Melvinger family, as their representative is absent. The person with the most votes is." Dean was eager and impatient inside. "Come on, hurry up, call my name." It was unclear if he wanted to build suspense or something, but Rivern kept stalling, and the one who was chosen, the new principal of Uston Academy, is Bara. Just as Dean Barrack's name was about to be announced, Elric suddenly appeared in the middle of the stage with a thunderous shout, "Hold on!" Everyone present opened their eyes in astonishment. What is going on? They buzzed with curiosity, looking at Elric, who dares to interrupt this sacred election. In the entire hall, only a few people weren't surprised. First, there was Lady Tasha. And of course, there was Sean, who was excitedly cheering, "Go on, Elric." Elric boldly declared in front of everyone, "I, the head of the Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger, in the capacity of the Shining Duke and an election delegate." Each word that came out of Elric's mouth sent chills down Dean's spine. He looked directly at Dean with defiance. I am here to participate in the voting, with my own small but important ballot. The entire hall was instantly stunned by the uproar of discussions. Elric Melvinger, the disgrace of that noble magic family. What is happening? Wasn't he in a coma? Elric calmly walked straight to the center of the stage, to everyone's astonishment. Dean was shocked and horrified inside. How did that bastard get here? Dean's supporters immediately protested Elric's presence. Hey, Elric, what's this? How dare a mere student disrupt the Academy's headmaster selection ceremony? Elric confidently continued walking and easily silenced everyone with a few words. Are you openly defying the imperial law? At this moment, I am not a simple student of the Academy, but a Duke of the Empire and a representative of the selection committee. Elric had transformed into a polished gentleman, shining in his formal attire. He declared, the empty seat in the middle is Melvinger's. Isn't the Master of Melvinger allowed to congratulate the new headmaster? Dean hurriedly stood up to find reasons to stop Elric. While I am delighted that Master Melvinger's health has improved, I wonder why you are acting like this when the selection has ended. The old man crossed his arms and said arrogantly, unfortunately the election was over, the announcement was about to be made. Elric immediately interrupted Dean. Uston Academy Selection Rules, Clause 2 Article 2. Elric clearly reads the rules when there is a suspicious point about a candidate that is denounced or exposed before the end of the selection ceremony. Re-election can take place if the majority of the members participating in the election agree. Old Dean squinted at Elric, still not understanding what he intended to do next. What was surprising was that Elric suddenly stepped forward and placed his hand on Rivern's shoulder. He continued to announce to the whole hall, I, Duke Tin Luong, Elric Melvinger. We are here to expose the candidate for the position of Principal of Uston Academy, Mr. Dean Barracks. Not qualified to be a candidate, due to suspicions that he fabricated important documents. And there was a plot to murder Duke Tin Quang, a serious violation of the Empire's laws. Mr. Dean, who was accused of a crime, immediately boldly stepped onto the stage. It seems like you don't understand the seriousness of the matter just now. Can you prove that I am a criminal? He was sure in his heart that Elric had no evidence, so he challenged even harder. Since you participated in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, we must follow the correct procedure, like you said. Dean continued to play the role of a falsely accused victim. My dear members of the election committee, do you believe the groundless accusations of Elric? No, Master Melvinger, no. He looked up at the election committee with an innocent gaze. Although he seemed confident in defending himself, deep down he was still worried. Elric Melvinger, it feels like you are hiding something. He secretly winked at those he had bribed and was sure in his heart, no matter what you do, the outcome won't change. You little punk, I'll show you what real politics is like. Feeling confident of victory, Dean immediately arrogantly and provocatively challenged Elric. Well, I don't think anyone here agrees with you. What are you going to do now, Duke Melvinger? Elric calmly replied, why are you so hasty? It's not too late to decide after hearing what I have to say. Dean scoffed. How stubborn, you insist on spewing your insults in the middle of this sacred election. Suddenly, Dean's voice echoed from the opposite side of him. You said there was a dragon's nest there, really? Elric was holding a communication orb in his hand, and Dean's voice, clear and crisp, came from it. No, deal with Elric according to the plan, keep his magic necklace as a souvenir. Dean widened his eyes as he looked into the orb in Elric's hand and was shocked to see his own face there. That voice, impossible, since when? Elric smiled triumphantly and began to counterattack. Contrary to what the public knows, Dean Barracks here didn't contribute anything to the great discovery of Professor Nemister and me. On the contrary, he intended to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. Now, who still believes that my words are mere unfounded fabrications? Stand up and refute them. Elric swept his sharp gaze across the entire hall with a serious expression. Dean began to tremble and stammer. No, he's accusing me. How dare you deceive everyone with deceptive magic? Elric calmly questioned back. You're accusing me of deceiving you now. How can I deceive you, a 7th circle mage? Are you saying I'm an 8th circle mage? Everyone in the audience began to agree with Elric. That's right. How could a simple deceptive spell fool everyone here? It's even funnier to think that a patient with mana blockage could be an 8th circle mage. They became even more suspicious of Dean. So, you really tried to kill the Duke of Starlit, Dean Barracks? Dean's face turned pale as he wondered. That crystal orb, I gave it to Rivern when I ordered him to kill Elric in the dragon's lair. How come this guy has it now? At that moment, Rivern started sobbing uncontrollably out of anxiety. Dean quickly understood when he looked at Rivern. So it was you, you bastard. Damn you, Rivern, how dare you betray me? Rivern couldn't hide his satisfied smile despite some remaining worry. He sobbed as he continued his role as the program host. Now, Hick, the election committee members are having an important discussion, Hick, so I ask all the guests to remain silent and wait for a while, Hick. To understand better, we have to go back to the day before. While sitting in a pub, Sean said, "Oh, right, we caught a suspicious guy wandering around the hospital last night." It was Rivern. Elric sighed. Really? I guess Dean Barracks ordered him to do something wrong again, poor guy. Sean shook his head. No, this time, he just wanted to tell you something. He said he had something he wanted to give you directly, so he would wait until you woke up. Elric became curious. Oh, is that so? The root cause of the betrayal ultimately stemmed from Dean himself. That morning, he continued to yell and scold Rivern as badly as usual. You idiot, you still haven't found a way to get it, even if you have to use the press or bribe more high-ranking officials. He angrily ordered Rivern, find a way to do it. Rivern had already walked out of Dean's room, but he could still hear his scolding. Those bastards are driving me crazy, including that damn Rivern, he's useless. Afterward, his loud and sometimes muffled cursing reverberated in Rivern's ears like the karaoke singing of a neighbor at midnight. Dean's mistreatment made Rivern unbearably resentful. So Rivern decided to take revenge on him. Fortunately, he had safely kept a crucial piece of evidence of Dean's crimes. Now that Dean's true face was exposed to the public, Elric felt extremely excited. Of course, he had already had enough evidence to destroy Barracks, but what Rivern gave him made it much easier to unmask him. Elric glanced at Rivern with a bit of concern. But why did Rivern end the conversation? To avoid being kicked out. Maybe saving him in the dragon's lair was worth it. Elric continued to accuse old Dean. This is not all. According to the law, ownership of a dungeon like a dragon's lair will belong to the person who finds it first. However, Barracks here wants to take over the right to exploit it, without my consent. He emphasized on each crime, making old Dean confused and scared, so he not only deserved to be charged with plotting to assassinate Duke Tin Kwang, but he would also be charged with appropriating other people's property, when trying to take away the Melvinger family heirloom and took over the rights to exploit the lair. Elric declared with a strong voice, in the name of Duke Melvinger, I not only demand the removal of Barracks' candidacy for the position of headmaster, but I also demand appropriate punishment for his crimes. The representatives presiding over the election hastily discussed amongst themselves, what should we do? Do we even need to ask? If he doesn't have the right to exploit it, this old Barracks is useless. Suddenly, a shrewd old man in the group of representatives asked Elric, but Elric, I can feel mana from within you. Are you no longer suffering from the blockage? Other representatives began questioning him. We heard you were in a coma, but you seem fine. In fact, they even pointed their accusations towards Tasha, the representative of the Nemister family. You seem to know something. What's going on? Tasha replied cheerfully, Oh, I don't know. The one related to the Melvinger representative is my younger brother, but that doesn't matter now, does it? Dean still tried to argue. I'm sure that glass sphere was tampered with. I'm sure that when I analyze it, the truth will come out. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, if this continues, the headmaster's position will disappear along with my head. I'll just deny it and ask Siesta for help. Dean frantically looked around the hall to find the representative for Siesta, but the scene he saw made him freeze. Dean was terrified when he saw the Siesta representative standing next to Sean with a triumphant smile. How is he standing next to Sean? In that moment, a jumble of emotions bombarded his brain, leaving him speechless. The representative for Siesta pulled out a pair of glasses, with Dean looking on in shock. That bastard is Sean's accomplice. When he put them on, his true appearance was finally revealed. It was none other than Carl, Sean's longtime companion and the bold spokesperson of the Nemister family. Let's look back at what happened at the pub yesterday. When Sean just met Elric, he sighed and said, Anyway, Carl is very miserable because of this. He relieves stress by playing around with Barracks, and you, the cruel one, are living carefree. Elric innocently replied, Why would you call me cruel? And the name Siesta isn't that bad, is it? Dean, finally understanding the cruel truth, could only grit his teeth and resentfully look at Elric. Did you plan everything from the beginning? Was I, Barracks, tricked by a brat like this? After throwing a challenging look at Dean, Elric turned towards the podium. Esteemed members of the election council, it seems everything has been clarified. Now, we can re-elect anyone interested in buying the position of headmaster. Elric laughed nonchalantly, speaking without any restraint. Subsequently, another candidate was finally chosen to be the new headmaster of Uston Academy. The new headmaster expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for entrusting me with the noble position of headmaster of Uston Academy. I am speechless. At this time, Elric was leisurely sitting with his legs crossed when he was suddenly criticized by Mephistopheles. I didn't expect you to be so brazenly deceitful. Are you brave or crazy? Elric casually replied with a cunning smile. How else would I get my share if not for moments like this? I had to postpone my academy patrol and the scholarship distribution. You wouldn't understand. Mephistopheles glanced at Dean and asked Elric, and what about that human? Are you just going to leave him like that? He looks humiliated. Elric responded, oh, that bald old man. Just as Elric chuckled, Dean's steps stopped. Elric intentionally said to him, oh, I'm sorry. Did you receive my telepathic message? I didn't mean to send it to you. I'm sorry. Elric looked at Dean with a sly smile. You're still in the 7th circle despite being bald. You can hear my telepathic message. That's amazing. But why aren't you saying anything? You can use telepathy, right? He constantly provoked him. Yeah, I guess being able to hear it is a great feat. Oh, I understand now. You can hear it not because of your talent, but because it's easier for it to enter your head because you have no hair, right? As soon as Elric finished speaking, a lightning bolt suddenly shot down towards his head. Dean, filled with anger, directly attacked Elric in front of everyone. You insolent brat, how dare you mock me? Everyone present in the hall was shocked. What's going on, Mr. Barracks? This boy, run away. Dean laughed maniacally, like a madman out of control, and shouted, die. In contrast to everyone's panic and worry, Elric calmly looked up with a curious anticipation for the lightning to strike him. Immediately after, an explosion shook the capital. But Elric remained unscathed and continued to calmly smile defiantly at Dean. At the same time, he calmly chanted, shield. A mana shield immediately appeared, shielding everyone inside the hall from the lightning that was continuously falling. In the blink of an eye, everyone present was shocked by this crazy old man. The old man was so angry that he did not hesitate to summon a series of thunder just to attack Elric. But all of his attacks were blocked by Elric's shield. Everyone was even more surprised. 5-star level magic circle, who blocked it? Dean wasn't about to give up. He continued to prepare his next attack with a handful of lightning bolts in his hand. Elric leaped from his position on the podium and charged towards the vile old man. An intense duel occurred in the moment Elric jumped. All of Dean's lightning strikes were blocked by him with a single shield. An old man in the council group jumped up from his seat with a shocked expression. He can block a 6th circle lightning spell. Could he be the hero of Lycendi? The other representatives were also shocked and startled. Wait, this is really the Melvinger family's good-for-nothing. Those representatives gaped in astonishment. How can someone with a debilitating disease like him use magic? After landing softly, Elric looked up at Dean with obvious excitement. He thought to himself, I thought he was old, so he would be easier to handle, but he's a 7th circle mage after all. It'll take a little time to deal with him. Elric laughed gleefully when he saw Dean unleash another massive lightning bolt. He was secretly pleased. I think you've forgotten where you are, Dean. In the very moment the lightning bolt was launched, Tasha lightly flicked her finger. And a wall of fire, literally, was erected in front of Elric, blocking Dean's lightning attack. Elric snorted when everything happened as he predicted. I knew it. If this old man keeps annoying everyone, someone will eventually get tired of it and take care of him. At this moment, Tasha calmly appeared on the stage to everyone's astonishment. A phoenix, a magic fire phoenix. Elric nervously looked towards Tasha. He thought to himself, the youngest 7th circle mage with the ability to summon a phoenix. I didn't know Tasha was involved in this, but regardless, the battle will start now. Suddenly, the remaining members of the delegation stepped out and declared to Dean Barracks, from now on, all your actions will be considered terrorist acts and will be punished. Dean Barracks, keep what little dignity you have left. Elric, seeing this, became even more delighted. The head of hexagrams and the elected representatives, they were all mages and sages who were no less skilled than Dean Barracks. If Barracks continued to cause trouble, they would consider it a disrespect to them and would use force to suppress him. Old Dean really became timid in front of the election delegates. No, wait, me. While in confusion, Dean heard Elric's taunts. Hey, you bald old man, are you going to stop after going this far? Elric leisurely adjusted his tie and looked at Dean with a pitying gaze. You used to wield your power so proudly, as if you were grabbing the whole world in your hands, but now you've become so pathetic in front of people like them, and you couldn't even leave a scratch on me. TSK, you just dirted my clothes. Why don't you keep going like you did before, like an angry dog? Elric's provocative words once again took effect. The old Dean, who had 3 health and 6 attacks, rushed to punch him in the face, and it was obvious that Elric intentionally let him do that. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear Elric to pieces. Immediately after the swift attack to vent his anger, he quickly disappeared into a thick fog, like a ninja. Tasha, Sean, and Carl all remained unfazed when they saw Sean being punched. They all knew better than anyone else that the cunning and treacherous Elric had intentionally done so. However, the rest of the people in the hall were extremely anxious and agitated. The master of Melvinger has been attacked. Quickly apprehend barracks. Mephistopheles watched Elric's dramatic fall to the ground and muttered to himself, I wonder if I truly deserve to be called the Demon King. He said to Elric, who was trying to suppress his laughter, honestly, if you were born a demon, you would definitely be the new Demon King. Ignoring Mephistopheles, Elric slightly curled his lips and continued to transmit his voice to Dean, didn't I warn you? This is the end for those who dare to stand in my way. As the fog cleared, Dean Barracks was bound by a heap of mana chains, as if he was a rabid dog that needed to be chained up. After that day, rumors about Elric continued to be a hot topic of discussion throughout the capital. Hey, have you heard anything about what happened at Uston Academy, about Elric Melvinger, the one who was supposedly in a coma? What could that good-for-nothing from the Melvinger family possibly do? No way, you idiot. Do you even know who Elric Melvinger really is? What are you even talking about? I heard he's the one who saved Lysendi. What, really? And he also saved the Blue Lion's daughter? No way, that guy. Elric's reputation grew even stronger, while Dean Barracks was expelled from the academy, subsequently arrested, and charged with attempted murder. Major newspapers all over the country were publishing headlines like, Elric Melvinger, grandson of Uston Melvinger, the mage who protected the Empire from the Demon King. Somehow, he managed to cure the supposed incurable disease. Did he perhaps discover a secret while exploring the dragon's lair? Elric Melvinger granted the right to exploit the dragon's lair to the Nemister family. In return for their assistance, the Melvinger family is gradually regaining its glory as a new hero has emerged, despite having been ridiculed by many. Sean, while reading the newspaper to Elric, angrily exclaimed, damn it, why do I have to read this stuff to you? Elric feigned weakness. I'm a patient, you know, the place where Barracks hit me still hurts. Sean, furious, shouted, you're just a deceitful guy who's good at acting and likes to pretend to be a hero. Don't you see how much my guards are suffering? At this time, outside the Royal Magic Hospital, a group of reporters were surrounding the guards of the Nemister family, shouting, please let us see Mr. Elric Melvinger. Nemister, open the gate, we have the right to know. Elric stretched out his arms with ease, while Sean grumbled, those reporters should know the truth about this fraud. You're just doing a few tricks, and now you're a legend in people's minds. Where did you learn that stuff? Elric replied with a hint of pride, you think I was just playing around for the past few months. In Lysendi, the young miss of the Blue Lion. Elric was about to say something else, but his face turned bright red, and he fell silent. Sean was dying of curiosity, but Elric casually said, never mind, you don't need to know. That evasive attitude drove Sean crazy. He didn't press further, but his annoyance was clear. Furthermore, you're not planning to cause any more trouble, are you? Elric shrugged innocently, I don't know yet. Sean told him seriously, I don't know what you're up to, but put it aside for now. My father wants to have dinner with you. Sean's father, Guy Nemister, is one of the rare mages who reached level 9, a grand mage with immense magical power, and also the head of the Nemister family, which leads the magic tower. Even Elric's grandfather, while he was alive, wanted to take Guy as a disciple. It can be asserted that this man is a genius among geniuses. And then, Elric followed Sean to the main house of the Nemister family, Mist Hill. Upon arriving, even a demon king like Mephistopheles was stunned, while Elric was speechless in shock. What the hell, you really are a damn bastard, he exclaimed. Sean was bewildered. Huh, what? Elric responded with a trembling voice, I knew you were rich, but if I had known it was this crazy. He suddenly shouted, if I had known, I would have taken more money from you. You're a true golden spoon. This is a house, it should be a whole city. Elric followed Sean into the castle, his heart overflowing with emotion. So this was the great Nemister family, the most powerful family in the magic tower. He chuckled to himself, one day, I will surpass this. On the way to the main house, Sean told Elric, oh, right, your sister's coming too. Elric rushed after him and asked, what, why are you telling me this now? Sean handed Elric an envelope and grumbled, don't you dare blame me. Do you have any idea how busy I've been because of you? You should have contacted your sister earlier. Elric quickly read the letter. My dear brother Elric, I heard you're planning to go to the Nemester family's territory. Don't cause them any trouble until I get there, and prepare yourself. If you run, you will die. Elric was sweating profusely as he read Hayes's short and concise letter. Elric's spirit quickly collapsed. It's broken, I'm dead. Mephistopheles saw this and sighed. It seems that among the Melvinger members there is also a demon king that I do not know, because that person is making you, who is worse than Satan, trembling with fear. Sean calmly said, if you didn't cause trouble, she would be like an angel. Have you forgotten that she worked herself to death just to let you enter the academy? Mephistopheles added a sarcastic comment to Elric. I know, the problem is you. Elric responded blankly, of course I'm grateful to her, extremely grateful, but if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say such things. Sean laughed innocently. Come on, your sister is better than my sister. You think that damn old woman is suddenly called a witch? He rambled on and said bad things about Tasha without even knowing she was approaching. Elric tried to warn Sean, but it was too late. Sean kept saying with that cheeky mouth, ha, her personality completely turned to shit after she was hailed as a genius by everyone. You can't even consider her a person. Suddenly Tasha's affectionate voice rang right in Sean's ear, making him dumbfounded. I believe I said I would give you a good beating, right? If you want to be beaten that much then I should have told her right away. Then I just heard a crisp pop. Seeing Sean receive a slap in the face, Elric immediately smirked and grew up. Sean replied angrily, I don't want to hear those words from you. Elric said to Tasha again, thank you for your help in the principal election. Tasha said liberally, it's nothing, you could have taken care of everything yourself, am I right? Sean saw that he was still itchy and asked Tasha, but why would a stubborn old lady like you do such a thing? Could it be that you were interested in Elric? Tasha replied harshly, the blow just now was too light. Sean looked sulky. Are you really planning on behaving like this in front of my friends? Tasha calmly replied, oh my god, who was the one who lied to me first? Tasha carefully reminded Elric, once we pass through this palace, we can go to where our father is staying. There are traps set up, so don't let your guard down. Be careful and follow us. However, before Elric could even hear those warnings, he quietly disappeared. Seeing Elric not responding, Tasha's intuition told her to roll her eyes towards him. This place is very difficult to escape, even for a mage who has reached the 6th circle of magic. It was only then that they realized with astonishment that Elric had disappeared. At that moment, Elric was suddenly transported to a dark and gloomy space. He looked around anxiously. What is this? Sean, Tasha, where did you two go? Elric rushed around in the darkness, searching for them. He muttered to himself, that weird Memphis guy is gone too, he's definitely no use at all in these situations. Elric stopped, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw the dazzling globe before him. Me, where am I? Facing him now was a jumble of intertwined energy. Elric carefully observed it. Magic reaching this level, is the Nemester family that strong? All the elements are filling this void. Some parts are powerful, others are soft, some are sharp, and others are thick. Looking at them, they all seem to be different magical elements because they have nothing in common, but they merge together at one point thanks to the wind element. In that moment, Elric again felt a bold ambition. I don't know where this is, but I feel like as long as I can study it, I can make it mine. Right then, a deep voice echoed everywhere, you're looking at something quite interesting, kid. Elric cautiously looked around. Who, is someone watching me? The face of an old man with a thick mustache appeared in the mist with a gleeful smile. Do you know what you're looking at, or do you not know what it is but you're still looking? Elric was stunned. It's true that I've lost my way, but peeking at someone's magic without permission is a capital offense. If that person is controlling this space, then they must be a grand mage who has reached the 7th circle of magic at the very least. What should I do? The mysterious old man continued to laugh loudly. Ha, didn't you hear what I said? I'm sure you reacted. Can't you hear me, kid? Elric immediately started calculating in his head. Hold on, objectively speaking, this is the fault of the Nemester sisters for not guiding me carefully, so I have no reason to be questioned. I will pretend that I don't know anything, and escape from this maze. However, before Elric could act, the mysterious old man already knew his intentions. Heh, you're thinking of ignoring this old man and running away, aren't you? I can hear the gears in your head turning. Ignoring the mysterious old man who continued to babble, Elric suddenly used invisibility magic. The mysterious old man was a bit confused. I can't see inside the maze. Did he use his own fog to hide? While Elric quietly left, the old man still mumbled to himself, Ustin, you died too young, but it seems you left behind a rather interesting child. Elric left but still felt regret. If it wasn't for that elder, I could have decoded it, but unfortunately, I might get into a big trouble if I stay here any longer. When Elric thought he was about to escape, suddenly a heavy pressure pressed down on his body, forcing him to stop. The mysterious old man laughed again. Things are just starting to get interesting and you're going to leave already. Elric was caught in a vortex and the mysterious old man said to him, because you crave something that doesn't belong to you, so you have to pay the price, don't you? Outside at this moment, Sean was anxiously pacing. What should we do now? We have to tell father. At that moment, Guy appeared. Is the true palace of blue fog open? He frowned and asked them, what happened? Sean was still stammering, not knowing how to explain, when Guy reprimanded him. Didn't you guide him properly? Sean frantically explained. He disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. Guy was a little surprised. He disappeared before entering the palace. He looked at the magic circle on the ground and pondered. It seems like the grand uncle has intervened in this matter. Sean panicked. Why did the old man? Guy sighed and said, his illness must have worsened again. Sean eagerly said to Guy, we can't just stand here and watch. He's a guest who came to the Nemister family on behalf of Lord Melvinger. If something bad happens then. Suddenly Tasha interrupted Sean. You're so cute. Sean was bewildered. What? Tasha sneered at him. Yet he's making my little brother, someone who is even indifferent to his own family members, worry so much. Sean responded confusedly. Who's worried? Regardless of Sean's explanation, Tasha just smiled mischievously. The Duke of Starlight of this generation. I'm even more curious about him now. Guy unexpectedly added, I'm also curious. His unusual reaction surprised Tasha a little. Sean also felt that his father was acting unusually and looked at him with apprehension. Guy continued nonchalantly, unaware of the prowess of the new head of the Melvinger family, a prestigious magical lineage with a status equivalent to the Tower of Magic. Just moments before, when Elric had just fallen into this dark space, Sean's grandfather had immediately taken an interest in him, thinking that the Lam Vu Chan Kung was the result of his own long-term research. But this guy didn't just decipher it, he broke the magical circle and reused it. As Elric stealthily tried to escape, the old man laughed loudly. Austin, you died too soon, but it seems you left behind a rather interesting child. He said cheerfully to Elric, the new head of Melvinger. Go wild as you please. Immediately, he attacked Elric. Elric gritted his teeth in annoyance. Memphis, Ottoman, and this old man, why are all the old people around me? All insane, Elric complained as he gathered mana to create a shield. Another explosion occurred, but Elric managed to activate his shield just in time. While withstanding the old man's torrential attack, Elric tried to think of a solution. Calm down, assess the situation first. The mana here doesn't just have one attribute, but the Nemister family's specialty is wind. In other words, he's just using wind to shape the other attributes. The hot wind carrying fire is turning moisture into steam, and the gentle breeze carries it to create fog. Then the cold wind with ice makes the fog freeze, while the strong wind will slip through to stop the fog's movement. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing to him. He even shaped this rock mountain with wind. Continuously attacked, Elric thought angrily, even though he doesn't intend to hurt me, he provoked me first. I'll decipher the part 1 left unfinished before. I felt it in Lacendi, when all my magic except ice magic was very weak. Now I will apply the method he used to transform the flow of mana and wind here, to my own mana and ice magic. And if I can delve deeper to reorganize the mana flow connecting the language of the soul and the seal to reduce mana waste, then won't I be able to use other attributes with my ice magic? Finally, Elric could understand how Lam Vu Chan Kung worked. He immediately applied the theory he had just deciphered to fight the one who had created this hidden space. All attacks were neutralized in a blink. And Elric's dragon heart also broke through to a higher level. He gradually absorbed the abundant energy inside the Lam Vu Chan Kung. After a short while, the aura emanating from Elric became radiant and illuminated everything. The seal imprinted on his arm also glowed with power as it absorbed more energy. Just a moment later, Elric completely broke through that dark space with an imposing and majestic demeanor that was both captivating and fearless. As soon as he deciphered the Lam Vu Chan Kung, he suddenly appeared behind Sean and Tasha. They both immediately widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of Elric, as if he wasn't human but a different species entirely. Sean mumbled in bewilderment, a 6th circle mage needs at least 24 hours to escape. Tasha also said awkwardly, even I need 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only needed 46 minutes. Even Mephistopheles was astonished and thought, no, that's not all. The rank of his wicked seal has risen to 5 stars. It's a high-level magic that even a demon king like me is impressed by. but he not only deciphered it, he stole it and developed it to this level. It was a high-level magic that impressed even a demon king like me, but he not only decoded it, but also stole it and developed it to that extent. Seeing their reaction, Elric sighed in frustration. What's wrong with everyone? No one asked if I was okay after almost dying. It's great. Suddenly, Guy's deep voice resonated. He was equally astonished. Well, I should have gone to the new headmaster election. I only heard a few days ago that your blockage had cleared. But now you're a sixth circle mage. That's quite impressive. Sean continued to exclaim in amazement. Sixth circle magic, Elric. Tasha was in a state of mental shock. My record, broken by my brother's friend. After contemplating for a moment, Elric politely smiled and shook Guy's hand. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Elric Melvinger, head of the Melvinger family. Guy also warmly welcomed him. I'm Guy Nemister, head of the Nemister family. Guy said seriously to Elric, please forgive me for what you just went through. I apologize that you unexpectedly encountered such misfortune. Elric chuckled in response. No need to apologize, it was a good experience for me. After the basic courtesies, Guy warmly led Elric, thank you for understanding. Then, even though it's a bit late, welcome to the Nemister family's home. Seeing Elric standing hesitantly, Sean urged, come on, Elric, my mother and siblings are waiting. Elric pondered, family, huh? After a few seconds of thought, he smiled happily and replied, all right, I'll go. Meanwhile, in Carnoe, at the Blue Lion Castle, Isabel had returned safely and immediately applied Elric's treatment method. As a result, after a few days, her father truly regained consciousness. Isabel happily rushed into Herman's arms. He burst into laughter. Ha, why is a grown lady like you behaving like a child? Herman gently stroked Isabel's head. How did you wake me up? Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness. Herman, after waking up, looks even more like John Wick. Could it be that John Wick is time-traveling? Isabel replied with tears in her eyes. Mr. Elric helped me. If not for him, then. Herman tilted his head in bewilderment, curiously looking at his daughter, Elric. After listening to Isabel tell everything, Herman burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a prestigious magic family. Yes, the Melvinger family has always been the light that illuminates the darkness. Seeing Herman hastily changing clothes, Isabel worriedly asked him, Father, where are you going all of a sudden? You should rest more. Herman was excited as if going to meet his future son-in-law. How can I prioritize my health now? If there is such talent, I must find him, even if I have to go to the ends of the continent. He kept praising Elric. In this decadent world, there's still a decent child like him. Isn't that all the more reason for me to go? At the same time, Paul had just finished listening to the report from the only blue wolf Isabel had released, and as soon as he finished speaking, the blue wolf immediately turned to ice and shattered. Hilton could only hang his head before his master's fury. The blue wolves were slaughtered, Isabel escaped. Herman was cured, and the only surviving blue wolf came back and exploded right before our eyes. Was it all caused by that mage? That mage must have put a curse on the blue wolves to intimidate us, Hilton replied fearfully. And what about my brother? Paul asked impatiently. Hilton hesitated. The spy reports say that your brother is traveling with the Blue Falcon, and it seems he's trying to contact Elric Melvinger. He's currently at the Nemister family's residence. Paul felt suspicious. The Blue Falcon, why didn't my brother attack us immediately? He's summoning his sworn brother first. Suddenly, he smirked with a hint of triumph. The Blue Lion, even though he's recovered, he must be much weaker now. Paul gave a stern order. Hilton, my brother and that damned Melvinger are not to meet. Kill him the moment he leaves the Nemister residence. Paul's sharp gaze fixed on Hilton. Don't forget why I haven't killed you. It's because of that little trick you possess. Hilton clenched his fists in unease. I will remember, my lord.